joining us here. And we'll give them a little walk for the morning. Come on, give them a warm welcome here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. From Hitachi Energy India, the CTO, Akilur Rahman, joins us. You can stand for a bit. From Tata Consulting Engineering, the CTO, Atul Chowdhury, is with us. We're delighted to have him. Wonderful to see you, Atul. All right, good. Simon Evans, the Director of Global Digital Energy from Arup. The Chief Architect of India Energy Stack, Dr. Pramod Varma, joins us. And James Kolantaraj, the Principal Energy Specialist of the India Energy Vocal from the Asian Development Bank. What a great team I have. Let's give them a big round of applause and a big welcome. Thank you, thank you. Gentlemen, please be seated and we will get down to business. Now, I have so much experience and energy and intelligence on this panel. I'm very, very excited about it. But Simon Evans, if I might start with you. We look at what's going on around the world, and when we look at the grid, I love this expression that's coming out that there will be no transition without transmission. It's a big slogan, and this is probably the most important thing. It's great that we have everything in place, but if we cannot distribute, if we can't get it out there, we're in big trouble. And not just in India. Give us a feel for where the grid sits at the moment, be it smart or maybe learning to be smart. But give us a little bit of a situationer.
Absolutely. So, I mean, fundamentally, the energy system is complex, very complex, and it's going to get ever more complex. There we go. Is that better? Oh, I can hear myself now. Fantastic. It's going to get ever more complex with the introduction of new energy vectors. The system is under strain already. And we're seeing this through many things. Obviously, jurisdictions around the world are declaring climate targets or net zero targets. That's driving a huge transition. We're also seeing the electrification of pretty much everything, particularly, let's say, in cold weather climates where space heating is now moving to electrification, or transportation, such as electric vehicles. Now, all of these are introducing even more challenges to the grid. Now, you couple with that, of course, the change in consumer behaviors and expectation of people wanting to get more services, the need for delivering greater flexibility at scale. And of course, we're seeing vulnerabilities in the system already showing, such as in the Iberian Peninsula just a couple of months ago. Now, the really interesting thing about all of this is there is a significant dependency on all of these challenges and how the system is being digitalized and unlocked. And if we can't categorically unlock that, we're going to find there's a massive struggle to realize and overcome these challenges.
So again, we look at the problems in this region, you know, and there are many, but we could look at problems right around the world. And just as Simon is saying there, you know, when this is happening in Europe and it's happening in, you know, other countries that should be doing better, you know, yeah, we're in trouble on the grid. Atul, if I might ask you about it, the grid structure, without a doubt, it's under stress. And India's grid particularly, you know, that was really designed around what large centralized thermal generation. You know, now it's pulling in renewables. There's a lot happening in terms of the supply of energy, but we have to get it through the grid before it goes. Atul, talk to us about that legacy grid architecture. Is it breaking down, and what do we need to be doing? What has happened? Bring us up to date in terms of how have we got to this point?
Yes, absolutely. The legacy grid that has been built in India is failing because of mainly 2 or 3 parameters. One is the power flow reversal, I would say. The India's grid infrastructure has been conventionally designed for big central distribution by the thermal power plants and consumer all over the places. But now the paradigm has shifted. We have a lot of renewables, decentralized power that has been coming onto the grid, and that is causing some sort of congestion or the flow reversal, I would say. Those earlier going into the one direction are now going into the 2 direction. The second problem is the system inertia, what we know for the thermal power plants. There is a rotational inertia that the power turbines we are spinning, the flywheels, it carries a great amount of kinetic energy to store into that. So if there is a fluctuation into the grid or if there is a frequency drop, they will immediately drop and release this kinetic energy, so the grid is stable. But now we have all this renewable solar, wind that is coming from the inverter-based technologies. So that is not giving you that kind of system inertia. So grid is not remaining this stable as of now. And third, of course, we can say is the overall operational stability, the control. the overall high resolution monitoring of the entire grid that is also causing a stress into the present grid. So if I would say the current scenario to quickly sum up, the grid is not stressed because it is insufficient generation capacity. It is stressed because of the paradigm shift and the fundamental shift into the way the power has been generated. And now the smart grid is the one of the solutions to look forward to the solutions for this congestion and grid kind of the problem.
And we'll have a look at some of those solutions, because there are solutions out there. This is the wonderful, the optimistic side of all of this, that we can sort this, and we are. Akilur, we look at the renewables that are scaling up here, and that's a great story for India. But indeed, they're scaling faster than transmission. This is the problem. How do we, plan ahead and prevent, I suppose, the mismatch? Because we can't have the grid lagging behind generation. That has to be fixed.
Yeah, so it's about renewable energy sources. They are set up in remote areas, including offshore, offshore wind in North Sea in Europe, and then of course in India, in the deserts of Rajasthan, wet desert of Kutch, Himalayas, and also Northeast where we have a lot of hydroelectric power. I think, and they need long distance transmission and different type of technologies, but the challenge is that how you get the right of way and also get all these connection rightly integrated into the grid. So that's where we do the simulation, digital simulation of the energy, the smart grid. Grid is getting smarter that way, and then you introduce the technology, whether we go for HVDC technology or HVAC technology. That's the solution. We'll come to that later, but here we also use the digital technology to also ensure that the vegetation along the transmission line with vegetation management, satellite based monitoring, tracking of all these, and planning with the digital simulation, which is very important.
I mean, I think that's the key word, is planning. I think there's so much going on.
Used in process industries, and especially steels and steel plants and oil and gas refinery. So that's why the entire ecosystem, they have to be designed in a way that you get the renewable power for the green hydrogen, green ammonia, whether you do it co-located in the source of energy, or you do that green hydrogen production using electrolyzer in the plant itself, in the industry, in the refinery, in the petrochemical steel mill. That's a question of how we can integrate these two simulation, digital simulation using advanced mathematics. Of course, we do that. And that's the key for doing it. We call it sector coupling techno-economic analysis. That is how we achieve the optimization of the energy and coupling of these two electron and molecules in the form of electricity, as well as the green hydrogen, green ammonia.
So, I mean, when we have the right engineers in place that know how to do this, this is going to help us. But Atul, I did a panel not too long ago at another conference, and as much as we all need this done, there's still a lot of societal opposition in terms of even building a new grid, and someone has to build it. Talk to me a little bit about, I suppose, regulations, the right-of-way constraints. I mean, how easy is it to actually expand the grid, Atul?
See, actually, we have to look for many statutory hurdles or regulatory hurdles which are very specific in India. Say, right of way is one of the area where the projects are delayed, or we are not able to expand the transmission system with the same pace as our renewables are expanding. But the technology has some kind of solutions to look for that. If we say, I would call it as a low-hanging fruit. We had been part of one of the projects which we did at scale is a dynamic line rating. The existing transmission lines have been rated based on the most conservative conditions, the highest ambient temperature or the lowest wind speed. So the cooling doesn't happen that fast. So the current carrying capacity of the existing transmission line has been very constrained by the codes and standards and the way they have been designed. But now with the advent of technology, if you can put some sensors and get the real-time and dynamic data based on the wind speed or the temperatures or the forecasting patterns or the weather patterns based on the AI things, the existing transmission lines and existing network can be exploited to push 25%, 30% more, and you can start utilizing that grid capacity for the pushing, evacuating more power. Second is, of course, the technology is with respect to digital substations. We need more monitoring, we need more power frequency data, and we need to know actually what's happening at the interconnection and the nodal points across the grid. So we have the full control to find, to rectify the faults, to isolate the faults well within the time. And the overall architecture of the control systems is the third technology where we are not doing the complete monitoring. Monitoring happens at the generation point at the most at few substations, but we need some smart meters. We need some from the end-to-end monitoring of the entire grid to have the better operational visibility of what's happening into the grid. So that will stabilize the grid system. And those two, three technologies together may help us to solve the problems of hurdles required for statutory or some other ways of expanding the current existing network.
Indeed, and there are many ways. Akhilesh, we look at, I suppose, let's look at the economics of power distribution. When we look at smart grids and meters, are there any examples where, particularly efficiency has delivered real savings for companies when it comes to the stability of that?
With the adoption of smart meters, just there was a news article that the discoms have come in the profit of 2,704 crore in last year. There was a loss of 25,000 crore. So this smart meter has really turned around the discoms. They are more profitable. They have more data with them. They can they can very easily do this demand side management. There is no human intervention in taking the readings. So because of that, the collection efficiency has improved. So I think smart meters have greatly improved the financial health of the discoms. And we have, so far, I think we have 5 crore smart meter already installed against the target of 25 crore. So the more smart meters come, the more we do their data, we do for analysis. I think it will be much more beneficial.
And again, there are many solutions, many challenges. James, if when we look at utilities and we look at governments and planning and regulation, what's holding it back? Is it the financing? The institutional mindset, the political economy? I mean, where are the big hurdles, James? What do you see right now?
Yeah, thanks again. In my opinion, actually, the
answer about why you're not engaging in it now. So this isn't a if question. It's a when question that has serious economic consequences to entire economies, particularly if we consider it at a system scale as well.
Atul, I see you agreeing there, and also as I have two chief technology officers on our panel here, so this is in depth for them. How do we move, I suppose, from a reactive grid now to predictive real data?
Yeah, very good question. But currently, we are all in the reactive grid. For going into the predictive grid, I believe there are 2 or 3 pillars. The solution lies into that, and not one in isolation, but all 2 or 3 these pillars. The first one is very important: data acquisition and data sensing. So the first step in any kind of this predictive analytics is to gather the data for the entire grid. So be it smart metering to the intelligent sensors to all the AI-based predictive algorithms to we need and better high-speed communication channels as well. So once you acquire all this data, the second pillar lies, of course, is the data intelligence or running an intelligence engine on the data that you have gathered. So you can run the predictive analytics, you can do the trend analysis, you can predict what the future is, and you can of course take the help of AI to have the better predictability of what is going to happen once you have all the data in place. The third important pillar, I would say, is the control system. There is no use of collecting the data, there is no use of doing any analytics if you don't have the control mechanisms. So whatever are the predictions, whatever are the simulation results, we need some systems and tools where we can control it. So it can be safeguarded, we should have the proper automated trips, we can have automated flow of the electricity or the transmission corridors, we have rather than leaving it to stabilize and operator control it when there are disturbances, the system stabilizes in the automatic way,
Yes.
gathering all the intelligence from data collected, from data simulated, from data predicted, and act on that. I believe that all these three pillars together are required, not one in isolation, not one in this. An integrated solution will definitely help for an faster deployment of the smart grids.
Akilur, when we look at digital systems, I mean, they've been around for decades, but we look towards the smart grid to, now and beyond. How do we convert those digital tools into operational value? Because it certainly sounds like it's there.
So digital technology is not new to the power system and power grid. It has been there since the inception of digital computers. 70s, 80s. I myself personally, I was working on digital simulation of power system in 80s, late 80s. And also power system has been also one of the drivers of the digital technologies, parallel processing, storage and communication. This has been the need because, as I said, electricity moves at the speed of light, electrons. You need to control them with the software, which is very fast. So that's why it has been there since 70s, 80s, the SCADA. With respect to control and protection, the digital backbone has been there. I mean, many of us, we don't realize, we see only the wires, but I think behind there is always computer, SCADA, control system, sensors. They have been there since 70s, 80s, doing this control and protection of the grid, which is large. For example, India, like a large grid. So, and that is basically, we need deterministic operation of the grid. Deterministic in the sense the algorithm highly, advanced mathematical algorithm, it has to run in 20 millisecond and give operation commands to a particular actuator controller. So that has to happen 100%, 99.99%. And also with respect to time, millisecond, 10 millisecond, 15 millisecond, that's why it has been there. What is coming in the digital backbone on top of the core digital backbone of power system is also this asset and work performance and energy forecasting, which is more like predictive. But predictive also comes with probabilistic. So we cannot apply probabilistic principle to the core of power system because it has to run without any tripping of the circuit lines and blackout. So we are using the digital backbone of the new age advanced work and performance management, asset performance and forecasting of the energy that is on top of. So and then the third aspect which Pramod also has been talking about, how we use this digital backbone, also the energy transaction. Energy transaction in the utility and aggregator level, but also P2P, peer-to-peer prosumer level. I think this is what the three layers of digital backbone for the protection and control, deterministic and predictive for the asset and work performance, energy forecasting, and third one is of course the consumer interaction, trading of energy. So this is what the backbone will look like, and this is moving forward. And in India, we have the great opportunity there because our system is very large, and all the technologies are there. Like I'm from Hitachi Energy, we have all the technologies there. Whether it is transmission, HVDC, long distance HVDC, flexible AC transmission, using the semiconductors, which are million times more powerful than the semiconductor of a TV. We are doing that. I think overlaying that with the digital backbone, three layers, I think that can really create a very strong system, which will also provide the value to the prosumers, to the last mile connectivity. Yeah.
And that's what has to happen. James, when we look at the digitalization of the distribution grid, how is that going to change the way that we manage risk? And I mean, at the moment, are we underestimating perhaps just how exposed we are?
So, distributed renewables are not just booming. It's already part of the system, actually, basically, and, growing feature of the power system. It is going to be the growing feature. And we also need to recognize that the people-centric energy transition will happen only through distributed renewables. Though it be rooftop solar, though it be agriculture solarization, though it be.
Maybe what can India learn from other countries, and maybe incorporate into that, Simon, if you would. I'm just watching my time here. The people, the governance, the institutional barriers that we really need to be looking at as well in terms of, you know, we've a lot to gain, but we have to approach with caution. What do you think, Simon?
Absolutely. And talking to the institutional barriers part first, one thing we've observed when doing research and looking at various countries' digital transformations in the energy sector is that most organizations, most countries are considering it from a technical point of view. So what is the tech-first approach? What's the right hardware, the software, the solutions, the digital backbone? And as my panelists here have said, really that's not the challenge. You can get some smart people to develop some smart stuff, and that can be done. The real challenge is actually kind of the socio aspects, the social sides, so the people, the process, the procurement, the legal, the skills for the next generation. That's where the real challenge is. And that's why, very sensibly, countries that are more like advanced in their thinking and their journey on this are considering this as a socio-technical problem, not just a technical problem, and really leaning into the socio aspects. Now, within that umbrella, the one thing we've observed is that what most organizations and countries aren't looking at is governance. And this was confirmed at a roundtable, an international roundtable that was convened earlier last year. And all the organizations, all the kind of ministries from around the world were at this, presenting what they were doing on their own sector level. So this is sector, not kind of organization level, transformation journeys. And it was blaringly obvious that everyone was taking a tech-first approach. No one had thought about who is accountable for this, what's the right roles, responsibilities, what happens when stuff goes wrong, and particularly when it's touching consumers, how do you address that? And the final thing I'll add on this is that one thing we've observed as well is that in every digital system, we are lacking the equivalent of what we see in the physical system, which is the system planner, the person that works out how it all comes together. Who is the digital system architect that ensures that at a system level, these things are coherent, they're connected, and they work?
Pramod, can you give me perhaps a short comment on that in terms of governance, responsibility? You know, I mean, who owns the systems, Pramod? Who's responsible?
So India is a very federal structure, so it's not centralized at all. So that allows us to create a more of a federated governance structure with architecture, set of architecture and program accelerators that goes along with it. So there are templates and governance processes, policy templates, recommendations that can be co-created, but eventually it does get into the actual governance of those systems are actually decentralized. It's actually they're not centralized governance. But so India Energy Stack is not trying to override that structural setup and say we will centralize into some one entity who can manage the whole country. It'll be actually, even the governance will be decentralized, fully decentralized.
Akilor, who's in charge here, do you think? The utility, the OEM, regulators, in terms of when we look at governance, cybersecurity, all of that?
All the stakeholders, they have a role to play here because the OEMs, we like Hitachi Energy, we come up with the controller, actuator, devices, equipment which are robust, security tested also. And also the network, how they are connected and network security that we come up with. But very important is in the operation of utility. This is something the utility owners, operators, they have to take care how they follow the procedure of cybersecurity in terms of having policy, in terms of having the antivirus software, in terms of having the ports and services, hardening of the system, and also having the threat model of the network. That's the responsibility of the operators, the utilities. Do the threat modeling and ensure that your core, the deterministic system is secured even if there is attack, cybersecurity attack. So there can be 3 layers. I talked about 3 digital backbone. All the backbones are now connected: deterministic, operation and protection and operation, predictive, asset work performance, energy forecasting. Third one is transactional. So they are all now interconnected. So how do you protect the core, which is the deterministic control of the grid, and have this threat modeling and also defense in depth kind of strategy, which is in cybersecurity, call it. And that is how you can deploy different security measures to protect the grid. That's very important because the grid, once any particular tripping happens, it is cascaded tripping. You can't have the manual intervention, human intervention, because it goes into cascaded failure of a grid.
James, when we look at that data, you know, who owns that data? How is it managed? And again, is a lot of the digital projects here, is there in danger of, we have a lot of pilot projects going on here. You know, how do we scale and how can we move that quickly? And you've probably got about a minute to answer that, please.
So actually, you're right. You know, there are a lot of pilots happening, and you know, when you consider India, some of these pilots are probably actual projects in some of the other demographies. Actually, if in smaller countries, but what is happening is the pilot is just leave us technological demonstrations. It never go into utility, you know, as a wide scale development projects, you know. So we really need to move. The shift required is when pilot happens, if it really helps the utility in developing into a real scale project, it needs to be deployed at scale. Otherwise, the pilot will remain pilot. It will never go into planning. It will never go into regulatory interventions, and it will never come into a project, actually. So, you know, deploying pilots in different locations will not help. You know, my understanding, you know, based on ADB's experience in several countries, you know, after a pilot is done, it's almost need to go at a scale to ensure that the results are, you know, visible to the utility, results are visible to the regulator to take it forward. And, you know, basically, many of these regulations, many of these standards are already available, and I don't think we need to invent the wheel. We can use the standards, regulations already available in many countries and use it beneficially for our use case. And even peer-to-peer sales and all these things are carried out in many countries. And if you see in Australia, I recently saw that they have a policy for 3 for free.
Yes.
You know, 3 hours, the electricity is free during the daytime, which means because they are not able to integrate these renewables, so they ask them to use. Either you curtail or allow the consumers to use, right? So
well, I think that's something that India would definitely welcome if they give them 3 hours free. We have to wrap up here because we don't have any more free time. But listen, Akhilesh, I want to just...
Action, we need an integrated solutions, no more pilots, just start implementing the full smart grid implementation.
We have the know-how. It's time to move forward.
We have the know-how, we have the technologies available. Yes. There are enough isolation experiments have been done. Go and implement smart grids.
I love that. Simon, again, you know, this is not just an Indian problem. It's a global problem, isn't it, at the moment? What do we need to all do?
Yeah, and it's been well recognized that it isn't going to be impossible for us to achieve net zero without widespread digitalization of the energy system, categorically. So this is not a if question, it's a when question, and it's how can we all learn from each other, because this is a socio-technical problem. Every part of the planet is going on at the same time. Instead of competing, let's collaborate.
Pramod, clearly a very dynamic time in the country, in the sector. But again, if there was in the short term, what do we need to do?
I think the future of millions of consumers, millions of devices, interconnected, programmable, and demanding energy necessitates we really look at affordability, resilience, and continuous availability of it. And there is required the reimagination of the future. You cannot paste the past design into the future. So I encourage everyone to actively track, participate, and join the IES journey. IES, we don't do pilots, by the way, graveyard of pilots.
With policy, then business coming in to trust that policy over a long term, and it's not volatile policy making, good, stable policy making. And then civil society putting its weight behind that as a long-term decarbonization goal for the country. And that is how typically it has worked, right? So which is why we need policymakers to engage with businesses and civil society, because the civil society needs to trust the process. Because if you don't trust the process, you go back to carbon markets. And if I may get ahead of myself, carbon markets do over the last 4 years have had an issue with trust and transparency. This is because civil society wasn't as involved in the making of all of the ETS schemes around the world as they should have been, in my opinion. So that is why I think this multilateralism is extremely important to build that consensus. Carbon markets needs clear clarity on policy. Now, policy is at 2 levels. One is at the international level, one is the domestic level, actually 3 levels. And the third is at the regional level. And how do those 3 interact with each other is extremely important to create. The EU did it really well because it was a regional compliance system. In Asia, we have a kind of a challenge because ASEAN is tending to do its own thing. South Asia will do its own thing, which is not something ideal in my opinion. which is where I think at the policy level, we really need to get some kind of harmony between international mechanisms and regional mechanisms. Otherwise, we will have two mechanisms which are kind of working against each other in some way or the other. That's on the policy side. On the business side, obviously businesses will have their own opinions on why and how ETS should be run, of course. You do not want to compromise on competitiveness, but having said that, we have a real problem with us in decarbonization. So without businesses really showing up, we will have the problem. So we will need the carrot and the stick to kind of go and decarbonize, especially South Asia, given that India is the third largest emitter right now. So if we don't do this right now, we will have a problem. And third is obviously civil society on why they should trust compliance markets and voluntary markets, because they kind of interact with each other. With the civil society, what we have as a problem is that a lot of them are not engaged in compliance market design. And then when they're not engaged, and then when you see all of this trading happening, a lot of civil society has like, oh, is this good for businesses? Are they getting a get out of jail card, how this is looking at, are we increasing our emissions, et cetera, et cetera. So I think this is really important to get everybody involved for a good functioning market. And then the financial regulator comes in as well, which I'm going to talk about a little later as well.
Well, I think that's a good follow-up point. And you've made a couple of really interesting observations there about design and the kind of policymakers coming in. And carbon markets are kind of unique in the sense that they are an asset class, but they're one which is really a political construct, right? I mean, they're ultimately, that's what they are. So if we are going to be treating carbon markets or carbon pricing increasing, or carbon credits increasingly as a financial asset class, what kind of governance and safeguards and market signals are really necessary to attract international capital while preventing the kind of volatility, speculative volatility, which is pretty common with financial markets these days?
Yeah, that's a very loaded one actually, because there is the jury is out on the definition as a financial instrument, on what kind of financial instrument is it, right? In terms of once a carbon credit is created and then traded again, what does it become, right? It's something that every regulator has to look very closely, and maybe as a lawyer you'll have some opinions on that, Anuja. But the idea is that we have to treat this as an asset class. Now, whatever we call it is what we call it. We need policy clarity on that, number one. I'll give you an example. If in India you create a carbon credit and then that is sold to someone who then assigns that right to someone else to make a claim, that potentially can turn into a derivative. And that's something we have to keep in mind as well. But having said that, now, if I take it back a little bit into the discussion about why would international investors be interested in something like this? Carbon credits, compliance markets is in the tunes of hundreds of billions of dollars. The voluntary market is less than $2 billion. So that, I mean, it's not even a drop in the larger sea or the ocean. But if you look at the compliance markets, it is something that the financial sector has made money out of. And trading is something, and large traders have traded significant amount of volumes. Why are these significant amounts of volumes traded? Because there is a kind of a price. I have seen that wherever we have some kind of price stability is where there is more trading going on rather than more volatility, which is a little bit of a departure from usual financial markets otherwise. And what we are seeing in Asia is a lot of floor and cap in terms of emissions. Japan has just announced a floor of around $12 a ton and a cap of $40 a ton for their compliance market, for example. I think that's the way the markets will move, because then investors are like, listen, it's not the worst play in the world to be even playing at the floor levels. And that signal, I think, is really important. That's something I think all policymakers have to look at, because you have to stabilize the price at a point where it makes sense for larger traders and banks and financial institutions, because you will need them for liquidity. Otherwise, you will create a market without any liquidity whatsoever. So I do think some amount of price floors really help, and stabilization funds and different kinds of other market mechanisms, which regulators are very used to, I think are quite important to attract international markets. And a very clear demand side, which will only come from extremely high penalties and compliance. That's something a lot of countries that we live in, compliance is an issue. I will be very upfront about it. I mean, you can go to court and wait it out for 10 years, and some people are very willing to do that. I think we need extremely strong, stringent compliance, and that's the only way you will create the demand side. So one is the creation of the demand side, stability on that side, and the other is on pricing stability. And increasing bankability on the trading side. I think that's where a lot of things might happen.
I want to come back in a minute to this point about the penalties for compliance, because I think that does raise an interesting question about the acceptability for these kind of schemes around who pays, right? But before we get there, Anuja, as a lawyer, how do you kind of see this financialization of carbon markets? What's your kind of perspective on that?
See, Paul, actually, last time when we met, we were talking on the same topic in the last India Energy Week. And there I mentioned it very strongly. The only point I was trying to drive home was that you need to treat this as an asset in itself, not a derivative of something which is underlying. Second point, which is very, very important and fundamental to this, is that any kind of compliance with carbon offset regime should not be seen as a cost center for any enterprise. Till the time it is being seen as a cost center, the kind of compliances that we are seeing in the world is going to continue to be there, and there's not going to be any real adoption of trying to do this because it's good for your business, it's good for the planet, it's good for your consumers. That mindset will not come in till the time you keep seeing it. Now, how do you change it? You change it when you avoid any kind of friction. So today, if you look at the international stage, you don't have any single methodology, single market where you can trade it. There is no transparency. There is no standards which are set, which is creating a lot of confusion. So people do not understand actually that if today they were to invest money in this, will they get the gain that is being promised tomorrow? Because if today I show additionality, 20 years down the line, I want to retire my credits, the entire methodology would have changed, because that is no more additionality in the context of that period. But today, it is very much additionality that I'm showing. So somebody who's taking this brave action of actually investing in environment and taking heavy financings to do that, they should be rewarded for that and not penalized at a later point in time, which is what is happening today in the market. So 15-year, 20-year long periods, these contracts are actually failing because those, the double counting, the fact that you're not maintaining the vintage, there's no permanence to these credits, etc. This is a huge risk factor for companies, and they only see it as cost. So that's one thing that you need to change. And incentives are not always fiscal. For instance, if governments were to announce that you have invested into carbon markets or you are following some ESG practices, etc., that will get you some additional benefits in bids that we launch. That is going to be a huge, huge, incentive for players to actually start complying with this, because it gives you a competitive advantage when we're bidding for projects in infrastructure and energy sectors across the globe. So I think these kind of standardizations are required. Last thing on this is, of course, capacity building. Why are we so reliant on carbon credits all the time? Why can't we first take care of our homes and our businesses, make it green as much as we can, and then for residue emissions, we actually go to the carbon market? What people are trying to do is they are just giving up their responsibility. They are continuing their business as usual and only going to the market to get carbon credits because that will just wash away their sins. But that's not the way the regime is supposed to work, because, well, you are still polluting, right? So no matter how many offset instruments you may get, but the carbon is still hanging in the air.
Yeah.
So I think these are some of the things we really seriously need to think about.
So I think this point about stability is so important, and it seems to me that the idea of stability or instability is almost endemic in carbon markets because they're this political construct, right? And you could have a new government coming in and things could change and we could be in a position, totally different to where we were before. So how do we kind of remove that instability from carbon markets and make them more permanent so that we can have that confidence that they can, you can invest now and get the returns in the future?
Well, I don't have a political solution for this, but what I can say is that we have seen this with Kyoto Protocol. There was a mechanism which was working. Unfortunately, whatever good that history did to us and the carbon markets, we have just forgotten all of it. We are not doing anything about it. The same model could have been easily replicated, and so much more, because the need is just simply growing. The urgency is growing. So therefore, I don't understand why the entire processes were dismantled, and now we are just somehow we are just delusioned about the fact that how do we recreate it? The recreation of the model, you have the example. Just do it. There is a centralized registry that is required, and home countries have to make their own registries, which are then sort of talking to and complying with the international registry. You can make it as seamless as possible. And you see the volumes of credits that were, when the entire COP regime was not there, the number of carbon credits where people voluntarily were buying them at that point in time, the volumes were huge. So it's not something that is a creation of COP. It has existed in the past. Corporations understand this, governments understand this, municipals laws also understand this, but unfortunately implementation is a problem.
So, I mean, it's fair to say, though, that with the CDM, the Clean Development Mechanism, there were a few issues around it, right, that definitely eroded trust. And I think that could have, led ultimately to the creation of the voluntary carbon market kind of in its replacement. But as you say now, we've got this sort of new system coming along. So there are a number of different competing approaches probably to this internationalization of carbon markets at the moment. So how do we sort of streamline international practices to kind of commoditize markets and best get this unified cross-border type of approach?
It's a very short answer. We need to really work on standardization. What is understood as 1 ton of carbon dioxide in one country has to mean the same across the globe, right? There's no other way of defining it. It's a scientific definition. We need to just adopt that scientific definition. We need to map that carbon in the air, or 1 ton of carbon CO2 in the air, to one certificate. That certificate has to be given by internationally recognized agencies. They have to be traded on platforms where there's transparency, and the registries have to speak to each other. And additionality, whether you want to drop a methodology where you say in developing nations, the additionality is shown differently as compared to developed nations, fair enough, you can do that. You can also have different quality of carbon credits as well, where vintages vary. Just like any other commodity that would be traded on exchange, right? You can compare it to a bag of wheat or rice. It's just different variety being traded on the exchange with the use with which it comes. If I want to retire it immediately, I can retire it immediately. If I want to keep it with me and retire it 20 years down the line, it should very well be recognized and valid. So I think it's just about getting our act together. We have precedents for it. The solution is very simple. We just need to organize ourselves. Unfortunately, perhaps the political scenario in the world today is not permitting that. But I think that's the only way to go forward before the next COP comes and another one comes up. There needs to be some action.
Yeah, I think this, how do we kind of remove ourselves from the political instability, I think is a huge issue, right? And I was going to ask you a little bit about quality rating mechanisms. You've sort of answered the question, and I think who does that job is, of course, a critical point as well. So Sandeep, how do you see, you touched a little bit on market models, how do you see that kind of evolving in Asia, and what role could India specifically play in shaping these kind of frameworks that work both here for domestic markets and also internationally as well?
Yeah, I think firstly, I mean, and a quick response to on what Anuja said about the greenwashing aspect of it. I think in AITA we believe that we're not saying not reduce and offset. Reduce what you can, offset what you can't is generally what we always promote. Nobody in his right sense will ever say, guys, stop reducing, you can offset your way out of this. That's not the way this works. On a cap and trade mechanism, you have a cap of emissions if you do not meet the cap, or if you exceed the cap, that's where carbon credits come in a compliance mechanism as well. So this is to clear the air out that nobody who is a proponent of carbon markets is ever saying do not reduce. It's just that in the world that we live in, we cannot reduce 100% even if we want to, and I wish we could. Just to point an example, India has added gigawatts of renewable energy, great. But if you look at our energy mix, it has gone up by 6 or 7% on renewables. So we still have about 67% of non-renewables out in the grid. What are we going to do about that 67%? Is where carbon credits will come in. And that 67 will decrease. Over a period of time, it'll probably become 0. And if it does, then we've all done our job and we can go back home. But till then, in this real world, we need emissions pricing. And that's where carbon markets come in. And that's where India, I think, needs to use carbon markets very smartly. Why? Because, the CDM, just my personal opinion, of course, there's been a lot said about CDM because of a lot of markets, renewable energy credits being issued. and them being deemed non-additional. In my opinion, they were additional when the projects did start. I was part of that when, in my early part of my career, I did see IRRs go from 9% to 13%, which made boards actually invest into renewable energy because of carbon credits and CDM. So for me, it was not a kind of a wishy-washy bad thing that happened. I think that's the opinion that came out of the EU. I don't think everybody agrees to it because we saw an insane amount of growth in China and India on renewables. Wind and solar, specifically wind first and solar next, on the back of carbon credits and CDM credits. When the price was 10 to 12 euros, there was a massive influx. And the price crashed, of course, and there were opinions about whether it's additional or not. I still think it's additional if you can prove additionality, because there's a capital cost involved. But having said that, there is a lesson learned, and I agree with Anuja, and we were speaking about this during coffee just before the session. There is a mechanism. Internationally, there was this mechanism called Article 6 that was created in 2015. Why was Article 6 created? To standardize international compliance markets. It is not, it has taken us 10 years and we still don't know what the hell we're doing with Article 6, to be honest. In Article 6.4 is what I'm talking about, with a UN secretariat. Let them issue the credits. That's a standardized compliance market. Let companies and countries use that as a standardized credit. We left a loophole open called as Article 6.2, which was 2 countries can come together and define their own carbon markets. Great, but has that worked so far? Maybe there are some instances of Singapore and Korea kind of making it work, maybe Japan. But we need to have, and I'm talking just about Asia right now, so we need to have more coherence in terms of getting implementation going for Article 6. There was a defined standardization. I don't know why we went away from that. I spent a decade actually negotiating on something we had, I kind of agreed on. So in my opinion, there's a domestic market. India needs to be smart about it. We need to have carbon markets in energy. Today's the discussion on carbon markets revolves a lot around things like permanence is a nature thing. Removals, for example. These debates are not something that I think India needs to get caught up in. We need to reduce and we need to avoid quickly. And what does it mean? It means that our energy sector, our waste sector needs carbon markets, especially, where our cost is a little high. We will need to subsidize more, and that's where carbon markets can really help. So, look beyond just a very voluntary carbon market discourse that is going on right now about permanence and forests and so on and so forth. That's great, but that's not going to be the bulk of the carbon market. The bulk of the carbon market is going to be technology and industrial decarbonization. That's where I think Indian domestic compliance market really needs to come hard on. And then, of course, you use the international markets smartly, which is where I think it should be. International markets should be used under Article 6.4, and that's that. Some 6.2, you will do a little bit of bilateral between Japan and India. You will do bilaterals between Korea, Singapore, maybe. But the domestic market really needs to look at energy efficiency. And how can the domestic carbon revenue help us accelerate domestic energy efficiency? That should be the way India should look at it. And India will play a regional part because of the sheer size of the economy. I mean, obviously you will play a massive part in terms of decarbonization around the region. But yes, I think we need to break it down, not concentrate on one or the other. All of them need to kick in for this to really work, because you have a different, if you allow me, on the demand side, Paul, you have a different buyer for different kinds of credits in terms of compliances, right? If I have an energy efficiency credit right now under an Article 6.4, I'm not so sure who's going to buy it. But I have an energy efficiency credit which is mandated within the Indian domestic market and somebody can buy it, then I raise that capital that I need. So I think that's very important to look at it from the demand side perspective and not just the supply side. Let's create all the supply in the world, but if you don't have buyers for it, we will have a problem, which goes back to the penalty question on compliance. So
I think,
Sorry.
go on, jump in, go for it.
Just to respond to one thing that Sandeep mentioned, I think in the Indian context, what has been phenomenal in the last year has been the regulations coming out on virtual PPAs. Earlier, there was no mechanism of virtual PPAs in India. And unfortunately, much of the carbon market was held up because everybody feared that this would amount to a derivative transaction and would get you into a regulatory mess with some agency called SEBI, which is a financial markets regulator in India. So therefore, most people stayed away from it. And electricity being one of the highly regulated sectors in India. People didn't want to get into this, push and pull between the electricity regulator and financial markets regulator. So there was a gray area in between. But now that the regulations have come out, and as we speak, we are advising many of our clients on these virtual PPA structures. Trust me, the growth in renewables is certainly going to see a huge, massive jump, because you are now having officially the ability to separate the green attributes from the energy, sell the energy on the exchange for your gray market, where people are willing to still buy gray power because their renewable energy obligations are completely tied up. So you become more energy compliant, and you have the choice of buying it from the exchange. You don't have any kind of dearth of power anymore. And the attributes are also getting free, where the exchange will come up soon in India, and the green attributes can be traded there. So you can buy it bilaterally, or you can trade it on the exchange. So I think virtual PPA is going to play a huge role in pushing out traditional gray power and bringing in more and more renewable, but with the ability to separate the two components and treat them as separate commodities, which then the consumer can take benefit of.
Yeah, I think this conversation is really interesting, because what I'm really hearing is that instead of the way we might traditionally think of carbon credits as almost being a stick, right, to change behavior, to say we're penalizing this, and we talked a little bit about compliance prices. What you're both describing here really has an element of a carrot in it as well, right? So it's actually about incentivizing new behavior rather than disincentivizing the old behavior. Any comment on that?
No, absolutely. Paul, as I said, at the start of this conversation, penalties really don't work for people because they start seeing it as a cost, and this half-hearted attitude towards just ticking the box really doesn't get you anywhere as far as something so sensitive and serious is concerned, right? So you will still buy some kind of credits, you will show some additionality, but really you are not in the business of actually, looking at it from a profit perspective. But if you actually move to the incentive regime, an incentive being much more than the financial incentives, but actually something that becomes another business of yours, where you can sort of get more money without changing much in your existing business environment, and also the fact that it gets you some reputational benefit as far as bidding is concerned, or maybe just marketing, projecting yourself as being more energy efficient or more green in your business. I think that is where really it will help, because then you don't see this as a cost, you actually see it as a profit center for yourself. So I think that's the focus we need to now have.
Okay. Right, changing direction a little bit. Sandeep, you mentioned Article 6, but Anuja, I just want to hear your reflections. COP30, we might have charitably described as having sort of fairly mixed outcomes. And so how do you see that going forward? How do you see Article 6 going forward from here?
I think Article 6 theoretically is now well baked. We need to now move to action. There's no other way. As I said in the beginning, we need to start acting on it. I mean, virtual PPA in the domestic context is a very, very good step that Indian government has taken. We are thinking of our own, carbon exchange also coming up soon. The CCTS regime is already in place in India. There are obligations which have been put on different hard-to-abate sector and other industrial sectors to actually up their green, compliance requirements, etc. But the problem is that there is no international, cooperation or coordination. Therefore, most of the players in India who are doing this or who are willing to do compliance are actually international players. But what they are very, not so sure about is that if I take this certificate, will in my home country or any other jurisdiction where I'm doing business, will it be still valid? Will it be still valid after 20 years? Will it be, the vintage will be preserved? Do I need to change something if in 15 years time or 20 years time the methodology changes? Then what happens to my earlier certificates? So the problem is in implementation. The problem is that these leaders who are coming together to freeze Article 6 need to go back home and continue that work in their home jurisdictions as well as internationally, whether it means signing bilateral treaties or it means just appointing an agency which will then streamline this in terms of holding the registry and making sure the entire system is regulated and governed by that registry. I think that's the need of the hour.
Okay. Picking up the topic of international leaders, Sandeep, you mentioned to me just before that you were in Davos last week and there was a lot of talk about carbon markets there. What did you pick up from what was no doubt an eventful week in Switzerland?
Well, it turned very eventful by the third day, I must say. But before that, Yeah, I mean, I think in there was this recognition that we're not decarbonizing fast enough, and I think it's a pity that the recognition is coming in 2025. I think this is something we should have realized almost when during the Paris era. But I think what is happening a lot more these days is people are more inquisitive about how carbon markets can be a real solution. And this is, and I saw more of civil society in Davos supporting this than I've ever done before. There was always kind of a thing with civil society, and with good reason. Sometimes, I mean, carbon markets haven't been the silver bullet. And it never meant to be, actually. But now I think there is especially a lot of policy think tanks. I was in a lot of events and breakfasts with policy think tanks who are like, listen, this is a solution we want to put our weight behind, but let's make it a very, very transparent and workable solution. Let's work towards it. And that is a good sign in the long run. Like I said in my first intervention, that you need civil society to come on board with this. We cannot just do this as policymakers and businesses in a closed room. And that's changed in Davos. Also, a lot of financial institutions, because look, I mean, you have to treat this as a commodity market. Without secondary markets, there is no market. Today, what we see in a lot of carbon markets, especially in the voluntary side, is mostly primary deals, and that's not a market, and it's not going to never be whatever 51 trillion even. So I think I'll see a lot of financial institutions putting their money where their mouth is now. In terms of saying, okay, guys, let's commit some funds to this, which is a big departure, especially in Davos. Yeah.
Okay.
And if I may, just Paul, sorry,
All right.
on the Article 6 piece, I did mention it, but I think in countries like India and a lot of other countries, we kind of agree to things, and then we don't know how to go about doing it. And I think, especially in ITA, we've been advising a lot of governments in terms of how they can make Article 6 operational. What do you do? India, for example, we released a white list almost 3 years back of activities that are going to be allowed under Article 6.2 and then another for Article 6.4. When out that white list, a lot of investors came to us and says, okay, so should we invest in these technologies? There was green hydrogen, there was compressed biogas, there was a lot of list of 14 technologies. We said, hold on, because the government still needs to give you a letter of authorization for these credits, for these projects. They were like, listen, we're happy to deploy funds. So I think we're missing a trick here by not actually allowing the documentation, a documentation which you have kind of agreed to, because the whitelist is a law in a way. It's a notification. It's a government notification. So you said that if you're going to do any project within these 14 sectors, we're going to allow that Article 6 transaction to happen. But in the last 3-4 years, we've seen not seeing a single authorization happen. So that puts off investment. And if there's anybody in the government in this room, this is detrimental to what we're trying to do here. Then why the hell did we release that whitelist if we were not going to issue any authorizations? So that is where I come in with stability, also some kind of, like, okay, so whitelist, where's the authorization? We still don't have any kind of a mechanism around authorizations. We don't know where to go to get that authorization or anything like that. So that is my big thing. You may negotiate what you do at the COP, and the last COP, there was a lot of Article 6 discussions, and we kind of agreed on everything. But countries are not acting. In the region, actually, there has been 0 letter of authorizations issued by any country in Asia except Thailand and now possibly Malaysia. So what are we doing here? So that is a bigger problem that I see. I mean, I see policies guys doing their stuff, but the next level, which really needs to operationalize it, is lagging, and that is going to be detrimental to investor sentiment in the long run.
Anuja, any thoughts on that point?
Well, I completely agree with Sandeep, and frankly, it's just a one-trick pony. You just need to get your act together. And in fact, one thing that I'd like to clarify to this audience, because there's a lot of hydrocarbon players who are there in this conference, I think this is one sector which really needs to understand what carbon credits and this entire mechanism of carbon markets and etc. is all about. Unfortunately, what I see a lot in India, at least, is the fact that there is not much education around what these carbon markets are. How do you trade? What are these different methodologies? How do you really apply for them? What value do they get for your business? How can you retire them? Who issues them? Where is this authorization coming from? So we at our level as lawyers, we try and explain this to our clients, but there has to be real capacity building that has to happen. There's a real good amount of education that has to happen, because till the time people do not sort of demystify it and try to understand conceptually what it means, and the fact that it is essentially a revenue making asset class as opposed to some random compliance that you need to do as part of your board pack. That's where I think the real game change will be, when people will get more and more educated about it. So I think that's the need of the hour, and I really urge the audience here that please get the specialists to talk to you and to explain to you how this works. The more the awareness, the more the compliance. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, and just a quick one on that. And when I met penalties and compliance, I mean, why am I mean, it could be in the form of incentive. I actually agree with you that maybe just stick is maybe not the answer. I've seen many markets over my 20 years of doing this, of creating supply, but zero buyers. And then at the end of the day, your secondary market will fall apart because you will start investing in all of this and taking positions, and those positions will not happen. And then you will have a failed market. So which is why, as incentive, as penalties, call it what you will. At the end of the day, every market should be designed from a demand perspective and not a supply perspective. India is great at creating supply. You give one demand signal here and boom, you will have more supply than you can ever imagine. It's an extremely enterprising country. And that we saw during the CDM times. You can't blame the fact that, oh, well, CDM was used mostly by India and China. Yes, because they figured the situation out. And that time, our policymakers got this really right. We used to issue letters of approval on a 3-week cycle at one point of time. That is important. I have a lot of colleagues from Africa who's like, but we never got access to CDM. I was like, because your policymakers did not spring onto that opportunity. If they had started issuing letter of approvals, we would have done this. But you did not. Brazil, India, and China got this right, which is why CDM kind of happened there. It is not the fault of the countries that they were the bulk of the recipients of the funds. Again, you were talking about the top 3 larger economies, so there's nothing wrong with it. CDM did its job, in my opinion. But having said that, that is the thing. Policymakers have to understand the demand side before making the policy. This, I am unequivocal about it. I really hope that goes through. Whether it's in some form of incentive or something else, doesn't matter. Is the moment we keep putting carbon credit as a profit-making center, most businesses look at it as like, how can we make money out of it? Which is fair, but you will only make money out of it if you have a buyer. So figure that out.
Okay. So we have about 2 minutes left. I just want to really get your last final thoughts. What can we really expect to see? We're sitting here at the end of January 2026. We have the whole of the rest of the year ahead of us. What are the key things that we could expect to see in 2026? Anuja, if I start with you.
Apart from, of course, carbon markets and carbon exchange coming up in India, more and more activity around it, more VPPA transactions for sure. I'm going to see, and I'm very hopeful about it, many more CBG plants coming up, much more around CBM, coal bed methane. I intend to see, and I'm really very hopeful that there will be a lot more activity on SAF. And once you have this whole sustainable aviation fuel going on, and the issue around carbon credits and transfer of the green part and the green credit for using sustainable aviation fuel, that is going to add to the economy, and that is going to incentivize one huge class, which is your aviation sector. So I think the more and more inclusive we become to help this regime grow, that's the way to go about it, because your railways have gone completely solar now. They're electrified, so they don't use any more coal. Similarly, I think the aviation industry also needs to change, and some of the other hard to abate sectors. And this is the way to go, where you are bringing in technology which actually turn into projects, which then also as a byproduct result in another commodity, which we call as these RECs, which then need to be traded. And that's how it'll actually become a circular economy and a much more efficient economy, where every byproduct is actually helping the environment and is more useful to businesses as well.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, I mean, for me, I think translate policy to implementation. I mean, we say this, and I cannot emphasize this enough. It's about time that we get implementation going. For countries like India, industrial decarbonization is the highest. Transport sector, waste sector, compressed biogas you mentioned. I mean, if we used Article 6 smartly, we could have funded a lot of it. We had money on the table which we could not deploy, for example. So let's move on and try and there are folks in the room in India who can help make this happen, and really let's make this happen. Um, and globally, we really need to just get to implementation mode. Yeah, that's it.
Well, thank you. I mean, I very much hear the last message there, and all the way through this panel, it's a call to action, right? We really want to get moving. We really want to start turning from theory and policy into actual results on the ground. So please join me in thanking my panelists. Thank you very much. It's been a great session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Paul.
Can you just check the mics? Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to a fascinating discussion on a very interesting topic on harnessing accessible and affordable microgrids to drive decentralized electricity and energy production in India. It's a very apt topic for discussion, especially as we're going through this energy transition process in globally and in India. And as I was researching on some interesting stories, I came about the story in 2012 where Hurricane Sandy ravaged the whole of New York area. Lights were out in New York, which is not very common. And there's only one campus that stood out, and that was the New York University, which was the only place or location which had its own microgrid. It not only provided emergency services, but stood out of the promise of microgrids and what it can do to electrical systems and globally as we look at it. But that was a story, those folklores were story of access, of being, one or two examples here and there. Things are changing. And it's just not about access anymore, microgrids. There's a push to make it more resilient, to make this as a frontier or a tool to get into more decentralized, participatory energy systems. Two or three other changes that we're seeing in India, which is actually makes it very interesting. When you thought about microgrids, it was about rural access, it was about those far-flung military zones which we had to put out. But things are changing. It is not rural anymore. It's urban with the rooftop solar penetration that we're starting to see. Does it hold a promise of taking this more mainstream? With the component costs coming down, can it make it more affordable? Consumers, from being pure consumers of electricity and power to becoming more prosumers, where they want to know, be a part of the generation, storage, and maybe in some cases, trading of electricity, peer-to-peer sharing. Interesting models, and some estimates believe that 30% of all electricity in the future will come from DERs. And India will have to be at the forefront of the transition, given we are the center point of energy transition globally, at least one of them. And there has been a start, whether you look at the PM Kusum program for rural, the rooftop solar, massive penetration that we've seen in the last few years, or the component costs of batteries coming down and storage becoming more accessible. The question, therefore, is it enough for this to become mainstream? How do we scale? And how do we make it move the story of microgrids from more access to more reliable and affordable power? And to discuss all these topics, I couldn't have asked for a more qualified panel than what I have today in our midst, who are experts and have decades of experience in both policy, execution at scale, and driving innovation, both in policy making as well as execution on the ground. And let me start with the introduction. Mr. Deepak Naik. He is Vice President and Head of the Renewables at L&T India. 3 decades of experience in the renewable space. As you know, L&T is one of the largest renewable EPC players in India, and Deepak heads that business and will share his perspective on what it takes to create these successful stories at scale and making it affordable for multiple projects that are going on right now. To his left, we have Shri Bhupinder Singh Bhallaji, former Secretary, MNRE, till 2024. And former technical member of the Appellate Tribunal of Electricity. Mr. Singh has been at the forefront of major policies that have touched upon the energy transition story in India, whether it's the National Green Hydrogen Mission or developing the PM Surya Ghar. So thank you, Bhupinderji, for being part of the panel. And I have to his left Shailesh Kumar Mishraji, who was former CEO, Power Grid Corporation, the transmission business in Himachal Pradesh. Again, a very apt person to talk about microgrids. He's seen this up close. And Director of Power Systems, former Director of Power System at SECI. So welcome to this wonderful discussion. And just to kick things off, maybe I'll start with the Deepak. And we've heard about microgrids before. It's not the first time we're hearing it or discussing the potential of microgrids. question is, why is it apt to discuss? Why now? What is the role of microgrids going forward? I'll go around the table, around the group for this, but let me start with you, Deepak.
Good morning, all. Thanks, Samvit, for the question. So, basically, the microgrids are to be looked at like a intelligent extension of the central grid. So, it's not in conflict with central grid, but an intelligent extension of that. And what we talk here is, I mean, beyond central grid, where historically we have been supplying power to the consumers, which is a unidirectional flow of power. We are getting into a bidirectional mode. More than supply of energy, it is supplying reliable, efficient, and clean energy. So that's why this particular aspect or this particular microgrid is becoming transformative nowadays. Now, why we are talking of this now, today, specifically in Indian context? So basically, if I have to group it, what is the reason why we should take a microgrid presently? I will say there are three levers which are impacting why we should start right now. So the first lever is demand. The demand of energy, if you see, this has been historically increasing. If I take FY21 to today we have crossed about 250 gigawatts of demand, which is roughly a 33% growth year on year from FY21, which is likely to grow up to 450 gigawatts in another 5 years' time. So are we keeping this pace with the demand, the electricity part, whether it is keeping pace with the demand? So the answer is no, specifically because we don't have a transmission capacity. The transmission is not enough today. So if I have to move from a today's 5 lakh circuit kilometer to a 6.5 lakh circuit kilometer in 5 years' time, that's the ask to have this kind of demand to be fulfilled. So roughly a 30,000 circuit kilometer per annum we should be putting in India, but that's not the case. I mean, last year was hardly 6,500 to 7,000 kilometers of lines have been laid. So that means we are not able to put the, improve the infrastructure in a rapid pace with the growing demand. Second, again, the second lever, if I talk, is the capacity addition is increasing every day. The renewable energy, we have crossed solar 135 gigawatt, we have crossed now wind, all renewable put together 250 gigawatts we have crossed. And we are going to have a 450 gigawatt by 2031. So that makes it further, increasingly difficult for the grid to be managed. The third lever is the cost. Did we see the cost, what was there in 5 years, and today what is the cost running? So if you see, the solar and battery prices have come down drastically, which makes it meaningful for us to create more and more microgrids. At L&T, we started doing a microgrid in Bihar. We have done a few years before, where there are decentralized power distribution across the remote villages. So I think that kind of situation is coming. So with these three levers, demand growth, renewable energy push, and the cost of power reducing, I think that's why this is the right time to start get into microgrids a bit aggressively. Thank you.
And Deepak will come back to the affordability cost part, very important element. Bhupinder ji, your...
Yeah, thank you, Sambit. Just to add to what Mr. Naik said, the clean energy, of course, electricity demand is growing. Everyone knows, has been pointed out. Clean energy is growing at a very fast rate. And I think the grid stability is becoming a big issue. So whenever you talk to discoms, I think the most worried about the stability part when they want to decide whether they should add more clean energy or they should add thermal for their load requirement. So grid balancing has become a crucial aspect for the discom. It's bread and butter for them. So it's not possible. The blackouts is no longer acceptable. Even fluctuations are frowned upon, and therefore everybody wants stable power. And that is the reason that I think it's just a time to see, to address this issue, how best to have stable power. And if we can have stable power, pockets of stable power available, microgrids could be one of the solutions. Basically, these grids allow load balancing. They are platform for demand response, immediate response, demand response, and therefore one needs to look at it from that aspect. In addition, of course, from the strategic point of view, uh, even not going from the economic side, but if from the strategic point of view, you might want to have microgrids, as you mentioned about New York example. We could have pockets where we want power available. We'll still be connected with the grid, but we do not want any fluctuation. Also forget about blackout. So for strategic reasons, you may want to have microgrid. I think I'll just add these reasons to what was conveyed earlier, and I think we can. I think that is the reason we need to look at it. We need to put our thinking caps and see, now that we have traveled such a big distance and 260 gigawatts almost of renewables, and we have to go to 500. Is it the right time to enter, or focus on microgrids again?
Shailesh, you've managed a business in a hilly state of India where access is a challenge. What is your view on the role of microgrids going forward?
Good afternoon. I have a very strong view on this. The renewables should always be a distributed generation, because point is that it is available across the country, solar, and shifting from one place to another, solar addition is like adding the cost. So if there is a issue of the space is available, so we should do renewable distributed. But here the topic is microgrid. Government of India has done an approach to the almost all villages through the Saubhagya scheme, and they have reached every mile, every end mile of the country. But despite of that, if you see the success of 3-4 operators, those who are doing the microgrids, and they are selling the power at the market rate without any subsidy, 20 rupees per unit, and people are purchasing. So that is the things we have to understand, because point is that we have the all the end mile things, but power reliability is not there. So that's why these are successful. So they have, and one of the player, two of the player already they have reached the break even. They are in profit zone. They are not in loser zone. So from the lending perspective, this has become a viable alternatives what is available. So now the time has come, because government has already done enough in the renewable, and this around 135 gigawatt solar has come. So which has created value chains and the reduction of the cost. So this will give the, if focus of this microgrid will be done, and government approach will be that this further cost will be reduced, and if you allow this microgrid some different perspectives for the connections in the grid point of view, so that will further reduce the cost. So this way we have to see the both the transformative this is, and why it is needed, because value chain is created and this cost is reduced. So that is my perspective.
So it looks like there's a coming together of the demand side requirement, the challenges with the traditional centralized system poses with in terms of expectation of the demand, and then the cost curves, kind of falling in place, all coming together. Let me go back to you, Bhupendraji. I think from policy standpoint, if you think of the regulatory framework needed to bring this to mainstream, uh, how do you accelerate this? How do we need to think a little innovatively on the policy side and regulation side?
Currently, uh, under Section 14 of the Electricity Act actually exempts uh, requirement of a license if you want to generate and distribute electricity in the rural area. There's some requirements for safety and other aspects, but there's no license required. And that is one reason that, that also led to the pitfalls that Mr. Mishra mentioned about microgrids. The tariffs are very varied. It could be 2 times to 8 times the grid electricity tariff. There's no regulation, so therefore everything is left to the developer. The consumers, that cluster may not have the wherewithal to kind of argue or contest or even challenge anything with the developer. So therefore, we are in an unregulated state as far as the microgrids is concerned. The question is, how do we improve it? And therefore, I think first thing I think what is needed is that government, national government, the government of India, as well as state government, need to have a policy thinking about, focusing about microgrids. I mean, I know the issue is if we can have all, frankly, if we have all villages linked with electricity, stable electricity, fully 24/7 available, then why would we need any other microstructure at all? But the fact is that it's not. There are voltage fluctuations, availability is there, but there could be some outages, rare instances which are there, which do happen in the hinterland. And therefore, first is government of India and state government should say, yes, we will support. That there is a need, now that we have connected every village and every corner of the country, but there is a need at some pockets to where microgrids could be deployed. Second is, I think we need to say make some amendments. We need to have regulatory oversight on tariffs, on not only on tariffs, but on looking at all the stakeholders and seeing how the regulator, how the developer should establish as well as operate the microgrids. It's very important. I mean, in fact, there could be disputes. We could have in our regulation, then we could add about how will the dispute be settled. And what about the new concepts like peer-to-peer trading? That's something which is not yet. I mean, we've envisioned that in our PM Suryaghar, as you might have seen. But for microgrids, we still have to kind of formally induct it into our regulatory framework, and that's something which is very important. In addition, I think maybe lastly, I would say, apart from the regulatory oversight, you need to have regulatory guidance, some kind of guidance. I mean, Central Electricity Authority is our kind of where everybody, they lay out the technical guidelines and so on. I think they should take the lead in giving very detailed guidance on how the microgrids can be laid out, on the technical standards for interconnection, interoperability, on smart metering, advanced electronic systems. Some guidance and saying if a microgrid comes up, this is what you have to do. I think so. Therefore, larger regulatory oversight. There's no larger. I mean, there's nothing at the moment. And then more regulatory guidance is something with the way forward.
I think just the regulatory framework, given what Mr. Naik was saying, it's going to be bidirectional. It's not going to be siloed, kind of power generation systems. But if it's bidirectional, there has to be a framework around which this is governed. Mr. Mishra, you have seen the utilities point of view. How do utilities see microgrids? Nuisance, can partner, competition? How do they see them, and how do you see this, kind of interactions evolving over time?
Grid, if you see in perspective of grid is so vast and is huge. So microgrid can never be any challenge to them, any risk to them, any competitor to them. They will always be a supporter for the grid. Because point is that this grid, as the penetration of the renewables gets increased in grid, the grid, there are a lot of issues of the for maintenance of the grid, for the regulation of the grid. So that requires a lot of addition of the equipments in the central grid, that is a STATCOM, this synchronous condenser, and all these things to manage the grid. But if you distribute this and the microgrid type of things comes in the rural area and small power plants in district level, so this will increase the resilience of the grid. Grid will be more powerful to act, and there will not be needed much of the investment in these elements, what we are doing right now. So this will definitely be helpful to them. And second part is that if you see the Indian Energy Exchange profile, so every day there are two slots where it reaches to 10 rupees per unit. That is in morning slot 7 to 9 and evening slot 6:40 to 8:40. In that period, if you use these microgrids for because they have the storage element, we allow them some way they can feed to the grid. And that type of things will start. So this will grow very fast and it will support to the grid, it will support to the national mainstream and availability of the power to the last mile people, those who need maximum. Because point is that we should see we as a consumer in the urban areas are paying about 6 rupees, 7 rupees, those who are having the money, and those who are not having the money paying 20 rupees. So that part needs to be seen that because what the microgrid has to be supported and we have to do in the grid perspective, because they are supporting the grid, we can give the more and benefit encouragement to them, so it will help to the grid.
And Deepak, I think question you mentioned about the affordability. These are good experiments, but always seen as very expensive. The only reason they could be justified in the past was it provided access where there was none. To become mainstream, this is going to be a key lever, right? Of how do you make them affordable, at scale, and viable for small businesses and consumers.
So, Sambit, I feel, as I told already, it's going to be extension of the central grid. Today, it's not affordable because of various factors. Probably the scale is too small. Anything which starts at a very high cost. You can take the case of batteries, you can take the case of solar modules. How the cost has come down. Now we are talking of hydrogen, the cost is very high for green hydrogen, it's coming down. So if you see now, let's go back to the capex of a renewable energy source. The solar ones, the tariff is starting at 2.5 to 2.6 rupees currently. Even the battery prices have come down drastically below 3 rupees level. So even a combined solar plus battery may cost around 3 rupees looking at the current tenders which has been opened. So that means the capex has come down drastically. Now, if you take the factor of the scale, so it's a low scale, not like our central grid, it's a low scale item. So you may not achieve economies of scale immediately. Thereby, you may not achieve 3 rupees of tariff, but you can definitely achieve something which, is comparable to what a urban consumer is drawing or paying for the power today. But definitely, as everyone in the panel said, the current cost is very high. People are charging 20 rupees, 18 rupees and all. So I think there has to be a regulatory framework where these tariffs are controlled. Second, we also need to have an aggregation method. It cannot be a single entity doing a microgrid and expecting the cost to reduce. Probably we need to facilitate having some agencies where they take care of the microgrid aspect. They build the microgrids, multiple microgrids across India, do a interoperability across them, and then once the aggregation takes place, probably this cost can come down. And when somebody sees a volume, today why the financiers are ready to finance a solar project, a mega solar project at a very low interest rate, is because you see continuous cash flows coming over a period of time, and you try to give at a much cheaper rate. So the cost of finance probably also has to come down for a microgrid application. For that, it has to be appealing. Like there is an operator having multiple range of microgrids, and once it is extended all over India, wherever there is a AT&C loss is more. I think those places we can make these microgrids more effective, more viable. We'll still continue to pay a little bit more than what we are paying for this power, what we are drawing from the grid. But I feel in the interest of reliability, flexibility, and interest of getting a clean energy, I think this is worth investing for the initial phase. And then it will fall in line, the cost will fall in line.
Just a follow-up question. I think if you think of private developers, Deepak, what will it take for them to get into these, make this a mainstream business model or actively kind of create such opportunities, right?
So as I told, it has to be an operator based who sees the distributed energy resource as a overall asset which is being owned by a specific entity. So for that, I think government intervention is a must. If you've seen how this PM Suryaghar can be compared with a small microgrid, which is generating power. And what is appealing for the consumer today, the cost is definitely high, the initial cost is high, but then you have a subsidy. And then if you equate to your electricity bill, you say, okay, 5 years down the line, you are free from paying an electricity bill. So it's basically free in 5 years' time. So that is appealing for the consumer because government brought in a lot of initiative, a lot of policies where people feel comfortable and they feel it's economically viable, although the initial investment is little more. So I think that's something need to be facilitated by the policies. The private players should feel little comfortable and start investing, be an operator, have multiple microgrids where they can bring in economies of scale. And once they operate microgrids in a multiple location, probably that will bring down the overall cost.
Mr. Mishra, this is a bit of a hypothetical question to you, but assuming that microgrids start contributing to 20 to 30% of the total electricity in future, assuming that Mr. Naik said, the economics work out, there is a challenge for the potential challenge for the utility, right? As customers see that they can get more affordable power, they can have greater control over that, they stop taking power from the grid, right? And for people who are still on the grid, it becomes more expensive for them, right? Do you see that kind of a challenge in the future? And if so, what are the strategies utilities could think of using both to promote this, but also at the same time not create a competitive scenario like that?
You see that in India, the demand is total we are consuming in the year is approximately 800 billion units. On that 225 billion units only the renewable is producing. It is a very small component right now. This component is 20% is there. And there is a growth in the being a developing economy. Every year we are growing at 7%, 8%, 6% energy requirement. So if this growth of the energy is met through this type of arrangement, there will not be any threat. Because the point is that we need such type of instruments which can bring into the system and supply to the electricity to the consumer. So I don't find there is much of the issue on this. Death spiral, what is Western countries' perspective, it is okay, because point is that they have a lot of space in their houses, big chats, so they are able to do big plants. In India, you see that the demand in India, approximately 18% is agriculture, 24% is your household, and 42%, 41% is industrial, 8% is commercial. The major things, consumer, domestic consumer, industry, they do not have such a space to replace their energy. Because if you see the major urban areas, there is flats are there, there is no space there. So that threat will never come. That it is difficult for India. Rather, considering this threat, industry will, this utility needs to improve, because they are not improving right now. Why this grid, these people are successful, microgrid, despite of 20 rupees? Because they say our rectification time is 90 minutes. They claim like that. Within 90 minutes, we rectify the defects and restore the electricity. No discoms say this thing. The point is that we have to see that part, how the discom can be improved. And discom, right now what is happening, everyone is becoming prosumer. Why? Because discom is not supplying them proper energy. Industries, they are setting up their own plants, open access, and this. Why industry needs to set up in this business? Because they are in different business. They need to provide proper electricity at proper rate. So that is your job. That's why discom has been created. So you are not doing your job. That's why others are doing these jobs and getting the cheap electricity. So what discom needs to do? Instead of eyeing for all the electricity from Rajasthan and Gujarat, they have to study the microgrid in the village and panchayat level. They put the plants, and district level demand growth, what is coming in the next 10 years, they have to set up the district level plants. both solar and this battery they set up and offer to the industry at the same rate with some addition of their margin. So no consumer will move out from there. Everybody wants to remain with the grid because grid is the such thing. This supplies 24/7. Renewables have different problems because solar and if battery goes, why microgrid successful? Because they are using biomass also. But when biomass, this battery, and that's why they are able to give 24/7. But if you go for the battery and solar only, 24/7 is just difficult. So everybody wants to remain with that grid. If such type of arrangement all the discoms will provide, I don't find that any consumer will move. They are happy with them. Only they have to improve their performance.
Moving on to the last section, and maybe I start with you, Mr. Bhalla. If there's one action that you could take, right, to make microgrids more accessible, affordable, and bring it to mainstream, and we talk mainstream about, let's say, in 5 years from now, it is 20-30% of the total electricity system, what would that be?
I think the reason why microgrids are charging higher, or like tariff, is the cost. I mean, obviously, it is more expensive to create a cluster, for a cluster, a small, network, which even though the costs are coming down, as was mentioned by Mr. Naik, the fact is it's still higher than the normal grid electricity infrastructure cost that we bear. Therefore, I think it's very important that, and also this cost gets distributed over largely domestic consumers as of now. Yes. We have very rare example of some commercial activities being covered. I think the most important thing is bringing more productive applications into the fold of the consumers for a microgrid. So I think they need to be designed in a way that they not only cover the residential requirements, but also small, applications like workshops, rice mills, whatever can be there in the rural area. We need to identify that and then build a cluster to include that, and maybe a small industry. You having a small lathe, we just look at the requirement and see, because we should not be burdening, since we are burdening it with, burdening the residential consumers with a high tariff, and therefore the issues are arising. I think that would be something that I would want to do.
Having a clear definition of cluster, getting combination of consumers, residential, plus a few industries, I think that creates the scale, minimum viable scale for this to be affordable.
It would make it more affordable.
Mr. Naik, same question. What will be your one action to make it real?
I think the statements from Mr. Valla and Mr. Misra, I'll go with the same flow. So basically, for microgrid to sustain, the cost has to come down. And for the cost to come down, there has to be nodal agencies having multiple assets where the cost can reduce. And to make it happen, probably the discoms are the best people who can do it. Think not just the cost of electricity, but also a power which is reliable, which can be supplied across the industry. So like if you have our own power plant, like today what C&I consumer does, definitely it's going to be costlier, whereas somebody like a discom doing a multiple plants like this and supplying to various consumers, I think that can be much cheaper. The power can be more reliable, efficient, clean. So I think that is something I would like that the discoms should change the way they are looking at microgrids today, so that this can be penetrated quite fast.
Mr. Mishra, any thoughts from your side on this topic?
If you see the one point, what you're saying, basically what our traditional way of doing the power generated in one place and bringing it through transmission to the remote place, that concept needs to be changed for the renewables. That mindset needs to be changed. And second most important point, because these organizations have proved that they have supplied the power with such type of arrangement despite of no support from the government. So we need to support them, and what they are simply asking, they are asking instead of putting the separate their wire setup, they want to use existing wire setup before the transformer. That thing needs to provide instead of those who are responsible did not to become the guardian of the system, they become the facilitator of the system. Once that mindset will change, then only this can be done.
No, excellent. I think just two big takeaways for me in this conversation. One, it is not a choice, and in India is uniquely placed versus other markets. We have a massive demand. There is a requirement. We need to. It's not a choice between either utility scale power and microgrids. There is a need for microgrids to occupy a very critical space. Second, it comes down to affordability, and we discussed parts of the affordability equation that needs to be put forth. How do you define the minimum viable scale? It has to be a combination, because you cannot take a system to mainstream by making it 2x more expensive than what's available in the grid. It just creates dissonance in the system. And third, for the first time, I think every other place we hear that you need to deregulate here, Mr. Bhalla, you need to put some guardrails around what is fair play here, right? And how do you make sure that it goes mainstream? Uh, I heard a lot of optimism about this, but I also heard there's a lot of work, and for everyone to come forward with a much clearer framework of how this can become useful. There are clearly use cases that are emerging where this can be beneficial, whether it's on the consumer side or on the CNI side or commercial side. It is not just access; it can be a source of good quality and affordable power, working in tandem with the utility and centralized power systems. With that, I would like to call upon to thank all of you, to thank the panel here. Wonderful having all of you speak about it so passionately, and thank you everyone for your patience in hearing this out. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
take it out?
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this Leadership Spotlight session at India Energy Week. It's a pleasure to have you here as we dive into one of the most dynamic and consequential energy transitions underway through our topic of discussion, this wind and solar opportunity, realizing the dual potential of scaling India's renewables outlook. There is an energy transition underway as we speak, with wind and solar technologies playing a key role in it. More than 90% of the new capacity additions are coming from these technologies globally. India is also a frontrunner, where last year alone, we saw about 49 gigawatts of renewable energy capacity added, including hydro. Next year, which is already here, in 2026 as well, we see another 50 gigawatts of capacity expected to be added in India. This is driven by the cost economics, as well as economies of scale, as well as policy. There are targets of over 600 gigawatt of non-fossil fuel capacity to be added by the year of fiscal year 2032, which will take India to about 68% share of non-fossil fuels in its power mix by that year. With this scaling up, however, there come challenges which we need to address through policy, through industry initiative, and investments. In our session today, we will be discussing some of those challenges as well as solutions to them to drive the next stage of India's energy transition. I would first like to introduce our esteemed panelists. We are joined by Mr. Santosh Kumar Sarangi, Secretary, Ministry of New and Renewable Energy for Government of India. Mr. Sarit Maheshwari, CEO at NTPC Green Energy Limited. I think he has dropped off. My apologies. Mr. Gyanesh Chaudhary, Chairman and MD at Vikram Solar. Mr. Eric Solheim, President, International Advisory Board at Green Hydrogen India, and Mr. Aditya Pyasi, CEO at Indian Wind Turbine Manufacturers Association. And it's a pleasure for me, Ankita Chauhan, to be moderating today's session. I am Director at Global Clean Tech Supply Chain Solutions at Wood Mackenzie. So to kick off today's session, I would want to first come to you, Mr. Sarangi, and ask you about what kind of policy drivers are now essential now that we have already achieved commercialization of wind and solar technologies. What would the next stage of this energy transition would look like in the current climate where there are geopolitical constraints? There is emphasis on building not only accelerated renewable deployment, but also build resilient supply chains. So in that way, how do you see India progressing in this direction?
As you correctly pointed out, the initial set of policy challenges before India were to rapidly expand deployment, and we have now scaled up from about 2 gigawatt of solar deployment to about 137 gigawatt by now. And similarly, from about 25 gigawatt of wind in 2014 to about 55 gigawatt now. And if you look at the extent of total non-fossil fuel installation, it has gone up to 267 gigawatt. So going forward, in our ambition to reach 500 gigawatt by 2030, we can't keep focusing only on capacity expansion, but also at the way in which we are able to balance the grid integration challenges and use of technology for smoothing the integration of RE into the entire grid system. So in this context, a lot of our future policies will, current as well as future policies, are going to focus on ways of effective grid integration and also address the supply chain resilience. So in this context, the PLI that we had done for the entire solar value chain is something that we are following up on. And in addition to that, there are a couple of areas in which the dependence on critical mineral technologies is crucial. And to that extent, we are working closely with the National Critical Mineral Mission to ensure that some of the critical mineral related technologies, the refining, processing happens in India. And in the entire value chain of solar and wind, how do we attain a substantial level of indigenization so that import dependence on particular territories or particular geographies substantially declines? So on this, we will be working more and more to ensure that ingot wafer polysilicon manufacturing takes off in a big manner in India. Similarly, in wind turbine, we have achieved a substantial indigenization in nacelle as well as tower manufacturing. But going forward, generator, gearbox, special bearings, in all of these special castings which are required for wind turbines, we will be working and seeing how policies could be oriented for ensuring more and more domestic manufacturing. In the third area of policy focus on greater adoption of RE by citizens, our focus on schemes like PM Suryaghar, PM Kusum is going to be there. And as more and more distributed RE comes into picture, the DISCOMs will also have to be empowered to handle a large injection of RE in a distributed manner. So in that context, initiatives like digital twin, where DISCOMs have a clear visibility of congestion in different transmission lines within their jurisdiction, and implementation of renewable energy management system, distributed renewable energy management system is going to be a priority for us. So these are some of the policy initiatives which are going to drive RE expansion in future.
So, coming to you, Mr. Chaudhary, Mr. Sarangi talked about vertical integration of supply chains. So, India already has built significant capacity in terms of module manufacturing and is now accelerating towards building reliance in cells. How do you see the further vertical integration of India's supply chains, and what role Vikram Solar can play in that?
Thank you so much. I think Sir has really put it clearly in terms of what India is aiming for. I think what I feel is that early adoption for India was also a blessing, and also it raised some gaps in terms of where we were heading. While initially there was a capacity constraint, and then we had a lot of import challenges associated with not having a defined ecosystem. And I'm talking early 2000s, when we were really building the sector. In 2010 we had the Jawaharlal Nehru solar mission come out, and then we quadrupled the target as soon as the new government took shape in 2014. So the appetite has been significantly growing. However, the latent mismatches that we saw with respect to dependence on imports versus creating our domestic ecosystem. Subsequently, the government policies, I would say that while there were policies around creation of the manufacturing base with the PLI and the various schemes, there was a also consistent focus on building the markets, like the PM Kusum, as Sir said. So all of this put together gave India the position of today being the third largest, soon to be the second largest renewable deployer. And I think with a clear focus on creating consistent front and back-ended value chains, creating the ecosystem, building some of these policy initiatives to support that. India does not need capacity purely, and this Sarangi sir also iterated. We need access to technology, larger access to global markets now, because we are making in India and we are making the best in India. I have no doubt about that. I have personally been in this sector for over 2 decades, and I've seen the transition. We used to struggle for manpower, we used to struggle for efficient resources, and today the world is looking at us as a as an alternative to China, and we must capture this. This is a huge opportunity. So, and Vikram is here. We are a part of this for the long haul, and we will support all the ambitions that India has.
Great.
Thank you.
So, coming to you, Mr. Solheim, I would like to frame this as India is right now looking at building and deepening of its supply chains. What role can policy play in that? And also, what lessons can India learn from someone like China, who has deep expertise in that? What kind of lessons we can bring in over here and to build on the supply chains, as well as not only for meeting the local supply chains, but also become a regional hub of manufacturing?
Thank you so much for having me. And first of all, I really like to congratulate everyone in the meeting room, and in particular the ministry, because India is now the third largest provider of renewable energy in the world. I'm pretty confident you will also surpass the United States of America to be the second largest producer of renewable energy in the world. And that's such a fantastic positive achievement. Of course, we should set a targets to do even more in the future, but we can also congratulate ourselves with this massive achievement. And I've traveled quite a lot across India and seen some of these facilities, and they are remarkable. Let me just point to one. In the state of Andhra Pradesh, the Greenco Group has now developed their first integrated solar, wind, and hydropower as battery facility in the world. Works like that in daytime, and of course Andhra Pradesh is blessed with the sun. You pump up the water from the lower to the higher reservoir in the dam. It's not a hydropower plant, there's no river, it's just an artificial battery. And then you release the water at night, and then you get 24 hours energy, 365 days a year. Whether the sun is shining or not, you have the hydropower as the battery. These, just to understand the size of this, I just came here from Sri Lanka. That one plant in Andhra Pradesh is larger than the entire grid in Sri Lanka, a nation with 23 million inhabitants. So this is big, big, big. There is nothing like that in the United States of America. There's nothing like this in Europe. Only China has something which can be compared with the development in Andhra Pradesh. And that's just one shining example. Solar energy is now the cheapest energy anywhere in the world. If you switch from coal to solar, you save money. Back in the days, it was an enormous cost. You needed to be very, very rich to afford solar. Well, now you save money doing it. I was in UP speaking to some people who were running small green mills. In the past, they paid 40,000 Indian rupees a month for diesel. Now they pay 15,000 Indian rupees a month for solar. Well, you don't need to be an environmentalist to want to make that switch. You just do it for your family and for your business and for the community. It's simply good business. So solar will be the dominant power in the 21st century, but added wind, hydropower, geothermal, maybe nuclear, other will be added, but solar will be the dominant. But let me then point to three major areas where we need to think about. One is government regulations. That's critical everywhere. Without the right government regulation, every renewable energy will flop. In Europe, frankly, we struggle a lot simply to get the permits. If a company cannot get the permit, it cannot establish a solar farm or a wind farm. And that system is now so horribly bureaucratic, takes so long time that it slows down the process enormously. It takes much longer time to get the permit than to construct the renewable energies. These need to change, and Prime Minister Modi, of course, has done fantastic work in India to cut red tape, but more can be done to make the government system and the policy working even more efficiently. Second is that renewable energy demands a lot of land. The largest facility in India is in the Kavda Desert in Gujarat. Adani is building that. That's the absolute perfect place, because it's a salty desert. There's nothing there. No one was living there. There's not even a straw. There's not even a camel, not even a sheep, nothing. So very easy to build a large plant. But of course, you cannot build that plant in Bihar or in UP. There simply is no land available to build something like that. It can happen in Gujarat, it can happen in Rajasthan, maybe in Madhya Pradesh, but it can not happen in the heavily populated parts of India. There you need to integrate with the local people in a completely different way, maybe building it in the agriculture, building on smaller plots, and everywhere working with the local people. If we don't do that, we will always fail. The local people don't see benefits of our installation, we will fail. That was the massive mistake we did back in the days in my nation, Norway. We thought rolling out windmills was just a practical issue, and we failed to consult with the local people, and all of a sudden they said, no thanks, we don't want this. And of course, there is no way you can send in the army or the police to force this upon people. You need to consult. So I think a key lessons learned, at least from Europe, is there must be windfalls for the local community. When you build something in their community, make sure that some of the economic surplus from that ends up in that community. And the third big issue is China. China is now so totally dominant on everything green that the rest of the world need to factor in how do we relate to that. China is 60% of everything. Solar, wind, hydropower, electric batteries, electric cars, metros, high-speed rail, whatever you can mention, China is at a minimum 60%. In the solar industry, China is probably 90% globally. In batteries, it's 60, 70%, and the batteries which are not made in China are nearly all made in Korea. So it's China and Korea totally dominating global battery business. There's not one battery factory in Europe. Hardly any in the United States of America. It's only China and Korea. And this means that if you want to go green, the relationship to China is critical. The head of Airbus, this huge European airplane company, just said that Europe need to make 1,000 joint ventures with China. That's the only way we can get the technology to go green fast enough. And India also need to contemplate its relationship to China, how we can bring in Chinese companies, how we can make joint ventures, but of course make that as a platform for them producing and creating their jobs in India. Make it in India, as Prime Minister Modi says, but you cannot hardly do it in this.
Can I interrupt you for a second?
I just, last sentence, you can hardly do that without China, but of course the focus must be how it can happen in India.
Totally agree with you that timely permits can really help in moving forward the acceleration of project execution, and we have a lot to learn from China in terms of how we can build that momentum. Now I would request Mr. Aditya Pyasi to add the perspective from the wind side. Wind has had a long journey in India starting from the 90s onwards and has seen several phases of building of capacity as well as manufacturing. Now, as we sit in 2026, there is a further deepening of supply chain is happening at the component level, where Indian manufacturers and Indian industry is not only meeting the local demand, but is also seen as a important stakeholder globally. So in that view, how do you think is the future look like for the wind industry and how it can leverage on the global increasing demand?
Thanks, Ankita, and thanks for having me on this esteemed panel. I think a very pertinent question, specifically from the perspective that manufacturing and jobs is at the center stage in midst of a geopolitical storm that we are living through. And I firmly believe that in this manufacturing in this energy transition wherein manufacturing would give the jobs, wherein AI is coming, and geopolitically we are in a turmoil, policy is the first line of defense. And I'm really happy to see that within the last year, I think we have made tremendous strides, thanks to the ministry who has taken the leadership, and we have made tremendous strides in that policy and decision making. For example, I mean, we've seen ALMM solar, ALMM wind, as in for manufacturing in India, to the extent that some time back people used to think whether manufacturing can be done here. Now all the manufacturers are looking at where to set up the shop in India. We have traversed that mostly in one and a half years. Second, I mean, leadership at such a level that even GST reforms have happened because of that representations. And though we might have seen in the media that the impact is only 10 to 15 paisa per unit, but let me tell you, I've seen distribution at a granular level. The industry may not get that much of benefit of reduction in GST. The entire benefit of it would be passed to the domestic consumers, and 50 to 60 paisa of reduction in tariff might happen to the domestic consumers, which is a big thing for a country like India. Third, a silent revolution is happening. I mean, all this domestic content thing that we are talking about, at the policy level, the ministry has decided that we'll have the portal which will track the domestic content. We are working closely on that, and I think the supply chain will get a lot of confidence because of that. We are even deploying AI in the development of that platform. So I think very futuristic steps are being taken. But important thing is all these things are happening while there is limited scope or authority available under the present act. That probably needs to be looked at. When this act, which is the point of start for all the policy making, it was designed at a time when deregulation of generation and open access was the need of the hour. Today, energy transition and promotion of renewable energy is the need of the hour. So a very pertinent time that the government takes a look at how this act is to be modified. There is a bill there. We are also working with the government. Substantial powers and authority should be given for renewable energy decision making and regulation making. I think that bridge, if we cross, I think 2030 and 2047 targets would be a matter of time, and automatically capacity will give boost to the manufacturing and supply chain will fall in place, as it is already falling in place in last one and a half years. That's my take.
Thank you, Aditya. The point that you touched upon, that there is an impact on costs. So there would be a certain place where all of these costs will start to transfer downstream into the PPA prices. So in that case, how do you see the challenges with creation of demand with higher PPA prices if that happens? What kind of risks do you see? Mr. Sarangate, I would ask you this question about PPA's bankability. In last year, we saw that there are challenges that we are seeing in capacity which has been bid out, is struggling to find buyers, and therefore has remained under development despite having been bid out. So what kind of challenges do you see in terms of bringing out tenders where PPAs are signed timely, those challenges are addressed, as well as the capacity to absorb higher prices in the system?
Some of the bids that you are referring to where PPA has not been signed were actually part of this drive to do a 50 gigawatt bidding by the renewable energy implementation agencies without actually taking into account the demand from the discoms. So when we went to the discoms with vanilla solar or vanilla wind, we saw that the appetite for vanilla solar, which is generating electricity during only the peak solar hours or during the solar hours only, was not very high among many of the discoms. So we have asked our REIs to tweak the requirements by taking into account the demand profile of the discoms and accordingly float bids. So you would see more and more FDRE bids, RTC bids, solar plus storage bids, and solar wind hybrid profiles coming up in future. And if you look at some of the recent bids which SECI has done in the recent past, is solar plus 4 hours of storage, solar plus 6 hours of storage, where they have discovered only 3 rupees 12 paise per unit price. And these are what is being required by the discoms. So we will have to work on that. And most of these bids will now match the demand profile of the discoms, and accordingly bids will be done. In addition, there are many factors which have also driven down cost. The technology in cells and modules has led to higher efficiency modules coming into picture. With the recent R&D with regard to perovskite, we anticipate that if that succeeds, perovskite solar modules come into being, which are likely in another 2 to 3 years, 4 years, the unit price can come down to as low as 1 rupee 40 paise per unit from the current 2 rupees 40 paise per unit. Similarly, if you look at battery energy storage systems, the cost has gone down by about 89% in last 1 decade. And if you look at last 1 year, it has gone down by more than 40%. So a combination of technological innovation along with the reduction in storage cost has enabled the solar plus battery energy storage system cost to be low. And from that point of view, what Mr. Eric Solheim was pointing out, that solar is going to be the dominant player within RE, but more and more FDRE, RTC would require a judicious combination of solar, wind, and battery energy storage system. And I believe that in course of time, the combination of solar, wind, and battery energy storage system would be much, much cheaper than the new coal-based power and would prove to be one of the most stable, reliable alternative to coal-based power. So this base load argument for coal is also going to dilute in course of time with greater induction of battery energy storage system. And keeping that in view, India's focus on promoting battery energy storage system, both the prevalent varieties like lithium ion as well as sodium ion, as well as flow batteries and long duration energy storage system is going to be high in the next couple of years.
Great. Coming to you, Mr. Chaudhary, there has been so far till 2025 a race to the bottom, as Mr. Sarangi pointed out, that component prices have been coming down significantly. But now that trend seems to have reverted. Polysilicon prices are going up, lithium prices are going up in the global markets. How does the manufacturing industry in India is going to take that into account, how those costs are going to be absorbed, and what kind of impact do you see here at the prices in the market and the demand as well?
Thank you so much. I think, while localization of solar panels as well as some amount of cell capacity has made us a little more resilient, but more than 80% wafer and polysilicon are still coming from China or around. Other than that, the kind of commodity prices swing that we are seeing, how it impacts, copper, silver, all of that. I think all of this has led to this price modification. While we all know that India is a frugal nation, we want everything the best, but also the cheapest, which is absolutely the way to do it, because we're a large nation and we have a lot to achieve. However, in this entire volatile scenario, uh, what what is missing is probably some sort of standardizations in terms of what is it that is expected from manufacturers like us, and how can we make sure that we deliver the best um, over a long period of time, notwithstanding the volatility. You see, in the last 20 years, I've seen probably 20 such cycles. And as the appetite grows, not just India, but globally, as the appetite is growing, so the volatility cycles are also impacting much more. And to be able to absorb that, I think some sort of stabilization exercise needs to be done, so that large capacities can definitely see the light of day, rather than we look at a lot of bidding and a lot of work happening, but without upstream resilience, building cohesive ecosystems for import substitution, and therefore also creating markets in the export scenario. Both of these will help mitigate some of these volatile scenarios. Price is an absolute function, and I think in this current scenario, we are seeing, apart from obviously commodity prices, we see China taking some serious positions in the global market, where they have restricted capacities, they've restricted production to ensure that there is some sort of a semblance to price standardization within their framework. They have removed certain subsidies which were harming manufacturers like us to be present in the global markets. So all of this has made some hardening of prices, but I feel that over a long term, these will be improved, but also the market should be able to absorb these changes, because these are real, and these are not they should not be considered as manufacturers trying to make hay while the sun shines. That's not how it is. These are real challenges that across the value chain everyone is facing, and we have to face them.
Definitely. There are real costs to the project implementation, and upstream resilience is going to help us in going forward in addressing some of these challenges. Eric, coming to you, we have seen solar and wind has largely achieved commercialization. There is a great role for these technologies to play in the future of energy transition, but now we are entering in another stage of it, where we need further deepening with adoption of further clean tech. So what are those options that globally are being discussed for adoption, for deepening of energy transition beyond wind and solar, and what does that next phase look like?
First of all, the role of government is absolutely essential in all these. Unless you have a strong government, it frames the market, set the rules, you will fail. And also, government has a key role in making clusters, offering opportunities for different businesses to locate in the same area, bring in maybe research institutes, universities into the same area, so you get an innovative process. Without a strong government, this cannot happen. And mind you, this is one of the advantages of India. In Europe, they are changing the ministers by the day. We have the three main nations of Europe. No one knows whether the prime minister or president will survive this year. It's a rotating circus like that, and that, of course, makes no leadership possible. Prime Minister Modi has been in head of India for the last 12 years. My prediction is that he will be re-elected next time there is an election also, if he runs for another term. Even those who do not like the BJP at least should realize that these create a certain level of stability and leadership, which is absolutely critical for a nation who want to grow. So the role, I really want to emphasize the role of the government, even of course with nearly all of the innovations will happen in the market, and it's a strong government with a market-based economy. That's the way forward for everyone. Solar will be the dominant energy, and that's not a matter of ideology, it's a matter of price. While there may be fluctuations, the cost of solar energy is now 5% of what it was in 2005. Maybe 10% of what it was in 2010. So it's an enormous drop, and that's why it will be dominant. But all the others will add, and you need batteries. Hydropower can play the role as batteries, as I described for Andhra Pradesh, but there will be 10 such facilities like the one in Andhra Pradesh by 2030 in India. Greenco will make 5, and Adani will make 5. At least that's the plan, and I think they will manage that. That's using hydropower as battery, adding artificially man-made batteries made by humans, and adding to this, green hydrogen will also play a role, because hydrogen is of course a way of storing energy. And hydrogen, I don't think will play a major role in cars, for example. They will be all of them will be electric. But for aviation, for shipping, and for steel and other industries which really need high temperature, then their hydrogen will be important. And again, that cannot happen without government, because investors will not invest in these sectors unless they believe there is a demand. But of course, there will not be any demand unless someone is producing the green hydrogen. And green hydrogen is not meaningful in small scale. Solar is meaningful both in enormous scale and in small scale. Green hydrogen can only work in big scale, and that's why the role of the government to bring together the main businesses, set the rules, and initiate the process of matching demand and supply is absolutely critical for development of green hydrogen.
Definitely. Coming to you, Aditya. So, wind for wind technologies, what do you see at the next stage? We are seeing globally that larger and bigger turbines are being built, but for India, we have average turbine sizes which are much lower so far. So is there further acceleration towards larger turbines in India as well, which meet the requirements of the wind speeds that we have? And also, I would like to ask you about offshore wind. How do you see the momentum towards offshore wind in India right now?
Yeah, very pertinent questions, Ankita. I think as far as sizes of turbines are concerned, I wish my friend Dr. Katyal was here, and I think he keeps speaking all the time the right thing, that the size of turbine in India is to be designed as per the speed of wind in India to harness the maximum CUF. And the wind speeds in India are not very high, in the range of 5, 7, 8, usually like that, except some places in Tamil Nadu where we have category 1 sites. So rather than focusing only on the size, usually size gives higher CUF, better usage of land, but there is a need for optimization. So I think 3.5, 4, 5 we are reaching. I think it's good. Need not be in a rush to just increase the size for the sake of increasing size. Further studies on twisting of how much twist the blade should have, how much curve the blade should have, all those things, and how sturdy it is as with respect to the Indian climate, etc. That is more important. Finally, we have to harness the highest CUF, as close to the bed's limit as we can. And as far as offshore is concerned, I think we've had multiple rounds of discussion both in the state of Gujarat as well as Tamil Nadu. We are working closely with the state governments. That is one of my key priorities, to reach out to the states. I think in Gujarat, we had a very good discussion, and I think my fellow panelists are there in the audience also, that again, the wind speeds in Gujarat are, even in offshore, are less than 10, mostly 8-ish kind of. So starting with near shore would be the best thing to do. There is a 3000 megawatt potential for this wind. 50 megawatt pilot project has been probably started by Gujarat GPCL. That is the way. That way we will get the prize for the first project. So I think near shore we should start with, and then dabble, at least in Gujarat, further with offshore if possible. Tamil Nadu, yes, there is potential. I think there is a need to invite more and more pure play players. And I've been reaching out to international fraternity. We have had a MOU with Stiftung Offshore, Germany. We're working closely if we can have some pure play developers coming on board. You know, policy and everything we are trying. There is a VGF given, but I think the developers are still not there. We need to have some collaboration from international fraternity to make the way through. Thanks.
Definitely. So with this question, I would like to come back to Mr. Sarangi again, that we heard about all these new technologies, green hydrogen, offshore wind, electrolyzers in India. So how is MNRE looking at this space of new technologies? And we saw that there were a few tenders in the past for offshore wind, which have not yet been closed. So how do you see India can help in kicking off of these technologies, and what are the challenges in their adoption? Is it infrastructure? Is it business models? And where those solutions lie in enabling those technologies?
I think in all of this, both in terms of facilitating infrastructure development, in ensuring policy roadmaps, in creating incentives for the private sector to have that confidence to get into a particular area. So our National Green Hydrogen Mission aims at doing that. And when it set out a roadmap of 5 million tons, we did that tender or we did that bidding for green ammonia, which was part of domestic market creation effort by the government, where we assured that 7,24,000 tons of green ammonia will be supplied to fertilizer plants. Similarly, we are also working with our oil refineries to ensure that 2 lakh tons of green hydrogen is consumed by them, which will give our domestic players enough assurance to do their FIDs. So we understand that an industry can't really develop only depending on an export opportunity, but would also require some degree of domestic market offtake. And to that extent, market creation is something, whether it is in solar and wind power or whether it is in green hydrogen, we have been working. Similarly, derivatives of green hydrogen in terms of methanol, SAF, green ammonia have huge opportunities. And we are working with multiple ministries, Ministry of Port and Shipping, Ministry of Transport, to ensure its uses in mobility, Ministry of Steel to ensure its uses in hard to abate sectors. In addition, use of latest technologies in transmission to lay transmission lines quickly so that evacuation of electricity happens quickly is something that we will have to work on. As Mr. Passy was saying, the wind energies face a lot of issues with regard to land acquisition, ROWs. So in this, looking at transmission towers like monopoles, which have a lesser footprint, is something that will have to be expedited in the Indian context. And also working with the state governments to have quicker policies with regard to the rates which will be disbursed for land acquisition is something that we are doing in association with our industry leaders. And going forward, use of more and more digital technology, AI-based forecasting models, especially for the wind sector, because forecasting, proper forecasting is required for a proper scheduling, which has to be given to the grid managers. And also working on India energy stack, where a lot of our consumers today will become big prosumers tomorrow. So the power trading is going to be hugely decentralized in future, and getting our systems ready to a decentralized power trading model where I can sell to my neighbors, I can tomorrow get electricity from my neighbor, is something that India will have to prepare on. So, in multiple directions, use of technology is being expedited, whether it is in terms of deployment, whether it is in terms of transmission lines, or whether it is in terms of enabling discoms to use DERMS kind of facilities or use of India Energy Stack using AI enabled technologies.
Definitely. Coming back to manufacturing now, manufacturing is very energy intensive, and for adding new capacities, you need significant investments as well. So how, probably this question for both Mr. Chaudhary and Mr. Pyasi, that how are we addressing the challenges with respect to the availability of the infrastructure, as well as energy requirement and financing for building more capacity in India? First, Mr. Chaudhary.
I can go first. So as far as the appetite for setting up large manufacturing infrastructure goes, it's just going through the roof, I feel. We ourselves are setting up a 200-acre project with 15 gigawatt of integrated manufacturing facility over a period of the next 2 years. And the challenge is generally what we see and we face on the ground is, available of common infrastructure. Now, if you look at cell manufacturing, there is a huge consumption of water. There is a huge requirement of water treatment. Now, 10 years ago, I was at a industrial campus in Germany. It's called the Solar Valley, where there were a lot of solar manufacturing companies all integrated. So a lot of infrastructure was commonly placed, like there was a common ETP, effluent treatment, there were common gas facilities, there were common, tapping in and tapping out facilities. Those sort of things help industries plug and play. When we are talking about technology in solar, specifically in the current context, we see that there is anyway there is upgrades and modifications, like Sir talked about perovskite. Well, obviously that is 3 to 4 years away, as he also said. But there are other upgrades and changes that we are constantly doing to keep ourselves up to speed with the global standards. Now, to also worry about the external environment at such a great extent is somewhat time consuming. So when India wants to pivot towards latest technology, why is it taking longer? It's taking longer because the industrial ecosystem, the industrial clusters, the hubs are not prepared for such advanced manufacturing technologies and creating a common infrastructure in place. Now, as far as power is concerned, I think as far downstream, solar cell and module, probably the power consumption is still manageable. As we go upstream into wafer and polysilicon, power is a raw material. Now, how many states in India are able to offer the cheapest source of energy compared to Chinese prices? Now, we want to compete with the Chinese prices, but our raw material, which is power, is not competitive. So either we integrate our own solar power plants to power these manufacturing plants, that adds huge cost to the overall capital outlay. But without that, competing is difficult. I want to say almost impossible. So these sort of ecosystems will definitely enhance our speed to market, which is absolutely essential in today's time. Thank you.
Thank you. We are just about over time, so please keep your comments concise.
I'll just try to sum up in 2 minutes. So, very pertinent point, Ganeshi, and I think the need of the hour for Indian manufacturing is to look at availability of raw materials. And as Eric rightly pointed out, he's saying 60% of all raw materials are with China. I would go to the extent of 80%. I've handled commodities for a long period of time, and I think for all commodities, we just look at China. Very important to have the availability of steel, special graded steel, whether we can give the steel industry the necessary incentives to develop it. Otherwise, we will be stopped. Carbon fiber, which is very important for the wind industry. I think we are totally dependent on China. Existing facilities have also gone away in India. Third, raw materials like copper. I think we are totally unprepared. All stocks are either in US and China has the capability of manufacturing. In fact, India has gone down by 50% in manufacturing production of copper. So these are some key things. We are lucky to have Sarangi sir, who has been with the Ministry of Commerce and he understands, so I need not speak more. I think if this is addressed, we will safeguard ourselves. As I said, policy is the first line of defense that we can do.
Thank you so much, Mr. Pyasi. Eric, finally, to close with you, can you please share in very concise manner in 1 minute about the access to finance and infrastructures and its role in addressing the need for energy transition?
Look, my final comment is very simple. We are at a turning point in human history. Not everyone realizes, but history will see this as an absolute turning point. Last year, the entire world, produced more solar and wind than we produced coal energy. Last year, the use of coal went down in both China and India. That happened during COVID, yes, for bad reasons. But last year it happened for good reasons, which of course is that the renewables now dominant market. In the past, if a nation wanted to develop, there was only one way. It was fossil fuels. No nation could develop and make their population affluent. No nation can bring everyone out of poverty without fossil fuels. But that was the past. Now, and that's what Prime Minister Modi is speaking about all the time, there's one way forward, how to combine ecology and economy, make it one, how to bring every Indian out of poverty, how to make every Indian a part of the wild middle class, but doing it by going green. And our parents and grandparents didn't have that option, but now it's available. And that's the enormous opportunity now for India, and that's why we can end up here being very optimistic. This will be the future of India, and India will just move ahead, combining ecology and economy, and becoming very soon the second largest renewable power in the world.
Thank you, gentlemen. I think India is at a very cusp of leapfrogging towards the next phase of energy transition with all the technology options that are available. We didn't touch upon a lot of the areas which I would have loved to talk about, but we are over time. So I would like to thank my esteemed panelists for their comments and their knowledgeable views about this sector. With this, I would like to close. We talked about policy, economics, we talked about infrastructure and financing challenges and the road ahead for energy transition and its role in the global decarbonization. So thank you everyone for listening in.
Thank you. Great moderation.
È il mio quarto,
take it out.
è la mia quarta edizione della India Energy Week.
La mia seconda.
Hai fatto dei link qua.
Sono attivi i microfoni?
Sono attivi.
Sì.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to welcome you to this panel, Fast-Tracking India's Green Mobility Economy, Identifying and Driving Opportunities for Multimodal, Multi-Fuel Initiatives. India's transport transition is both an emission challenge and an industrial opportunity. With almost 400 million vehicles, 15% of national emissions, and roughly 7% of GDP contribution, India cannot afford a single-track solution. Today's discussion is about the high-impact market, policy, financing, and technology levers that can turn the diversified fuel vision into a scalable, investable, and globally competitive green mobility ecosystem, and about the stakeholders who must work together to make it happen. My name is Alessandro Zampieri. I'm a partner at BCG from the Middle East office. I work on decarbonization solutions, and I'm joined here on stage by our three distinguished speakers. We have Beatriz Lipus, SVP and Head of Energy Business Unit at Scient. We have Dr. Paolo Frankel, Head of Renewable Energy Division at International Energy Agency. And we have Maria Rosa Baroni, President of NGV Italy. Before we dive deeper into the discussion, I would like to ask our panelists to introduce themselves and their organizations. Let's start from Beatriz and then go down the lane.
Thanks very much, and thanks for having me today. Yes, I'm representing the energy business at Scient. Scient is an engineering services company headquartered in India, but globally present. We have approximately 16,000 employees and do all different kind of engineering solutions under the heading of engineering and pricing intelligence. In the energy business, that basically means for us engineering around plant, product, and technology. And also we are heavily involved from an automotive perspective, and they're also obviously designing electric vehicles. One project that I'll refer later to also quite actively is regarding green hydrogen, where we are involved in Norway on a kind of prestigious first of its kind project that I think we can heavily leverage on also for the India market.
Thank you, Beatriz. Paolo?
So, good afternoon, everybody. I'm Paolo Franco. I'm the head of the Renewable Energy Division at the International Energy Agency. The IEA is part of the OECD. We have 32 member countries, but we also have 13 so-called association countries, including India, but also China, Brazil, South Africa, and so on. And with that, we actually cover more than 85% of energy demand in the world. And we have a privileged, let's say, place from Paris to look at all the energy, all fuels, all technologies, all sectors in the energy field in the world. Thank you.
Good afternoon to everybody. Thank you for having me here. I represent NGV Italy, that is the association that represents the industry for the green transition. We participate to all the forum, international and national. We work very hard with our government and of course with the European community. Our industries is leading and leaders in new technology, innovative technologies that we export all around the world. And this goes 360 degrees. That means from biofuel, biofuel, hydrogen, and also EV, of course. And we are pushing for a very neutral technology. That's the only way to really decarbonize the world. And we are active in Italy, talking to the governments and trying to help this great country to decarbonize. Thank you.
Thank you, Maria Rosa. So let's start. India is explicitly betting on a diversified fuel portfolio, not just a single technology pathway. Based on international benchmarks or anything that you see through your experience on the ground, where is this approach clearly working today, and where do you see maybe the highest risks of fragmentation, misallocation of capital, or stranded infrastructure assets?
So perhaps if I can start, the diversified approach, I could only agree there with you. It's the only way possible, and the neutral approach there. I'm not sure there's a single country where we can say, and perhaps my colleagues feel differently here, but there's a single country where we can say that it works out really extremely well. I would say one country that is overall reasonably advanced is, I mentioned Norway as an example in terms of the hydrogen project that we are doing. Electric vehicles adoption obviously is extremely high there. If you look at it, I think in 2025 it was something like 90% of the new vehicle sale for commercial vehicles were electric vehicles. So I think Norway is reasonably well advanced, but is it well enough diversified? There are also pockets that don't work out there. So I'm not sure there's one single country, but Norway, also given our involvement, definitely comes to my mind there.
Awesome. Paolo?
So, may I start from another angle? We live in a period of extreme uncertainty and volatility, but still, how our Executive Director, Dr. Birol, reminds, there are some certainties. One, and I deliberately choose this one on energy security, because energy security is the heart of the work of the IA from its start. Energy security is changing, but three golden rules of this energy security are not changing. One is the diversification. Second is predictability. And the third is cooperation between suppliers and demand, between countries. Now, why I'm starting with that? Because recognizing that every country situation is different, we really have to have an all-fuel, all-technology approach. And sometimes this is not the case. I'm European. In Europe, very often there is an electric vehicle against biofuels, against something else discussion, which frankly is not very helpful. We need both, at least in an interim period, transition period of 10 years. And with respect to that, I wish to mention the report that we produced, which underpins the Belém Sustainable Fuels quadrupling factor. This is not against electrification. It is in addition of electrification. The IEA is the organization that very clearly shows that electricity demand is growing 3 times faster than energy demand. We are in favor of electrification. We are in favor of electric vehicles, but we are also in favor of sustainable fuels. Now, on the sustainable fuels, however, one important point is that there are predictable policies for the short, medium, long terms, and a fair and transparent carbon accounting system, life cycle assessment of the system that really can compare the different fuels, including the biofuels, low emission ammonia and hydrogen, e-fuels in a consistent manner. We think this is the approach to go. You asked for a country. I don't think there is one country that does everything very well, but the approach of the Fuel of the Future law in Brazil is, in my opinion, one of the best practice around the world, and they are also going towards more electrification. So if I have to pick one example to look at, that's Brazil.
Okay, well, my colleague Paolo almost said everything I was going to say, so I change a little bit subject. We are really trying to look at the world in a 360 degrees, as I say, because we have to remember that we have Africa, we have countries that will be very slow with carbonization. And right now, if we talk about India, India is the second producing CO2 in the world. So they also need to go fast for decarbonization, but they have to be pragmatic. I mean, they also have to think that they have more than 1,500,000 people to take care. So there are others very important values that they have to go. So we in Italy, we would like to have a very strong point, also starting from the European Commission, that when we go and look for emission, we have to look to emission in a different way that now is calculated. Now, when we are talking about electrical vehicles, they look at the emission from the engine to the floor, to the wheels, which means that no matter where the electricity comes, they are considered zero emission, which I think that's really something absolutely wrong, because most of the time, in any part of the world, the electricity is also done with coal when they are happy, otherwise with natural gas. But never, as 2 years ago and last year, South Africa sold coals to Europe. That means that Europe, when I read at bus, they say zero emission, I say, well, that's not true. They are teasing you, because where the electricity come from? So we want emission coming from well to wheel. That means that you have to look from the source of the molecular to the end of the molecular. That would be very fair. Sometimes in Europe it's very difficult for that to be accepted. They adopted, I don't know why, and I don't want to enter in very peculiar situation, but they adopted just electrical. That means that Europe is on the end of Chinese. And I have nothing against China, it's a beautiful country, but we need to be independent. And right now, the choice is to buy LNG from United States at a very high price, or electrical tools and cars and solar panels from China. My country has signed a very important agreement with the Mediterranean countries, that means Africa, that is called Piano Mattei. That means that we are trying to help Africa countries to develop their own technology, sometimes based on hydrogen, because they have lots of sun, yes, cheap power. And we are trying to get energy from Africa, and right now also from Saudi Arabia. But still, we don't have enough. The world has to look really, if we want to decarbonize, to have a very intelligent approach. I have a small electrical car in Milano. For a city car is wonderful. But if I'm responsible of ships, I'm responsible of trains, I'm responsible of boats, how do they go? They need biofuel. They need a third way to look at the strategy. So my trucks that have to go from the Alps to 4,000 meters, 3,500 meters, to Sicily, to small villages in the mountain, they will never be able to do that with the load of EV, with the load of batteries. So I think that each country has to look at their own needs and use with wise what is the best for really decarbonization. Thank you.
Fantastic. So I think you all agree that a multi-fuel system is an optimal solution globally and for India. So I would just like to understand now, how do we drive scale fast? So how do we build the infrastructure that we need, the feedstock that we need fast enough for this energy transition to happen? Maria Rosa, you want to start? So we go the other way around?
No, I prefer to hear what my friend says, not repeat the same.
So I go back to my second. After diversification, the other key word is predictability. And predictability means many things, but it means first to have not just short-term targets, but to have also medium and longer-term targets, to have a clear understanding on what are the infrastructure needs are, and not because infrastructure needs time. So it's important to put it in a coherent time context. If you have a lot of fuels, but you don't have the ports, you go nowhere. If you don't have the storage facilities for biofuels, that's a missing point. If you miss the collection point between biogas and the gas grid, you go nowhere. So that's the second part. And then it's understanding how supply chains function. Now, let me focus at the moment for 1 second on India, on the biofuels part, and basically because we just released a special India Bioenergy market report a few hours ago. This is available on our website. And we think the following, that India has done an amazing job in the field of ethanol, with some caveats, but in generally speaking, an amazing job in a short time. It has been starting well with compressed biogas. It needs to have more policy attention on biodiesel and sustainable aviation fuels. And it needs, for in our view, 4 main policy priority areas. The first, it sounds generic and maybe naive, but it's really to have a roadmap. When I say a roadmap, it's not just the targets, it's much more. It's understanding what is behind the targets and makes them feasible. And with that, also fixing some important technology milestones. Compressed biogas is still expensive today. In 5 years from now, we have to make it sure that the cost goes down. Otherwise, things will stop. SAF, there is a big price cost. We need to put in place many things, innovation or innovative financing, in order this cost to go down, because otherwise when the scale up goes really much larger, the customers will not want to pay. So, sorry, I'm going faster. The important point is the roadmap. The second is really the infrastructure, because it takes time. Innovation. We need to understand that this is a multi-technology process that has technologies at different stage of maturity. And the fourth is sustainability criteria. India has a paradoxic situation. It has the stringent criteria on what they call green hydrogen, and so far it has nothing on biofuels. This needs to be fixed in order to get to transparent, robust life cycle assessment that really manage to compare transport means from the well to the wheel.
Okay, thank you very much. I can take, since for the last 30 years, I've been working quite closely with the Minister of Oil and Gas, and of course now also New Energies, and of course with the main oil and gas companies. So I'm open to everything. I think that the main point of India, another country of course, is to be very clear what they want to reach, what they really want. And that's very difficult. The roadmap is very difficult because there is always something in the air that say, well, ideology is the best, we all go EV and so on. But we have, for example, we have a country in Europe, it's not even a European, that each family has an electrical car because it was given by the government almost free of charge. But they are also one of the third, I think, one of the largest exporter of petrol around the world. That's Norway. So you see the contradiction. They pay the subsidy to electrical car with the money they make selling crude oil. So in a way, they claim one ideology, and the other they look for money, and that's the world. So I think that India has all the way to do a very good job, but they have it's very important that they have very clear idea. For example, I see that in Europe, where we have subsidies, in Italy and all the rest of Europe, most of the time, the subsidies are not even for electrical car, are not even asked because people don't want electrical car. Maybe it's wrong, but that's the truth. So at the end is the market that is going to put the last word. And the market has to be informed, the market has to be helped, because we want decarbonization and we want to teach them how can they do it. Depending what we call the last miles, for me, is perfect. A truck, a bus, a train, last mile, it can be EV or hydrogen. But when they have to run for long distance, let's say from Delhi to Chennai, I don't see any truck going just on EV. So infrastructure are very expensive, extremely expensive. And when we see a country like India, they really to do a great job to adopt this. For example, electrical filling points and so. So I think that's a very critical moment. I'm talking quite often to the ministries, and they understand that they will be the third country in the world very soon, also because they are pragmatic and they look at the the real world because they need to do it. So that's the road that India has to do. Not easy, but that's what I wish they learn how to do it. I'm sure they will do it.
I would just like to stress on one thing that you said in terms of the not only focusing on the short term, but really also in parallel driving the longer term elements, because from my perspective, otherwise that's one of the biggest risks that India has, that they only focus on what can bring us the short-term scale, which is, yes, important, but then there's a ceiling that will be reached at some point of time. And if we don't now already have a roadmap for something that gives us longer-term scale, then we would reach a ceiling and we would lose a significant amount of time and would not get to where India can get and has to get to.
Can I jump on this? And maybe then I will have also a question for her if I can. Now, can I do the example of sustainable aviation fuels in India? It's an interesting one because, of course, the cheapest option are the biofuels, but they are competing with aggressive biodiesel targets. Now, on the positive side, India has seen this, is actually seeing this in advance, and is looking precisely at medium-term, longer-term solution. Notably, one is ethanol alcohol to jet, which today is difficult, more expensive, but tomorrow could be a very important other solution. And maybe after tomorrow, we will have e-kerosene from renewable hydrogen and then CO2. So in this respect, India is a good, and in the case of SAF, India is a good example of taking a good approach, which I repeat, the transport is one of the sectors, not the only one, but one where really there is this problem of pushing different technologies at different level of maturity and costs. So if we focus only on upscaling the cheapest one, that's good in the short term, but in the medium term, we hit the wall. And then we are unprepared. The opposite would also be problematic, to put too much emphasis today on the costly options. I would have some comments on the European approach on this. The perfect mix from the IEA perspective is in between. And when I come back to the roadmaps, I think it's helpful to have indicative technology milestones for every 5 years and revise. Because today, we don't know exactly what we will have 5 years. If I ask you 5 years ago, would you think that artificial intelligence was so advanced? No. This is true also for other technologies. So I'll stop it there, but just to say in a positive note in this case that India is realizing this. This is one of the main recommendations of our report, to look at diversified paths, looking at the short, medium, and long term.
Paolo, you Can have I a ask question? that? Yeah, of course, you make my job very easy.
Because she mentioned Norway. Is Italy. This happens to be an Italian panel almost. We are 3 Italians, over 4. Now, by chance, it was not... Would you agree that one of the biggest obstacles in Italy is a crazily high electricity price in public charging stations? And would you compare that with the price that a Norwegian or a Finnish person, we are sticking to Europe, because if you don't look at this ecosystem...
I agree with you totally, because that's the problem of not myself, but of my country. You know, we are not any more competitive because for us now energy is extremely expensive. Italy was based on gas, natural gas from Russia. For example, in my board, I had Gazprom because we are talking about energy. So right now, the price is going from 1 to 8. That's the average cost that we have now. So anything is extremely expensive. I remember that my mother was saying that years ago, when she was a little girl, they were going around to turn on the lights and so on because it was too expensive. Then we became rich. Light was, energy was very cheap. But right now we go back, we have to say, please, shut off the light, turn off the light, and so on. So everything is based on that. That's why also with my government, we are looking to Africa to get new energy like hydrogen or solar and so on. We are open to all options. I think we have new energy, especially for transport, was born in Italy. Before the Second World War, Italy had sanctions, so they didn't have any fuel. And at that time, they used anything for run a car, or a bus, wine, alcohol, whatever it was. And that they had the idea to use LPG and then CNG. And we exported it all around the world until a few years ago. Anything that was talking about biofuel was Italian. And still now, our companies are leading in anything, not only in gas, but in hydrogen, in solar. Solar no, because we buy all Chinese at the moment. So the problem in India now, the electricity is very cheap. I remember 30 years ago, very few people had AC, and very few people, unless they had a generator, had light. Right now, it's very cheap in big town, and they join every place. And that's the great difference. They are very lucky. They have sun, they have wind. So I think that electricity and power and solar power is going to win in India, but not all over. There are some situations where they have to accept. And I was talking today with my friend of Gales, and they are looking for mixed fuel, of course, ethanol, even hydrogen. I am one of the promoter of a mixed hydrogen in fuel. You gain lots of CO2 capture. Unfortunately, you have to do many testing. With SNAM, we are trying hydrogen, a mix of hydrogen and gas up to 20%. And at the moment, it's working. The material, the engines, and the pipeline, it's okay for up to 20% of hydrogen. That means 20% of less CO2. So I think that the smart way of looking to the future is to be open to any solution that is going to help, that is going to be available, that is going to be economically sustainable, and looking maybe in the future, in some years, everybody will have a wing and we will fly. I don't know what's going to happen. And we don't need any extra sources of energy. The intelligent will do something with the moon or with the sun or with the... So I think that to be smart, to be intelligent, to look ahead, to be pragmatic is really the solution for a country like India, and I think they are. Thank you very much.
On a lighter note, I'm from Germany, so what should I say about the price there? So absolutely with you, but affordability in India is going to be the key. If you look at coal price and everything we have spoken about wind and solar now, but otherwise there's not going to be any movement there. Sorry.
No, thank you, Beatrice. So maybe you have been touching a lot upon technology and infrastructure maturity, and so why don't we speak a little bit more about that? And maybe we can start, Beatrice, you can start if you want, sort of mapping a little bit what's the solution space, right? There are different fuels, different green fuels, different applications and segments, right? Just understand a bit that landscape, unpack it for the audience, and then talk about what are the challenges or the breakthroughs that are needed in order for these technologies to advance and commercialize at scale.
I am not sure I'm the best one to talk about the overview. Perhaps I would hand over to the other panelists. One example that I could perhaps give is, I'd mentioned already a bit earlier, the hydrogen topic, the green hydrogen. We think that there's a significant amount of potential there, not as the main solution over there, but for certain areas. And one example there is in Norway, there's at the moment an electrolysis production facility which is in development. It's a first of its kind that is going to develop or provide pressurized hydrogen directly from the factory to the vessel for bunkering. It is still relatively early stage. There's still a lot of exploration that needs to be done. My other panelists were mentioning that overall for hydrogen, but we strongly believe that, especially if the electrolysis efficiency can be further improved, that there is a significant amount of potential. Now, not for all segments of transportation. That's once again, that's why we also believe strongly in that mix. But that's one area where India is heavily looking into and where there's a significant amount of potential for sure.
Fantastic. Good.
So, I wish to maybe take it from another angle. We are speaking about technologies, some of which, including hydrogen, is at the beginning of a long journey, has not yet the necessary economies of scale. So the point is not just seeing from a supply point of view, but also from demand. Now, at the IA, we have a bit half of a joke on hydrogen, which is hydrogen has three priorities: demand, demand, demand. And the reason for that is that there has been a lot of emphasis on technology push, but not exactly at the demand, at the predictable demand creation, and who pays the extra costs. That's the critical point. And the equivalent, and this is different from, let's say, the solar or wind story in the past, where this was solved through the feed-in tariffs. And then everything changed, and today they are the cheapest option. By the way, one before I forget, solar plus battery auctions in India right now are cheaper than new coal. Full stop. Forget the environment, climate change. They are the cheapest option for new generation in a country where energy demand and electricity demand is massively exploding. That's the future from economic grounds. Returning to hydrogen. The demand, creating a predictable demand and the willingness to pay of consumers for very small shares of a new technology, this is a critical point. Everybody is super worried about the high cost. Yesterday we were discussing SAF. Oh, that's impossible. SAF is so expensive. Excuse me, we are speaking about 1% in the mix. If you calculate this, this is then in the end a 5% more of the price ticket. Are you really sure that you cannot find some ways of policy making that this is absorbed? So what matters, and if we have time I go back to the electric vehicles, is also how we form prices and how this burden of this extra cost of the new technologies is allocated. This is sometimes forgotten, but it's actually one of the most crucial points in this story. And at the beginning, even if the costs are much higher, the total cost for society is very small. So it's an allocation problem.
I agree totally. I mean, I think in the beginning, even the first car or trucks, they were very expensive 150 years ago when they started, or 120. I remember I read something about Agnelli when the first car was extremely expensive because 3 cars, 5 cars, they were prototypes. So anything that is coming up, they will have the possibility to have a cost decrease, of course, but it needs also faith. I mean, people have to accept that in the future, things will change, and it's not easy. I read the agreement that Europe is going to sign, because it's not even yet signed, with India about the new cooperation. But I also read that India is asking that what in Europe needs certificate of origin that shows that everything is green. If you steel, like for example, India could sell lots of steel to Europe, but it has to have the certificate of origin to be green. So here they has to be gray, not green, because green is extremely expensive. They will not be competitive. We are trying to talk to them, to tell, for example, inox plant, cement plants, and so on, that using hydrogen, they would become greener. Right now, most of them, they use coal. But what they say, that the cost is too high, really too high. They just burn anything that is around to get heating, and so. So I think that step by step, The world has to look what really is coming up, trying to subsidies, trying intelligent subsidies that are not thrown away, and look with open mind the future for our next generation. And I have my grandchildren, so I'm very looking for a better world. I started to look at 1990 to alternative fuel, but not only for mobility, for everything, for heating and so on. So that's my point. We have to help the world to decarbonization, and we also have to find a way to make everything cheaper. Otherwise, it's not going to work, especially in countries like Africa or sometimes also like India. I can tell you one thing, that the Chinese came to me because my vice president is president of IGU. IGU is International Gas Union. And until last year, the presidency was Chinese. And they are using lots of LNG, lots of gas. They came to me asking, how can we use gas in a better way? So that shows that, the world is very strange. Sometimes it's talking and sometimes it's doing. That's the big difference.
Can I jump in on and go back to the problem of allocation of costs? Can I take your reasoning? So if you take green, let's call it low emission, I prefer low emission hydrogen, not using colors. And let's imagine that the premium for this is 200, 300%, depending on the country. So obviously, if you are competing on a commodity price, you don't go nowhere, okay? Now, you transfer this on a ton of steel, of low emission steel, and the premium is 40%, roughly. And then you transfer this in the price of a car, of a medium luxury, of a Mercedes. You're German, right? Okay. I'm sorry to say, but the extra premium is 1%. Nobody, however, in the policy making makes this value chain consideration. And one thing that we are debating very often on hydrogen is precisely the options of public procurement on some car fleets going backwards. And once again, the price difference on the Mercedes or an electric car or whatever is 1%. This should be this should be enough. This is super small, or let's say small, for the final product, but it's big enough to create scale and a market perspective over the supply chain. This is missing. Now, India, interestingly, in the hydrogen mission, has some of these considerations, and we praise that. Of course, it will take time. Coming to the CBAM, we hope that the Indians understand that in the longer term, producing lower emission hydrogen and steel here will be in their absolute benefit, and the benefit for everybody. It will actually lead to more competitive products in the medium term.
Thank you, Paolo. Well said. And so who finances this transition, right? We're going to need hundreds of billions, actually trillions of dollars to build the infrastructure that we need. We need finance to fund the research that we need to develop new technologies, new feedstocks, and scale up these technologies. So how do we do all of this? Anyone has an idea on that?
I can restart again. I don't think there is a problem of lack of finance per se. There is a problem of allocation. There is a problem of how the financial sector looks at these things. And basically, it's the risk-benefit ratio which matters. And I go back to the fact that if there is not a predictable policy framework, that's difficult. And then the financial sector immediately goes somewhere else where this risk-benefit is lower. Having said so, there is a clear shift from investment from the fossil fuels to the clean energy technology, which is, of course, well, not doped, but certainly dominated by what is happening in China. But it's true also worldwide. So in the past, the fossil fuel investments were the majority. Now it's the other way around. And even in India is this. So even if I would not be worried about the trillion scale, but I would concentrate on one thing, which is, again, predictability, and maybe getting an example of the LNG story. The key point in the LNG deployment is when some countries, and notably Japan, had the very good idea to get the suppliers and the demand together in the same place and let them speak to each other. Because the energy investments are long-term investments, all of them, the ones that require more infrastructure even more than the others. And the only way is to say, to make something more predictable. Then the investors will come. I may be too optimistic, but for me, there is not a lack of money problem. There is a lack of money going to the right place.
Well, I think that the world, as you say, it's really the one we have to look at, be predictable. Stakeholders, investors need security. In the last few years, they invested in different areas, and these areas were destroyed in 5 years, 3 years, 2 years. Well, I think that one thing we have to look, and it is very important to see the future. In September in Milano, we had a huge convention, also for the same DGM, beautiful convention. They were most Americans, they were most Texan people, and the world was, we will supply you oil and gas forever. So that will be our last word, oil and gas, very cheap to you. And if you want to be friend, you have to buy oil and gas from us. So then I know, because I told you I had Gazprom in my board, one of the richest area, and that's why they are trying to fight for that, would be the north, the Baltic area, the Arctic pole, because with the frosting, they will be so rich of oil and gas that it will be so cheap that it will be very difficult for countries to say no to that source of energy. So I think that the world lost a very important battle. I remember that 20, 25 years ago, they were talking about CO2 capture. And for me, that was the solution. It was too expensive at that time. And right now we pay 10 times more for not having invested in that time on CO2 capture. That would have been the solution. And right now we have lots of problems going on. But we have to look to everything in order to have security for the investor, to see what's going to happen politically and geographically. Because when I talk to IGU or oil and gas companies, they say there will be, if you go to Saudi Arabia, if you go to the Gulf, they are sure that their oil will go on forever, and so the gas. And that's a big question mark for investors.
Can I start from the end? Of course, Saudi Arabia has an interest to sell oil and gas for forever, let's say. 2 remarks. They are now investing massively in solar. They actually have more solar than oil, and they realize that this is true. Of course, in order to exploit this, then they have to have the grids. I think in general, we should not forget the cost of climate change. This is not very fashionable in this last year, but it's still there. It's not going away. So society at large will have to pay for the cost of climate change. And indeed, I would just remark that the financing is going through the clean energy technology part. But the biggest drivers is not necessarily the climate change, but is the energy security angle. In the energy security angle, we had some interdependencies. And I really quote once again our executive director, Dr. Birol. It's always a wrong approach to put only the feet in one basket. Sure. It's very good to diversify as much as possible. And coming to Europe, the dependency on one big producer or one fuel created a big shock of prices that we are actually paying very hard right now. So diversifying is the.
You are talking the same language in France, although they have a nuclear. We don't have anything, for example, in Italy. But I also want to say that Also, electricity, any new energy, it has to be taken care and used by very careful, because I don't know if you were aware what happened in Spain this summer. When you are not good in managing also electricity, you can have big problem of peaks. For 3 days or 2 days and a half, Spain was without light, without power. Hospital had no power at all. And 3 days later, it was in Portugal. So everything that is new, it takes attention, it takes technology, and it takes very, very careful design and approach. Otherwise, it can be a mess, everything.
Absolutely agreed. However, I think the best example, and that's what I had in mind, I wanted to say the same in Saudi Arabia investment in solar. That's massive. And I have to admit, when I learned that first time, some time ago, I was absolutely surprised. But if this country looks into such kind of investment and diversification, then it's clear that number one, that's a mandatory thing for everybody. Theoretically, we in Europe have gone a different way, yes. But number two, that predictability angle is from my perspective also the biggest challenge in terms of where the money flows, because for money givers, it doesn't matter all that much in terms of where their money goes. They need to see a return, and if they don't have that certainty, at least to a certain level, then I think that will be the biggest challenge. Coming back to hydrogen, final remark on that offtake is definitely the biggest challenge there. No doubts about that from a financing and from an overall perspective.
Can I respond to her? She's giving me a lot of ideas. So, the Iberian Peninsula blackout. It was less than 3 days, fortunately, but yes, but yeah. But one point is very true. We have to make sure that the regulatory framework and all the rules of how the markets, and in particular the electricity market, work are adapting to the new technologies. We have a special event at the forthcoming IEA Ministerial next week on electricity security, and it's really sounding incredible, but the rules that manage electricity system in most parts of the world are still the ones of the last century, the 20th century.
Well, if you go to Delhi, old Delhi, you see how they use the electricity. You don't know how, they are not on fire every day. So everything has to be very carefully used.
No, but I'm referring to
Sure,
very advanced economies that in principle are perfect. They are not.
Of course.
And these rules need to be changed.
Of course.
And here I wanted to say something on that we have not discussed so far, which is digitalization, which is a big asset for India.
Of course.
Now, digitalization can help massively in the management of power systems, in the management of grids. In another point, we didn't discuss this before, the electricity prices at the recharging station are the problem for electric vehicles in Italy. I have a Finnish colleague that very proudly showed me his app. He can decide exactly when recharging his electric Audi, in the hours where basically electricity is for free in Finland because there is a surplus of wind in the night. And he pays nothing. I have no car in Paris, but in Italy I wanted to rent an electric car. And then I looked at the prices, which are 80 cents or €1 per kilowatt hour, €1 in a public charging station. This is crazy.
Sure.
This is absolutely no way.
Sure.
But who has the digitalization asset can do much, much better. And I think this is a very serious point for India, because India has great digitalization programs and skills.
You are right. You're really right.
And so maybe we are in the last few minutes of the discussions. So if you think about the green mobility sector in India, right, and just trying to wrap it up with that, where do you want to see, where would you like to see India in 5 years from now, right? And maybe if you have one thought on how do we get there, what is the one thing that would get us there, if it exists?
mean, what? Yeah, please start.
For me, there's not one thing. I don't see that one thing. I would want to see it. I think we all said it already. I would want to see it well balanced. I would want to see that the multiple different modes of transportation, because we spoke about mobility here primarily, and it's not only transportation, it's obviously also industries and whatever, but in mobility, that multimodal, multi-fuel approach is extremely well balanced, with a roadmap in place also for the next decades, and with the more advanced ones, like what I said, being well balanced, and with the less advanced ones having reached a certain maturity level. There is not, from my perspective, one way. However, one critical element that Paolo just right now mentioned, that digitalization power that India has as a country, and that India has gained a lot of expertise developing projects, solutions for different countries. If we bundle that knowledge basically and that experience and use it for our own country, so use it for India, that's definitely something that I think that can heavily help accelerating that.
So I think, first, I think recognize that India has already done a lot of good things in transport, pushing different transport modes. Well, continue to do so with the recognition that an all-fuel diversification strategy is the right way to go. And I think this is true with the programs that are supporting electric vehicles, now with the programs that they have on different application of biofuels with the hydrogen mission. It would be good to have a comprehensive approach for all of them together. I come back to the Brazilian approach of the fuel of the future law to see something with the following in mind. The best options will be a mix of these solutions. We should not be too afraid that some of them may be too expensive at the beginning, and some of them will fail, to be honest. But the mix and this approach will actually, in the end, will be the approach that has the most secure and the most affordable mix. This is what I would like to see them. I think India has already started in the good direction, but it would be good to have another view of all these different possibilities together.
Well, I think that if you hear Minister Puri Singh, Hardeep Puri Singh, he represents exactly what you just said. He said plurality. He said let's use whatever we have. It's economic, it's valid, it's usable, it's affordable. To go to decarbonization. He was ambassador in Brazil, so he's trying to copy in a way with ethanol and so on, you can see. So when I talk to him, he's very, very open to all the options. What I wanted to say is that we have, India has great possibility also to use their own products. For example, we have very leading companies doing waste to fuel, waste to biofuel, farming to biofuel, waste to hydrogen, to ammonia. So that's the way you solve problem. The big problem of waste that you have in India can be solved becoming fuel, becoming energy, as I say, hydrogen. Fuel. I saw the first biomethane plant in Lidköping in Sweden in 2002 because I'm very curious. I heard and I say I go and see. And for me it was the example that everything turns back and you don't waste anything. So that's the way we have to go. We have to help India as much as we can in our little things, in our little possibilities, but I think this is a great country and they will do a very good job, and I'm sure that if they don't follow the example of Europe, they will be winning, because right now Europe has some problem. Thank you very much.
Fantastic. We are almost at time. Unless you have any final remarks, I would like to wrap it up here. So I'd like to thank you all panelists for your time, preparation, for the very open discussions and very informative discussions today. And please do join me in a round of applause for the panelists.
And in March, I will be in Saudi Arabia to see what they are doing. There is a big show over there, and I'm very curious because I've been in Saudi Arabia 30 years ago when it was still really the Saudi Arabia. I had to go all black, you know, and walk one arm behind the man, and there was only gas and oil. And right now, as you say, they are open to all this. And I wanted to say that Italy has done some progress because with NAM, which is the Gale, let's say, Gale of Europe. We have pipeline all over Europe with NAM. We will be the first hub of hydrogen from Algeria and probably from Libya. So we can be the hub of Europe, and that would be cheap hydrogen. So it takes time, but I think that we are working also on that. Thank you.
Thank you again.
It's a spotlight. Huh? Yeah, it's very good afternoon. Hi, can you hear me? No. Sorry? You're on, I think. Yeah. Hi, can you hear me now? Yeah. All right. A very good afternoon to everyone. We have a very interesting panel discussion now, especially on startup, climate technology, moving from R&D to mainstream. I'm Gaurav Moda. I lead the energy practice for EY in India. We have our esteemed panelists here today. Shri Pradeep Das, he's the Chairman and Managing Director for IREDA. Klaus Oleg, CTO and member of the Management Board for ThyssenKrupp Nucera, which focuses on hydrogen electrolysis technology. Bjorn Vigeri, Head of Innovation Accelerator, doing some very high-end work in Total Energies. We also have Alberto Modnani, MD of HyDep NextChem, an top engineering firm globally focusing on hydrogen. And we have Afina Ashfaq, leading from SED Fund. Nice to meet all of you. So the conversation we're going to have today is there is a lot of investment that goes into startups and motivating them, building them, growing them. But not enough of them scale up, or not enough of our proof of concepts, pilots scale up to much larger space. And what we have seen as EY, particularly in the last 1 to 2 years with our clients, is that now most clients are demanding that we move to the next level of digital and AI investments, where there are 3 big changes happening. Change 1 is POC, proof of concept, is no longer enough. Clients want scale. How do we scale at a massive national global level for using AI? Second, clients are looking to also integrate the base platforms, not just try and buy piecemeal for different departments, different geographies, but how do we build base strong platforms at an organization-wide level? And third, Gen AI, particularly beyond AI, is now almost democratizing how AI is being used, not just by people who code it, but also people who just understand English. And these 3 big trends, which are being demanded by clients in the market, are driving the panelists and us to ask more from our startup ecosystem on how do we scale these things happen. In that context, we'll start with Pradeep ji, you. You're at the forefront of financing, funding all the major startup ecosystem in the country, in renewables and beyond. Help us understand how IREDA is making that happen at a country level.
Yeah, very good afternoon to you all, and thanks for the organizer for giving me opportunity and to represent IREDA and talk about the renewable. See, our domain is mandate and domain is restricted to only renewable, not to other area. And as our name of the ministry is Ministry of New and Renewable Energy, when you add the word new, so the question of startups essentially comes up there. And if you look at our portfolio in last 38 years, we have financed more than 1.82 lakh crores, in which almost 80% of the developers coming from private sector, and 25% of our portfolio you'll find completely coming from new and emerging, where essentially the startups work. If renewable, I can segregate into 2 categories. One is plain vanilla RE, that is wind, solar, hydro, and other one is new and emerging RE, that is your e-mobility, storage, both kind, base and pump storage, ethanol, CBG, green hydrogen and its derivatives, offshore winds. These are all the new and emerging in India, where huge amount of startups are working. Almost 60 to 70% of the startups are working in climate related activities, but hardly 10 to 15% gets debt financing. Now, as a lender, unless you understand the nuances of the sector, and capture the entire risk, and then take fair amount of risk mitigation plan in place till such time not only me, any lender will not come forward historically, globally. But we have been doing this since 38 years, which is plain vanilla RE now. These were also emerging and challenging RE 20-25 years back. And we have been doing that. And as I said, we have financed more than 1.82 lakhs crores in last 38 years. Despite handling this new and emerging one, despite being in private sector, our cumulative write-off is 0.08%. So that means startups or the innovators, if they work in a perfect ecosystem where your policymaker, regulator, developer, and the lender work in a cohesive and balanced approach, then qualitative asset can be built in the country. And when you talk about startup, it is innovation, new, something R&D related one. Let us accept that so far in India, we have not focused R&D much. Still, it is not even 1% of our GDP is earmarked towards R&D funds. And globally, if you see the developed economies, they have 2 to 2.5% of their GDP towards R&D. But of late, the government of India's focus towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, that is self-reliance, we are now shifting our approach to Make in India, in which these startups are going to play a very key role. And in IREDA, when we do the new and emerging one, we do a huge amount of brainstorming, and we also handhold the global level knowledge partners with us. And we keep on engaging ourselves with the developers from concept to commissioning stage, as well as post-commissioning till the date is sorted out.
And I think on that note, Pradeep ji, it will be useful to get a view, like you said, tying up with the global majors to scale this up. If you can just take a quick view from Klaus on this. Klaus, as thyssenkrupp nucera, you hold the technology for electrolysis. You are further enhancing it with R&D to make it more cost competitive, lucrative. India has huge demand that you want to grow the whole hydrogen ecosystem. If you can shed some light on how thyssenkrupp nucera can really make a difference in the Indian ecosystem. And then we'll come to the startups as well.
Okay. Yeah, thank you very much. And also good afternoon from my end. Yeah, I think maybe to give you a little bit of background before I answer your question directly, thyssenkrupp nucera has installed or is installing in total 3.3 gigawatt of electrolyzer capacity on a global level. That's a quite huge capacity. So along with the startup of those units, we will also gather and gain a lot of insight into how electrolyzers operate on a very large scale. And I just wanted to give you this background to understand how we would approach the Indian market. So first of all, I think with all the data that we get from there, and also referring back to what you initially said with respect to AI, we will certainly use a lot of AI, machine learning and so on, but you definitely need all the data. So that's important to get from those plants in operation. And from there on, we will certainly continue to refine our technology, and maybe in a future question, we will also get to what other technologies could be developed. So technology development continues to happen, but specifically looking on the Indian market, there are two things from my perspective which are important. First of all, you need a solid standing on the Indian market with respect to competency. So it does not make sense to develop, let's say, engineering capabilities in Europe only. You have to do this in India. The Indian colleagues are close to the market. They can help you to understand the market demands. They can help you to understand the market development and so on. So that's extremely crucial. So the engineering competencies need to be built up locally to have proximity to the customers and to the market. And second is the equipment supplies cannot come purely out of some other countries, Europe, rest of Asia, whatever. It really has to be localized. I think India gives an extremely good basis for this. We need to make sure we have proper qualification in place of respective suppliers. I think this is applicable to anywhere on the world, and then also includes India. But what I've seen in the past is you have great suppliers in this country. So I think localization of equipment supplies, of module fabrication is a must simply. And with that said, if you have the engineering competencies plus the fabrication or the procurement activities in the local market with a good technology backup from a company, regardless where it's located, then I think you're pretty well set up to roll out the technology on a large scale in India. And maybe a third point, and then I will close. A third point is you need to also entertain partnerships because you will have to build up partnerships for procurement, for fabrication, and especially when you go to site, you install the units there, you pre-commission them, you commission them, and finally you start them up.
So Make in India is the mantra from Klaus. I think we have another panel after this specifically on that as well. Thank you for sharing, Klaus. Bjorn, coming over to you, you lead something very interesting, which is the Innovation Accelerator for Total Energies at a global level. Now, Total is not just a small name, it's one of the top 5-6 global majors. How is Total Energies really making such a big difference in innovation, not just internally, but through this Innovation Accelerator, if you can share?
Yeah, thank you for the question. As you mentioned a little bit in the introduction, we realized, let's say, 2 years ago, that our industry has changed a lot, and that the way we were doing innovation so far was not relevant anymore, or not relevant enough. Total Energy has always been a company quite active in R&D, but the stakeholders, the companies, the institutions, all the mapping of our industry has changed, and we realized that the way we were innovating was not appropriate anymore. And so we decided, yes, to continue R&D, but we realized that we need to be a bit more focusing on the short-term innovation. And we need to be able to deal with startups. And when you deal with startups, you have to go fast. You have to react fast. And so that's why we created what we call the Innovation Accelerator, which aim is to solve the problem of our site, all the sites, all energy, globally, everywhere, by looking at the solution that exist on the market and by going directly to this solution and helping them to be tested, if we speak with about startup, and being able to deploy this solution rapidly. As you mentioned, doing a test of a technology, this we can do it, but after that, regularly, even when I discuss with some other companies, after it stopped. There's questions of budget, there's a question of who will pay, who will be the owner of the technology, who will manage all the deployment of that. And so we created one entity which has only one goal, is to accelerate all this process. So we have a direct budget decided at the COMEX level, which is given to us. And then we have a dedicated team who will go look at the problems that come and look for all the solutions that you can find globally everywhere. And this for us is a real change, which make possible to identify solutions, test them, and start the deployment of the solution in less than 1 year. And this is a real change for us. And I would say now we are dealing and discussing with other companies on how to do that.
So you've almost converted innovation into a factory.
We're trying
put it one after the other.
Yeah, and we learn, to be fair, we have to mention we learned a lot about what happened in the digital, because in the last 3-5 years, all the companies, or let's say the big oil and gas major, they created their digital factory, and we learned a lot about the difficulty to deploy. And based on that, we try to expand the scope of this factory and not to limit it to digital, but now we go to technological innovation. And this is passionating.
Very nice. Thank you. Thank you for that. Alberto, coming over to you, as one of the global top firms, engineering firms, particularly for building hydrogen, plants. I mean, while the equipment cost will be what it will be, the conversion cost will be what it will be. But I'm a strong believer that the engineering, if done right, can really make a difference on the cost of production in the long term. So how do you at HYDEP look at hydrogen-based setups differently, which can help scale this whole environment for us?
Yeah, thank you for the question. Let me answer with the perspective of my group. Okay, as a group, we work on the energy and the oil and gas business, both as EPC contractors and as engineering and technology providers. Okay, and I think it is important to give both perspectives when it comes to how to optimize and reduce costs of a green hydrogen project or value chain, because there is no single, in my opinion, cost item which will make the difference. All right. When we say that green hydrogen will happen the day we will be able to reduce by 50% the cost of electrolyzers, I think is a misleading statement. By the way, and I would be happy if Klaus can elaborate on that later on. But as EPC contractors, we don't see the cost of electrolyzers decreasing, the installed cost. All right. It's a matter of considering the total cost of ownership when we discuss about green ammonia or green methanol, or let's say generally a power-to-X project. It is much more important to consider the total cost of ownership, and so the optimization of the engineering and the construction of the entire chain, rather than focusing on the single cost of the single equipment. Another statement that I have listened so many times is comparing the cost trajectory of PV to the potential cost trajectory of electrolyzers. It has no sense. It's a completely different technology. Electrolyzers are an electrochemistry stuff, which is much more complicated and complex. I mean, Klaus is a master of it, right?
Hopefully.
You can confirm. No? Yes, it is important to try to decrease the costs all across the value chain, and this is what we try to do, both as EPC contractors and as technology developers. If I have to add one last statement to this, which I think it is encouraging and important, is that unlike probably 5 years ago, where if we were been talking about membranes or frames or coated electrodes, we would have probably addressed a bunch of 4 or 5 suppliers as a whole. Today, I would say the last probably 12, 18 months, maybe 24 months, we are witnessing a global blossoming of startups coming in competition with the usual suspects in terms of membranes, let's say the critical performance components of electrolyzer. I think this is encouraging. Of course, it adds an extra level of maybe uncertainty, an extra level of risk, if you prefer to integrate into your technology a new membrane rather than the one from AGFA, for example, to make one name, very well proven. Yes, it adds an extra level of complexity, but it goes, in my opinion, in the right sense. So the message is dual. One, looking at how the innovation in the different single technologies and of the components is developing and try to embrace it. And the second one, really looking at the overall total cost of ownership of a plant, rather than focusing on a single component cost.
Understood.
Can I
Yes.
add a couple
Please,
of
Klaus.
So Alberto, I couldn't agree more to what you said. So especially with respect to levelized cost of hydrogen, this is an extremely important piece. And if you look back 4 or 5 years when, let's say, the hydrogen hype was starting initially, you saw a competition in terms of how hydrogen costs would come down over time. Everyone was copying from the other one, and eventually this didn't materialize that way. And absolutely, not looking only on the equipment supplies, you have to consider the complete erection piece, the complexity of the commissioning. You have to consider of certainly the operating cost in terms of power consumption, water consumption. You have to consider the maintenance cost and the and the ease of maintenance. So all these flow into this, and I think that awareness is coming more and more, but I still see that there are certain entities which still look a little bit too much on the initial investment cost only.
Absolutely. Now, clearly, we have Alberto and Klaus on the hook that the cost of hydrogen can come down, but it needs to come down in components. The core may still take some time. But I think it's interesting, Afina, what Alberto spoke about. You and Pradeep ji are the money that are really funding the whole startup ecosystem. And Alberto spoke about before you about the membrane and how more and more startups are coming in different parts of the energy ecosystem, not just hydrogen, but across the ecosystem, whether in AI or otherwise. SEC Fund has been at the front and center of funding such startups and growing them to scale at a global level. Maybe just your thoughts on how SEC is making that happen.
Yeah, so hi, thank you so much for the question. So if we talk about India, look, it's not a hidden fact. We all are aware that it's a breeding ground of talent, right? There's a huge amount of science, engineering, and innovation incubation happening here, right? And the solutions which are being developed here are not just relevant to India. These are relevant to solving some of the biggest global, developmental as well as climate challenges. So where the problem is, right? So there's no lack of ideas, right? But then bringing those concept to a lab stage, and then from lab to market, and then market to scale. I think those are the steps where we need to work on, and that's where the barriers are. And this is where I can see where SET plays a huge role. So SED stands for Sustainability, Equity, and Diversity Fund. Just to be clear, it's SED. What we do is that we support new and innovative ideas, organizations, which then further take a solutions-oriented approach towards energy transition. And we do so by following a venture philanthropy model. So we use philanthropic funds to de-risk startups, de-risk innovation, because those are the early time when nobody wants to put in money. Those are the riskiest form of money. And then help them in their scale-up journey going forward. So we support startups on innovation at all levels. So say from incubating an organization like GH3 to support the green hydrogen manufacturing capacity of India, to even sometimes supporting organizations more on hands-on industry level where the market-ready technology is there, but how they're not able to connect to the market, they're not able to connect to the further capital, right? So exactly to the theme of the panel. And that's where we come in and we support them on that level as well. Maybe I can take some of the examples of our support, which can just give you a little bit more of a picture of what we do. So we're supporting IIT Madras and Indus DC. And they have some market-ready solutions. So we are trying to help them, pilot them, launch them on an industrial level for scale. What they're doing is, right now, our technical assistant program basically is supporting them for their industrial heat pumps to scale the output to from 120 to further thresholds, to even 130 or 140 degrees Celsius. And currently, if you notice in the market, not even 100 degrees Celsius is available, right? So imagine if this technology, once successful, it will reduce the cost of this by 1/3 of what we are importing right now from other countries.
That's huge.
And yeah, that's huge, right? So like supporting them on that level. And not only that, it will help with the domestic supply chain, right? So that's another point to be noted. Another example is we're supporting Rocky Mountain Institute's accelerator called D3. And this platform is an innovative platform where they are using philanthropic funds to identify, support, and then scale startups, mostly on heavy industry side, because we know the emissions which are coming from that side. And this is exactly the point where they're doing everything they have to do to bring them from TRL 3 to 4 level to reach TRL 8 to 9 and then further scale, especially supporting with them the last mile of capital. I can take many more examples, but let me just say one or two more examples. One ecosystem level example is our support to a boutique consulting firm called Zinteo, where they are supporting hydrogen startups on an entire ecosystem level. And this is where I think Mr. Das will probably be happy also, is that what we are seeing now is that we were supporting this platform for a couple of years now, and now even other sources of funding are trickling in. They're getting support even from Department of Science and Technology. And this is beautiful, right? Because this is how you see an example of blending, right? So philanthropic capital getting blended with public capital for scale. So again, we want more and more of these things to happen. So we're supporting such platform. One which is not really relevant to startup, but since you are there from EY, I may want to take an example. So we're supporting, we actually worked with EY to come up with around 1,000 shovel-ready projects in RE, which are just there, they're stuck, they're not getting financing. And, so what happens with that? Like all the work which has gone goes. So they helped us incubate the list, launched on a platform called Energy Transition Investment Monitor. And now we are bringing transaction advisors to like figure out what is the problem. Is the project not bankable? Do they need more help in designing? And then eventually help them connect with the financiers. So the one important theme which you have to notice here is that all this money which I talked about, all this funding, it's a non-dilutive capital. So which gives innovator a runway of around 3 to 4 or 5 years where they don't have to worry about value of death and they can just like prosper and succeed. The other common thread is that philanthropic money is there not to replace the market or the government, but just to push, from start to lab level, from lab to market, and then further connect them globally. So just increase the supply chain, help the startups not just like die in the death of valley stage, but like actually can go up to later stage as when they need capital. I think I'll end there. There's several more examples which I can get to later.
Examples of startups are always hugely motivating because these are fantastic stories. And converting some of them into tangible results is what makes a difference. Pradeepji, on that note, if I can come back to you, you spoke about two very specific aspects in the beginning, that IREDA is focused on renewables, which also means that you feel that sense of pride in understanding the industry and therefore being able to finance it, to have such low levels of bad debts. It's remarkable. So understanding of the industry as a financier, and at the same point of time, trying to build a wider financing ecosystem, not just IREDA, but other financiers looking at you, feeling that confidence and coming around you to grow the whole ecosystem. If you can share the wider role that IREDA is playing, consciously or unconsciously, in helping these startups scale up in renewables.
Yeah. First of all, it is not unconsciously. It is purely consciously, because we being a government organization, we cannot do anything unconsciously. And not only that, now we're a listed organization. So, see, so far, whatever RE has been developed in the past, which was emerging and challenging, then those agencies, what my co-panelists spoke, they have handled it. And any industry, when in the nascent stage where the startups work, during that period, this handholding approach is required. You require blended finance as well as you require technical assistance. And we used to get regularly from those agencies, be it World Bank, JICA, KFW, etc. and all. And our team used to go to the overseas manufacturing setups, centers, knowledge centers, and try to gather whatever to the extent possible, and then that they incorporate that in our process, policy, and procedures.
So it was not just financing, it was much more.
Yes, much more. When we will be doing new and emerging, certain assumptions you will be taking with a forecasted approach. So, and these assumptions to be well validated frequently, because thing is so dynamic. Nobody ever thought that solar, which was 24 rupees per unit 20 years back or 15 years back, will become 2.4 rupees. Similar, today green hydrogen we are talking, it is not affordable, not commercially viable. Certainly by 2030, we are confident this is going to become viable. What is to be done? Skilling, technological disruption. There the startups will play a key role, which they had played in the past also. And you look at the capacity utilization factor of the solar modules, continuously improving.
Yes.
Used to have 11%, 12%, now it has gone to almost 26, 27%. So you never know how much it is going to go up. So again, I'm coming back to the new and emerging right now, which bigger focus of Government of India is there, that is green hydrogen and its derivative. Already government has earmarked 19,744 crores for that to support. Some portion R&D, some portion through PLI. Now, this kind of support is handholding, which I used the word in the beginning, because the sector is in the nascent stage, industry in the nascent stage. And as I said in the beginning, RE in the country has been developed by private sectors. Almost 80% developers are private sectors. The remaining 20%, that is again public sector entities. They work like private sectors. They compete with private sectors. So therefore, and no private sector invests unless there is sustainable ROI.
Yes.
Sustainable ROI. And when I am saying that we have done in 38 years 1,82,000 crore and cumulative write-up is 0.08, that means sustainable ROI we have already proven. And we being the largest green financer in the country, our data points, our facts and figures can become benchmark for the industry to capture and follow and do the BA. And more R&D, more and more data, proper database that will help you and enable you to take the Gen AI benefit. You cannot simply use AI if you are not having a structured data. First you should have a data, then you have a structured data, then you should translate that data into information, then only your AI will work, otherwise not.
Absolutely.
So in the entire ecosystem, in the every space, the startup can work and contribute. And you look at the electricity sector in India, let us be very honest. Till the RDSS, the revamping the distribution system was made, which probably it will take another couple of years, that all the meters in India will be completely smart meters.
Yes.
Then only we will be in a better position to capture the data, which we can use in our, for the simulation purpose or for AI purpose. Till such time we cannot know. And we do not know what is each household's energy consumption behavior or pattern. We are only doing a wild guess perhaps now.
True.
So entire energy system, when that smart metering and your distribution system, entire thing will be connected to full automated mode, then monitoring can happen. Then each household who are now producing the energy, maybe in the form of a rooftop solar, they can become a seller also, if they are having some surplus. But till it is integrated, till we have fair amount of authentic information system in place, which probably the way the agencies are working in the setup, it may take another 1 to 2 years, the things will be in place. And many startups are working, but probably earlier it was working in a fragmented manner. Now the focus of Government of India to make in India theme. So after, in last 10, 11 years, reform, perform and transform, then the fourth one is inform. To inform, you need to have a mature data, authentic data. And there the entire ecosystem is working. And when I said 60 to 70% of the startups are working in a climate related activity, because climate transition is essential, mandatory for each of us. Otherwise we will not have a atmosphere to live. And since historically renewable has been given a data point that it is giving a sustainable ROI. So therefore, in the time to come, this kind of confidence is going to push further to work more faster, more aggressively by the developer, by the lender, by the policymaker, by the regulator also. Regulator also plays a very key role.
So everyone needs to come together.
Yeah, yeah.
I think on that, if I can ask Klaus, you to respond and react to that. Pradeep ji spoke about how the government and how IREDA is helping bring the startups together to scale up for Make in India. And you especially spoke about the fact that when you as ThyssenKrupp Nucera look at India from a global level, you want to have local competence and skills. You want to have equipment suppliers locally to bring the overall cost of ownership down. How does ThyssenKrupp Nucera look at the Indian ecosystem? If you can share some examples on what should startups in our audience look for to tie up with ThyssenKrupp Nucera and really make this happen on the ground?
Yeah, I think it's a question which applies on a global level. So you can't answer that for India only, because
Sure.
I think this is mostly innovation driven, technology driven, and regardless of where you look, I think generally or mostly startups have a very good link into academia anyway, because this is usually where they originate from. So from that perspective, I think the close proximity to academia is given from the very start. Linking it into let's say larger companies, because as Alberto said earlier, electrolyzers are a very complex issue. They're really a complex plant, much more complex than photovoltaic and wind systems, for example. And that means you have to bring along, or you have to learn the complexity of engineering, which is behind just building the technology. And that's, I think, where the startups with their innovative ideas and companies like TK Nucera can fit very nicely together to make that work properly. So on the one hand side, the really good innovative ideas, and on the other hand side, the engineering know-how and the execution know-how that such companies have on a global level.
Interesting.
Also
Thank
including
you.
their certainly global setup, which a startup usually doesn't have.
Yes. Alberto, if I can ask you to share a little more on what Klaus spoke about, and then I want to come back to you, Bjorn. Klaus spoke about how these startups can bring in those new ideas, but integrating them into the design engineering to actually make that system happen, system of systems happen, is where the magic really works. So tell us a little bit more about how you make this magic happen tangibly to get the startups integrated, because otherwise the startups are coming in and pitching and not being part of the system.
Yeah. Yes, I will take it from what Klaus was saying and giving you some concrete examples, because we, particularly on our technology development side of the business, we normally work with small companies and startups that we either acquire or integrate in our in the development of our licenses, whether it is about gasification or methanol or ammonia or hydrogen and other things. There are, I would say, 2 or 3 concrete examples where there are gaps, in my opinion, that has to be overcome. One is, I mean, very soft matter, but it is the knowledge management. When you deal with startups, very often the 99% of the knowledge is inside the brain of 1 or 2 persons inside the organization. You want to make this accessible and sustainable in the future, because those persons might be there today and might not be there tomorrow, right?
Yes.
And if you enter this business with a corporate approach, you draft maybe 10 years industrial development plans, right? So you need this competence to be made available first. So you have to prepare that. And if you, as a startup, you want to be attractive for a big corporate, make sure that you can show and demonstrate that the real know-how of your startup and company can be made available. That's the first one. The second, I would say there is it's like a marriage, you know. when Klaus was talking about working together in partnership, small startups with big corporations, it doesn't happen overnight. I think that there is a mutual learning of the way of working, because we speak different languages. We use procedures, they are not. As simple as that, right? And if you want to scale up, if you want to grow as a startup, at a certain moment you need to make this switch. And then a third example, I would say, which is very important for enabling the startups to move into a scale-up mode. It doesn't depend on them. Those poor startuppers, they already have enough issues with their ideas and technologies. But there is a whole of an infrastructure out there that must be made available to them. In certain countries it is, in others it is not. You want to test facilities. Think about testing facilities for electrolyzers. You have, guys, certainly. Yeah. But if one wants to build and propose to the market a new concept of electrolyzer, it has a challenge to go out and try to find a test bench available for testing and demonstrating that their technology is going to work. So this is maybe a message for, I don't know, the public sector or even the private sector to invest in infrastructure, because you have to invest on startups, fine, but if the startups do not have the infrastructure to test and validate their ideas, facilitating the scale up, the passage to the scale up, it doesn't work.
Absolutely makes sense, Alberto. Bjorn, if I can ask you to respond a little more on what was spoken about by Alberto around providing the startup infrastructure, rather innovation infrastructure, to make innovation happen at one end. And at the other end, as Mr. Pradeep spoke about sustainable ROI through all of this innovation. I mean, you are at the front and center of making this happen from the inside. How do you balance, the money flowing in and yet the questioning happening with the infrastructure to innovate?
Yeah, it's quite interesting, because we change a lot in the way we deal with startup recently. First, I think we will all align on that, is that we need to work with startup, to partner with startup to generate more value for our business. So startups are there, and we need to adapt ourselves to work with them. So as I mentioned before, we created this new entity to accelerate innovation, and to get to our goals, we need to accelerate the way we deal with startups. And I would say I have 3 magic tricks that we are now using, or we change our behavior with startups. The first one, I think it's quite, it was a drastic change. Initially, a few years ago, Total Energy, when we are dealing with a startup, the idea in our mind was to merge or acquire the startup. Is it a good one? So let's finance it and get it. And in fact, doing that, we were working or purchasing, whatever, few startups. And so we are not using a lot of startup competencies. And now our mindset has changed, and now our objective is not to acquire a startup. Our objective now is to partner with a startup. So really, our objective is to be able to benefit from the solution, from the innovation that is provided by the startup. And when you change this mindset, you're just trying to help the startup to exist, to grow, and to have a reliable solution. So this is the first thing we change, and now we move from working with few startups to several dozens of startups that we are engaged with. Second, and I think you mentioned it a little bit, Alberto, is that we need to give a playground to the startups. If we don't give them a playground, they cannot prove, they cannot develop the technologies. So now our executive committee has committed itself to be able to provide a real playground site, to open our operational sites to the startup for them to be able to try what they are proposing, and so we can benefit on the long term on it. And the third one, it can appear very simple to say it, but this created a big change for us. A company like Total Energy, I'm sure we are not the only one, we have a lot of processes. And when you deal with contracts, It's quite heavy. Sometimes it's very heavy. And when you try to, when you discover a new solution with a startup and you want to contract with the startup, if you do it on the traditional way, it will take several months. 5, 6, 7 months.
Simply start with an NDA. It can take you 3 months.
Exactly.
Just to sign an NDA.
Just for the NDA. And so now what we have changed, because we realize that we cannot contract with a startup the same way that we contract with a massive contractor, traditional contractors. And so we manage and we fought for that, but now we have the liberty to contract by ourselves with a small entity dedicated for, let's say, startups. And now in less than 1 month and a half, we have a real contract with a startup. We are not forced to do a call for tender, which makes no sense when you have one startup that has its own solution that doesn't exist anywhere. And so this is a third magic trick, I would say, that is very important to implement, that you can only do if you have the right to do it from your management. And this helps us to work now with dozens and dozens of startups and to benefit from it.
Very nice. So it's the thought process is to partner,
yes,
not impose. Let them be nimble and yet work with them.
I don't try to possess them.
Afina, if you can seek your closing thoughts on how SecFund looks at these startups scaling up. What are those 1 or 2 key elements that you see that helps these startups scale up in your experience?
Yeah, I said this before, but I'm going to say this again. You know, if you look at with the lens of innovation and startup, there's no lack of ideas, there's no lack of innovation. The barrier is moving them from lab to market stage. So our approach is to support multiple technology pathways while looking at these barriers and addressing them directly. So, and again, we need to, when we say supporting startups, we have to look at all the different players in the market, not just hydrogen, or not just solar, or not just wind. So we're looking at all the multiple ways how and what can be scaled, what can benefit the best. I think if we look at how do we support startup as an overall system, we need to take a systematic approach, right? So from first building the ecosystem, so how do you support a startup from scratch, right? Connect them to, actually not even connect them, before even connecting to the market, they need technical assistance support, they need market support. They might have a great idea, but they might know how to even file a patent. They might not know how to connect with the market. They might not know how to apply for funds. So connecting them on that ground level, and then connecting them to the market so that the technology can actually be validated, to the pilots can be created. And then the elephant in the room, which is the capital, eventually connecting them to the right form of patient capital for the capital-intensive long-term innovations. So if we look at the systematic way, I think that's the right way to finally support a startup.
Yeah.
And just to close with, I think some of the models, when we talk about the elephant in the room capital, there are various forms of funds exist. But I think we also need to look at like more venture studios where 4 or 5 years of grant funding, then turning into convertibles, so giving the startups more room, patient capital, they're not rushed, the innovation which is done right and is done to scale.
Thank you, Afina. I think we have a quick closing thought from Pradeep ji. Yes.
I can add to it what she said. It is generally experienced in case of startups, they have completely lacked in governance. They do not have well-defined process, policy, and procedure in place. And even though they don't document it well. Whether it is any patient capital or any grant or any subsidy or any debt to avail those benefits, despite having innovative ideas, despite having ability to translate that idea to commercial scale, still they lack in governance. And our one experience in IREDA, almost a year we had to take, I'll not disclose the names and all, 4 IITians, they came together, too much into technical and all, and it took almost a year, and finally they could not be. And in fact, personally, I was feeling very uncomfortable. And another example, some particular material that will be a component in the automobile industry, which almost we are importing from a particular country. I'm not naming because of the issue. And we took almost 2 years till they could not manage, despite they are having a concessional grant from some funds of Government of India. So having a proper governance in place, that will ease out their funding, whether it is debt, whether it is patient capital, whether it is grant and subsidy. I think that aspect they need to take.
Understood. No, really appreciate the panel sharing their thoughts. We are out of time, but I'll just share a closing note. Our Honorable Prime Minister started the whole India Energy Week saying India is the land of opportunity. We used to hear that about some of the other Western markets. You've heard it for last 2 days at the India Energy Week. This is the land of opportunity, and this is where startups, with collaboration with the financiers and the OEMs, can really help scale up happen for India market. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a real privilege and honor to be moderating this extremely important panel on technology, talent, and energy 5.0, the role of AI in shaping tomorrow's energy workplace. The panel needs no introduction, and some of our guests who are probably new to the audience, we'll ask them through the Q&A to explain a little bit more about what their organizations do. So let me make some opening comments. And this will be a very interactive session, so please be ready for questions. Instead of coming this way, they may come this way. So, you know, we all have heard about AI. It represents a massive technology, economic, even, you know, social revolution. And our research suggests that oil and gas companies are really starting to deploy AI, whether it is in functions, in administrative functions, in exploration and production, in maintenance, bunch of things. And leaders are really starting to get some very, very good uplift in their profits. So I think everyone agrees and believes that AI is the future. So a question to the audience first. What I have just said, how much do you believe is real and how much do you believe is hype? I have three options and I want a raise of hands. People who believe it is 30% real at this stage, 30% or lower, raise your hands. A few, okay. 60% believe it's real. I mean, the whole thing about AI is 60%. Oh, I see a lot of more hands going up. And people who believe it is the world of AI already and 90% is real. Okay, I have some few hands. So it's a little bit in the middle. So it's a pretty interesting answer. Few skeptics, few enthusiasts, a lot of people in the middle. So I'll start with you, Rashmi and Ankur. You represent some of the largest organizations, 18,000 officers, 15,000 engineers for you, and a very impressive number for you as well at OIL. How are your organizations thinking about AI investments? How do you think about impact that comes from AI? No, I think it's
yeah. So I tend to agree with the audience that AI is here to stay, and once having established that it's a reality, I mean, there is no question of whether you have to leverage AI or not. It's like a done deal. And when we look at how do we intend to invest in AI, see, it's about investing in which ways and which places. And the way we are looking at Indian Oil is, we are looking at a very three-pronged strategy kind of strategy for investment in AI. One is baseline literacy, because like you mentioned, we are an engineering organization and we do believe that there has to be a baseline literacy in our entire workforce. And when I mean workforce, I also mean my operators and technicians also need to have a baseline literacy as far as AI is concerned. Then there are business use cases. Now with so much of open AI sources, there has to be a question of, making your employees ready to use those open sources in an ethical manner, in a prudent manner, in a manner in which they can leverage it, but at the same time maintain data confidentiality, data integrity. And the third is leveraging the technological efficiency part of AI. That is where the real investment goes, because we are a heavily engineering dependent company and we have so many technical data points, I would say. So how do you leverage it to build efficiencies? How do you leverage it to reduce your fuel loss? How do you build it to improve your yield, get the best product mix? That is where the investment and the business outcome that we are focusing on.
Fantastic. Ankur?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. I also tend to agree with the audience. Actually, some of the organizations are just testing the AI, just dipping their toes in the water. And of course, for some of the organizations, they have taken a deep plunge. However, the spectrum is very wide. Some are cautiously optimistic, and when some of them have taken a deep plunge. But why I think that the narrative has changed from should we to a narrative that how fast can we? That is the, I think, current imperative as far as AI is concerned. As far as Oil India is concerned, our AI journey started way back in 2019 under a DRIVE project. We have taken 11 initiatives on almost everything on pilot basis, starting from AI-based reservoir modeling, AI-based well control, AI-based geophysical data processing, even drone surveillance for security of our pipelines. Out of that, we have learned a lot, and then we are in the verge of launching a DRIVE 2 project. However, we must always understand that the concerns of the employees. So what we are trying to communicate to our employees is that AI is not here to replace you, AI is here to help you. However, if you do not get literacy in AI, you will be replaced by somebody who knows how to use AI. So that is the story as of now for Oil India Limited.
Fantastic. I really love the use case on security of pipelines. And both of you are director HR, so I'm glad the business leaders sitting here are very happy to come to you and ask for more resources. But let's move our attention to Take. Many in the audience would not know NEDO. Can you please explain NEDO's position in Japan, the initiatives, including in energy sector, your responsibilities as Director General, and where do you think AI will be most useful in energy?
Thank you. I can just turn it off. Yeah. Can I hear?
Speak a little bit. I think it'll catch up.
Hello?
No, I think it's, yeah. No. Can we have some help here?
Yeah, no. Okay, can I hear me? Okay, my name is Takemi Tanabe, and you're not familiar with NEDO. It's a New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organizations, which is a governmental, the normal voice, okay. Independent funding agency under the Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry. And we support the research and development in energy and industrial technology sectors. And my responsibility is the head of the TSC. It's a TSC is a Technology and Innovation Strategy Center. And my role is kind of the technology intelligence role, and identifying is next generation promising area, which is a frontier area to which the Japanese government should invest in. And so that we look at some long-term technology forecasting and future. And so the AI is a very important technologies and in various areas, and the AI itself is important as well. So my expectation is which area is AI is useful in the energy sector. And energy related R&D project in NEDO can be broadly categorized and 4 areas: energy generation, energy storage, energy saving, and energy management. And as AI is a fundamental technologies, it will be utilized across all these 4 fields, of course. But I believe that among them, the particularly promising progress can be expected as energy saving and energy management. Because energy saving is very, very important to Japan because we don't have any natural sources, so it's very keen. But so the AI will give us the new solutions, and we are very expected about that. And also the energy management is a very, very should be the sophisticated in especially in the electricity. So the AI can be used that kind of areas, and we have a lot of projects inside of the NEDO.
Fantastic. That's a pretty broad spectrum from savings management. So we really look forward to more perspective. Gino, I mean, you kind of run a global business, and energy operations are becoming very complex, digitized, interconnected. Failure happen here, impact can be felt at many other parts, So from your perspective, what does good look like?
Sure. I think when we think about what good looks like companies that are already embracing AI. They're already starting to move into applications that are native AI capable, and they're starting to deploy these applications within their enterprise in areas like that aren't going to affect the process, that are safe stomping grounds for testing new technologies. areas around asset performance management is a good one, giving you information on when a piece of equipment could potentially fail and giving you a timeline of how you can respond to that particular failure. Another great example is energy optimization, which was just mentioned. That's another great area which can give customers real tangible value and savings as they look to get more comfortable as they move into AI, for sure. So there's a lot of areas where you can start and begin to define what good looks like in your own corporation.
Yeah, fantastic. So already you're starting to say that visible signs of success are there, and good. Let's move the gears a little bit, and I think both Rashmi and Ankur did allude to that. So if AI is the engine of transformation of future, then skills are the fuel to bring about this transformation. And that's where also most organizations are constrained. I mean, we do at BCG a lot of reports, studies, meet a lot of employees to understand what is happening. And often employees would say 75% of our employees in the latest survey suggested that they feel under-supported for the kind of trainings that are required to be AI ready. Establishing some inventory of skills, how do you really make skilling very effective for every individual becomes important. I mean, if you look at examples around the world, and may not be relevant for energy sector, but if you look at the big names like Google and Amazon, today they require all their employees, right from top to the bottom, to have a certain level of certifications on AI. Otherwise, they are gently nudged to look or move on. So my question to you, Rashmi, is your organization, and you mentioned that in the first part, is your organization creating an era where everyone will have some AI learning degrees, or you're looking at niche capabilities where certain functions, certain areas where a lot of value resides in AI will become AI ready?
So Ashish, I'm very happy to share that, Indian Oil today is, I would say, a very young organization. See, our average age, which may not be true for other companies, is, minus 40, which used to be 2 decades back, maybe around late 40s. So the hunger for new technologies is quite high. And as HR, if we don't cater to that hunger, to that aspiration of learning and growth, then we are ourselves creating a stagnancy, which is not a very healthy proposition. So all our talent strategies are built around, catering to this hunger. And let me tell you, I'm very happy to share, we have loads of in-house capabilities and learning opportunities, including a very, very well-established e-learning platform where all this is available. But at the same time, when we're looking at an AI strategy for the talent, what we are looking at is, yes, for the baseline literacy, we've done a lot of programs, lot of webinars, and most of them are oversubscribed, let me tell you. That's what I said, that the hunger for learning is immense. And this gives us a confidence that there is a need in the company to, create more and more avenues for the workforce to come on board in learning these AI. So what we are doing is we are offering certification courses. We are also offering a lot of webinar content, but more importantly, what we are encouraging our workforce is we do a lot of hackathons around AI. We are encouraging our workforce to develop business use cases to simplify their own work processes. Like Ankur mentioned, that AI is there to support your own work, make it easier for you. So we are doing a lot of, these Innovest festivals and hackathons, where we are encouraging our workforce to come up and give us solutions to problems in day-to-day processes and work environment where they are working, so that there is a wave of AI in the company. And that has yielded us very good results. And for instance, I'll tell you, we have just recently deployed a in-house developed AI tool. We are a government organization, and public tenders is a big space for us, where we manage documents which run into hundreds of maybe pages per tender document. Evaluating these was a humongous task for the person who's behind the process. And now we have deployed an AI layer developed in-house, which automates it completely. The tender document is evaluated, a summary made, a table made for the person to just cross verify and implement. So this has reduced the process time a lot. And this is just one example of reduction in process time. There are umpteen in-house developers. So that's what we are doing.
There's so many good
and
points.
just one small point to add, when you mentioned about niche, yes, we have made a dedicated group which is looking into very high-end AI deployment, which is actually looking into integrating it with operational technology.
I mean, this is a fascinating conversation. I mean, you have made so many nice points. One thing which I want the audience to really take away from here is we will have to look inwards within our own organizations, our own talent, to get really moving on the AI game. It is the only way where, in some ways, a stable AI strategy on skilling can be achieved. But let me turn to you, Take. Securing talent proficiency, it's very good to say, look inwards. She has a luxury of 15,000 high quality engineers, but getting talent proficiency in energy and AI is no easy task. And especially, it may not be so relevant for Indian market, but in a Japanese market where you have an aging workforce, how is the Japanese government, particularly NIDO, identifying specific technologies, development fields as preliminary step to securing talent?
Thank you very much. That's good questions and tough. And in my role is in the TSC, NEDO, that we explore and identifying the technology fields where NEDO should conduct R&D from the mid to long-term perspective. And by positioning these as a frontier area and proposing them within the NEDO and the METI, Ministry of Trade and Ministry of Economy, Trade and Industry, to promote innovations. So the themes identified within the frontier areas, this is a various one, not only the energy sector, but also some the environment or digital food tech or various areas. And that's an area will be solicited as a RFI, the request for information to gather public opinions, and which will be incorporated before advancing to the research and development stage. So through these kind of the R&D process and investments in frontier areas, especially for in the energy sector, whatever is fine. The NIDO or strongly demand the outcomes and or efficiency. So in that case, the proposals will hopefully use AI because the new achievement, the overcome of our request can be done by the AI. So through that process, we are forming the AI talents under the R&D process. So just building the AI capability is very difficult. So as the Ms. Gobil says that some POC or small projects is very fine and very good idea, and also R&D process the many proposals. Okay, so we should use AI. That's the trigger to be familiar with the new technologies.
Fantastic. And if you need engineers from India, please do open up some kind of an outlet here as well. You run a global business, Gino, right? I spoke about how companies like Google and Amazon are now really pushing hard top down the AI skilling. How do you, with the large workforce that you have in different countries, how do you measure the productivity of your employees who are working on cutting edge technologies, digital businesses? Is it really translating into real productivity gains? Is it still a little bit on the surface? How do you think about the talent and skilling aspect of your workforce?
Sure, though, good question. I think overall, as we think about AI and where we're going, if you're developing software, if you're in the technology space, you have to be in AI. We've been deploying AI for the last 15, 20 years now in our technology stacks. So it's nothing new, but the evolution of AI has really moved fast forward in leaps and bounds for sure. Internally, how we're using it, of course, our development teams are developing software with AI. So that's a given. That's almost table stakes now. If your development teams and technology teams are not developing software with AI, you're gonna fall behind, and you're not gonna be able to keep up, to be quite honest. And the quality will not be what it needs to be as well. But then, as we think about how our organization runs, of course, we're using large language models within our enterprise. A lot of enterprises are using Gemini, or they're using ChatGPT, or they're using Copilot. We're a Copilot house, but we're using Copilot today as a base self-support system for all of our employees. So we've already started moving in that direction. So becoming familiar and working with AI is a must, because as we look at how we're going to grow the organization will grow around these AI tools, and we'll look to use these AI tools to leverage the workforce that we have today. So there's no doubt that by leveraging these tools, you'll get a multiplier effect within your organization. Same thing with the applications that we deploy and provide our customers. They're designed to help customers get more leverage within their enterprises, to run more efficiently, to get more productization, to improve quality. So all of these AI applications that we're building for our customers go into these products. And the whole design is to help them, because in our sector we're dealing with a workforce shortage, and that's real for all of us. And so what we really hope that our customers are doing, and what we're encouraging them to do, is use these tools to help leverage and skill up the workforce that they have in-house today, so they can, as a portion of the workforce retires, those lower level tasks are now handled by AI, and they're able to upskill the rest of the organization more quickly.
Let's have a real question. Would you have a parameter like this or a KRI like this in the PMS, or would you make this as an important consideration for promotion?
Oh, I think if future leaders within any organization have to be AI literate. I mean, because if you're not, your organization will fall behind, especially as you look to move towards things like autonomous and whatnot.
I'll come to the audience on this one, because I feel ultimately this is so critical that you really need to have some kind of embedding in your processes of how you're measuring the scaling part. Let me come to you, Ankur. This is all good, but there's always a little bit of, there is a little bit of an uneasy feeling around it. What kind of difficult questions come to you around AI?
The first and foremost question is the concerns of the employees today. I'm getting replaced by technology.
Yes.
That is it's human feeling. It is real, and it will come. But if you go through the discussions, basically 2 or 3 major themes emerge. The very first thing is that job security concerns. The second theme is around the skills anxiety. And of course, the third and not the least is the change fatigue. Because change fatigue. Because last 3-4 years, the way things are changing, I've been, nobody's sure if I learn something, how much time I will get to unlearn and learn a new thing, right?
It's hard.
It's hard. So for the first thing, at least the job security concerns, we are trying a lot of things. Before launching the DRIVE program, we have had town halls with not only with the officers, even with the employees, which is a large group in our organization. We have taken feedbacks and implemented all those into it. Now we are on the verge of launching DRIVE 2.0. We have asked the departments to come up with projects that which can be helpful in working and where AI can be deployed. They have come with, if I remember the exact numbers, 85. We have from 85, we have cut down to 23, and now we have zeroed down to 10. 10 major projects that will take. Right? There is one way of getting people involved. We also have something called digital champions, identified each and across departments, so that people who are quick at adopting, we have taken them on board as digital champions, and they are part of these teams who are going to implement all these initiatives that we are planning to do, right? And the third thing is the change fatigue. For that, of course, all kinds of workshops, communications, town halls, that this is the thing, it is going to stay, and you need to adapt. Otherwise, you will be left behind, and maybe sometime in the future, you might also get replaced. Of course, which is very difficult in a PSU scenario.
I really like your answers. I think 2 or 3 takeaways. One is it takes time. Keeping it to simple, nice, bulky projects can really make, get things going, and then involving everyone. Really like it. All the leaders here spoke really from their heart on how they are wanting to change and help their employees move on this AI journey. Question for the audience: for you personally and for your teams, if this is happening from an organization's perspective, I want to know how confident you feel about your preparedness or your team's preparedness for AI. So again, I will have 3 choices. First choice is you and your teams feel very confident on this AI journey. Raise of hands. You have done a pretty good job. Well done. How many of you have yet to hear about it? Nobody? Okay. And then I think I should not even ask about yet to touch my department. It is in the pipeline. Well, kudos to all of you. Well done. Let's move on. Look, PSUs had a particular way of hiring, and that has worked well. We got a lot of employee loyalty. We got some great talent, and I think that model has no challenge. But as the skills are changing and the kind of skills that you need for future are changing, Rashmi, do you think you need some agility in your workforce design? Do you want to have a different kind of workforce model which can allow you to be a little bit more tuned into future?
Ashish, we've been around for a good 60 plus years. And we've been doing and going from strength to strength. Okay. And when you've been going from strength to strength, I think agility becomes an integral part of our DNA. And though you said that PSUs have a very, straight-laced work structure, it's not actually the way it works. What has worked for us is, we are a pan-India company. We have 600 odd locations across the length and breadth of the country into not only various geography, various product lines, various functional verticals that we are actually having. And when you have, such a integrated system, the agility becomes an integral part because you have to move your workforce around these product lines, these functional lines, so that they come out as a very well-rounded kind of a talent pool which grows in the leadership. So their agility forms a part of the work culture itself. So that's when I said, we are a young organization where appetite for learning is high. That also is a part of learning, is a part of the DNA. You're expected to be on your toes, know the new technologies that are coming, and also execute them and implement them. So that, having said that, there's always been, we've always been doing some lateral hires wherever we need some niche talent which we don't have, and from there on we have grown to build our own internal talent pool. So we have been hiring people laterally, but though fewer in number, but we've been doing very successfully in grooming our own in-house talent to integrate their processes with the niche latest technology. So that's why we've been able to keep our workforce on toes.
Fantastic. Great. I'll move to you, Gino. When we speak about this AI, and earlier it was just a decision support, but now it is, as the technology moves forward, it will gain more eminence in decision making, may start to make some decisions as agentic AI comes in. How do you develop trust between the systems and the human workforce, which has to then work together?
Sure. No, I think one of the things is I think you should always think big when you're thinking about moving into, because when you talk about augmented operations, you're talking about moving towards autonomous. And so as you think about moving towards autonomous, I think you need to think big, but start small. And so I think you start off with applications that are designed. There's applications that are designed to augment the operator today, like in asset performance management. If you're a user of our application, you can actually when you see a failure coming, it will tell you that a failure is coming, and you can ask questions about when was the last time this failure happened, how did the system, how did we respond to this failure last time, and then the system can actually begin to make recommendations on what you should do. And then once the system goes into recommendation mode, that is when you're augmenting the operator. So look at applications that are low risk, that don't affect the process. Start there. And then as you get comfortable with working with an augmented environment, then move on to things like true augmented operations, which we have a technology that does that for our customers that are using our control system. What we'll do is with augmented operators, the technology name, we're enabling them customers to put in this technology, and once the technology learns the process and models the process and models responses, what we're enabling our customers to do then is the system will tell the person, once you move out of that optimal operating window and it notices that that condition is starting to drift, what the system will do is it will recommend, it will, one, alert you that you're drifting out of your optimal operating window. Two, it will make recommendations on what you should do as corrective action to move back into the optimal operating window. And so this is a new emerging technology that we're bringing to market. We've been working with customers on this for the last 2 years, but now it's ready to roll. It's ready to move into the market. So you'll see announcements from us actually in this quarter in Q1 around augmented operations. So if you're interested in looking at this technology, feel free to reach out, because we're looking for customers to work with as we begin to onboard.
Fantastic. I think what you said could be also very useful to do some show and tell. I think that could be also very interesting to develop more confidence. I'll move to you, Ankur. I think you really touched some of the key points on thinking about change and the human aspect of it. Adoption of technology takes time. Do you think we are being impatient?
At least I am impatient.
You're impatient? Okay. So you think that's a good thing? Okay.
So it is actually taking a lot of time. It should not take so much time.
Okay. Okay.
You should have been up and running with all the projects by this time.
All right. He wants all his 10 mega projects to be delivered as of yesterday. I like the value element in your answer. This leads me into you, Rashmi, and to you, Take. If there is one enabler you would like to dial up, which will enable the full value, and as Ankur said, I'm impatient, I want the results as of yesterday, what would be that one enabler you would like to dial up?
So Ashish, the first time I read about computers, it was garbage in, garbage out. Now here is a technology which is continuously learning, and is based on a learning model. So if the syllabus is itself wrong, the results are going to be, the answers are also going to be faulty. So the one enabler that I'm looking at, especially for my organization, is the data points have to be extremely clean. They have to be the quality of data, the input quality, the intermingling of data points, those are issues and challenges which we are grappling with, and which I would really want to scale up so that we can actually deploy large scale AI solutions to the company.
Data, fantastic.
So just to cut in,
please.
Just one or two words. I agree with Rashmi, but I think what we need to focus more on the prompt engineering.
Prompt engineering.
Unless people are educated in prompting the system, then you will not get the desired output.
Ask the right questions as well.
Right.
I'm not sure I'm sitting with Director HRs or Director Technologies here. Take?
Yeah, that's a very good question. And in my experience of the policy of the promoting the digital transformation, the same things happen now. And in that sense, the important enabler is the people's acceptance of the new technologies. So recommendation, just start small, is very important, because 10 years ago, I promoted the digital transformation in Japan. But many management and people, staffs, the DX is very important, I understand. But they're still skeptical about that technology. So but small start and understand the technologies and get some merit and time efficiency, and they enjoy the work and so on. So they accept, oh, DX is very good. So the AI is still now the progressing of the acceptance at the moment. So the many people, especially in the energy sector, is a very robust industry. So they are skeptical about the AI. So the try to get the acceptance of the AI. That's a key point. And learning is the next, I think.
Right. And as you can see from the audience here, this is a different audience. They're all AI ready. So maybe some infusion of ideas can happen. We are running towards the end. This has been a fascinating conversation. And before I go to audience, if you had to summarize your organization's AI and upskilling vision for the next few years, 2030, 2035, in just one sentence, what would it be?
So I'd like to borrow from Johnny C. Taylor, who's
Okay.
a veteran on HR. He says that HI plus AI is equal to ROI. So it has to be human intelligence plus artificial intelligence if you want to leverage ROI, because it's just not going to work one way. It has to be a hybrid model.
Ankur?
So adopting AI is not adopting technology. Actually, what we are trying to do is having human transformation for better output using technology.
Okay.
For us, and for me in my division, I think we're AI driven. And I think you have to be an AI driven company, because if you're not, by choosing not to be, let me put it this way, you are making a conscious decision to go out of business. So you have to be AI driven.
Just enjoy the AI.
Enjoy. You know, a lot of great points came up, and my heartfelt thanks to the panelists. So, you know, a few points came up, and I want you to again raise your hands. If you will do personally something different, and you may have done it, but still you will do something different about AI after this session, what will it be? So I have a few options, and of course you could have taken more than what I have here. Attend a course. Okay, about 15, 20% people here. Ask your team to reimagine a process and create a mega initiative to get value. Oh, okay, this is the value part is really here. Upskilling and reskill your team. Everyone, fantastic. Run a hackathon. Okay, quite a few, but not everyone. Make a change in performance management. These are hard taskmasters sitting here. Make the journey enjoyable, as Take said. Okay, again, a lot of people. Yeah, sure. This has been just fascinating to hear views of everyone here. My final question to all of you. What do you personally do to learn about AI? Take, we'll start from you.
Yeah. So, yeah, actually, I'm a kind of the geek and I love AI. So, that's I just enjoy the AI. So one thing, the AI is
it's okay. I mean, I think Take is too close to AI to respond to that. Gino.
To call you're calling us out. I'm getting a master's in AI right now, so
wow.
I just started last week, so I've got a ton of homework that I've got to get done this week. So looking forward to that.
All the best, Ankur.
Right, we have a LMS platform, but there are no AI courses as of now.
Okay.
So to keep myself relevant, at least in last 3 months, I have gone through 6 courses on AI in the iGot platform.
Wow. Okay.
So I do something very simple. Have conversations with people half my age.
Really, really the nice way to do it. And because I asked a question, I should also respond. I am actually learning how to do an agentic AI programming. So I'm also up on it. My huge thanks to the audience, to the panelists. I really enjoyed this conversation. I hope you did too.
Good evening, everyone. Quite a challenge when you have a beautiful session before where you bring in the talent and take the talent along with you. So hope we can do the justice to the audience in terms of very exciting topic that we're going to talk about on integrating cross-sector strategies and alliances to fast tracking and underlighting clean energy transformation that we're going to look for from here. Because one of the sayings that goes, and that's why I moved from an oil and gas sector focusing on clean energy, is because we have taken this planet from our forefathers, we are using it to our best advantage, and then we have to give it back in the same shape and form that we have to give it to our children. So with that note, we have to have the focus around it. So thank you, the eminent panelists. We have a very diverse mix of panelists. Kudos to India Energy Week platform to create that. We have Chairman and Managing Director from Engineers India Limited, Ms. Vartika. We have a member from the World Economic Forum, from Davos to Goa, Espen from World Economic Forum, heading the Energy and Center of Excellence in the Energy and Material Science. We have Deskan, who bring the global perspective from Equinor heading India and Singapore, and he has in past worked upon the clean and low energy carbon footprint and leading the overall Equinor from the region perspective. And myself, Kapil Bansal, I am partner in EY Parthenon, looking into two elements of the business: Sustanomics, which is on looking at sustainability at one point in time, but now bringing the economics with it as the cost of decarbonization and sustanomics is going down, and on the energy transition side of the things. So I'll let the preamble to the overall discussion that we're going to have in terms of the recent Bloomberg New Energy Forum. There was a complete growth of 11% on the new energy investments that you have seen, and the conventional oil and gas business has been reduced from what it is currently now. So when we saw from last 11 years, the transition has already started placing with the investment. So almost $2.3 trillion as per the 2025 results has been done in the new energy space. So investment is happening, but when we look from an international energy agencies, that investment is not sufficient. It's just 37% of what it needs to be done to make it a net zero and the planet back to the shape that it is required for our future generation. So we need approximately around $5.6 trillion annually through 2030 to ensure that the planet is in the most sustainable manner in which we can take it back and give it to the future generations. The other point is policies and regulatory framework has been quite dynamic. We've seen what happened in the US from Inflation Reduction Act to EU Green Deals. So the policies shape the behavior to a larger extent from the incentives and the structures, and dramatically change the capital flow that we are looking towards these new technologies, which is going to reach its scale. At the same time, all of this needs some amount of partnership, which spans around involvement of the ecosystem players from public, private, and philanthropic capitalists to take a role in overall structure of creating this energy transition in the fast-track manner. And that's where we see a lot of capital has been unlocked of roughly 7.8 billion by the philanthropic capital in the last 1 year across 137 deals. When we look from a global to India perspective, there has been a huge ambition of moving towards our energy security, bringing in an affordable manner and in a sustainable energy security, whereby we have taken ambition of 500 gigawatts of non-fossil fuel energy capacity by 2030 and net zero by 2070. That's a huge task for a population of almost 1.4 billion to ensure the energy is being provided in the right form and it's been consumed. So these developments have been not possible if we just look from a one sector perspective. It has to be looked from a cross-sectorial perspective with different dimensions: technology, finance, policy, and the industrial ecosystem to accelerate and underwrite this transition. And to coordinate all of these, there are a lot of challenges and constraints that we have to move away from to make this as an asset than a liability. And for that reason, we have this panel who is going to orchestrate some of those discussions that we're going to have. And to have that panel together, we're going to talk about some of those tangible progress that we have to take for call for action, not just have this discussion over here, but look into the three critical areas: underwriting the transition from the cross-sector risk and capital mobilization, policy alignment and regulatory ecosystem for cross-sector integration, and ecosystem integration from a transactional partnership to a system-level alliances. Those are the three particular themes that we're going to talk about. So starting with the underwriting the transition across these cross-sector risks and capital mobilization. So Vertica, as a major EPC player, increasingly we deliver decarbonization infrastructure. But how does EIL role is looking from these projects towards de-risking, because these are large capital investment that you need. And in the same terms, how do you ensure that the asset owners who are going to take this activities forward are secured from the overall engineering, construction, and delivery?
Thank you. And it's a pleasure for me to be part of this panel, especially on this very relevant and pertinent topic which faces the future generation. As an organization, Engineers India has been instrumental in shaping the energy landscape of the country, as well as taking up projects internationally in the conventional space, as well as in the space for sunshine technologies. The more important challenge that any of these investments have looming in front of us is how do we define the definitive um, dimensions of the project in terms of getting the right capex up front to take those decisions. All technologies which are new, which come for the first time, have this challenge because of the cost curve, which kind of works in the favor of deployment of these technologies over a period of years, as well as the ecosystem required to make sure that these technologies or these projects have the definition which wherein capital deployment is de-risked from escalations during implementation. So that's the very essence, and what EIL does is, with the technical competence that we have under one roof, as well as the robust, complete end-to-end services that we offer from concept to commissioning, actually brings in for the owner the complete offering, wherein the definition and the cost thereof are such that the risk for investment are mitigated. Solutions which could follow in such projects, which would need that these projects are implemented in a very timely manner to get the returns thereof, because most of these investments, as you mentioned, upward of 2.4 or 2.5 billion trillion dollars in clean energy, which is up from 1.7 to 2 and now 2.4 over the last 3 years, would also need that the investors or the funds which are deployed by various agencies see that the projects are implemented in a time-bound manner. And therein solutions wherein the ecosystem of a modular concept or building up the supply chain, which is again unique for different technologies. If you talk of hydrogen, you would have the electrolyzer supply chain. If you look at biofuels, you need specialized equipment for that. So how to build up that ecosystem? As an organization, we are very, very experienced, and the entire vendor base that we command in the country as well as internationally makes us a valued partner for our clients to look to us for implementing these projects in a timely manner and de-risking their investments in terms of escalation as well.
Thank you. Now, just kind of summarize three-pronged strategy that you bring towards de-risking such long capital is from the technology competencies, end-to-end services, and time-bound execution excellence. That's quite a valid perspective to take the things forward from underwriting. But when we look from what we are doing from India, but there is over a global perspective. And as when you're coming from Davos recently, which concluded last week with many global leaders focusing on energy security, affordability, clean transition. From those discussions, what were your important takeaways that you can bring on how cross-sector collaboration and cooperation can work towards building this ecosystem? And as well as what are the latest trends towards these alliances in terms of underwriting such large capital investment?
Thank you, Kapil, and it's a pleasure to come here directly from Davos and see this vibrant energy ecosystem here in Goa and what's really happening in India. There was a real geopolitical smell in Davos this year, for those of you who have followed. And this was really also transcending into the energy discussions, other discussions that were happening there. Maybe four things I can highlight. One is this importance of energy security, as you mentioned. People are really waking up to that, both companies and countries, that energy security really matters. So if there's no energy coming, there's a problem. That's a high priority. What can people do? One is obviously to diversify. If you're a supplier, if you're a consumer, it still matters to diversify. Another one is transparency and predictability as much as possible on the policy frameworks. And to your point, the third is partnerships. Really think about new partnerships, diversify those partnerships. And that's also where I see a lot of companies and countries are now looking for new partnerships. We just heard the big trail deal that was signed as well, or at least announced between India and Europe. Those are the new types of partnerships. Canada as well, what they are doing worldwide. Second point, AI. There was a session here on AI right before. That's the name of the game. Of course, still very early days here. For energy, there's a question both ways. How can speed and cost to electric power come fast enough to power these data centers? But also, how can data centers really help optimize the energy system going forward? So that was really transcending the discussions. Third point is this, the growth in energy demand and how to power that, especially on the electricity side. We see the electricity demand growing 3 times faster as overall energy demand. And contrary to what most people think, data center is not the main driver. It's a big driver, not the main driver. It's actually cooling, then it's electrification of transport and industry. But how do we do this in a way that is smart, to really use this opportunity to scale clean energy, storage, other solutions that can also help clean the energy mix as we meet that demand. But let's not also forget about the fuel side of the equation. 80% of the energy mix is fuels. Only 2% is cleaner fuels. So everything from biofuels to clean hydrogen, e-fuels, etc. We had discussions around that, and I see optimism in the room, and I see also India is really at the edge of this. Much more can be done here, and partnerships really matter across the value chain. And the last point is around the power of the emerging economies. Of course, a lot of attention around China, who's dominating a lot of the energy discussions, but also India, Brazil, South Africa, and others are heavyweights now, both in terms of energy demand, future growth, but also on the technology side. And we can maybe come back to that later.
Oh, lovely. So again, I would like to summarize that the 4 points that you brought in is the energy security with diversity, transparency and predictability, along with the partnership, AI at a speed, and growth towards energy demand, and 3x growth that we are looking at. Now, that's kind of important to look at the sectorial side of the things. Now, Dr. Deshkan, when you are working on Equinor across oil and gas, refining, and different sectors that are under your purview, clean energy also has a lot of, components to it. Green hydrogen we talked about, renewable energy, carbon management is becoming an important area. So this is a diverse portfolio that you have to look into beyond, oil and gas. How do you think the cross-sector risk allocation when you're looking towards your own investment in these sectors, number one, and number two, from an India perspective, what kind of partnership structures can make this, because we've been talking about, ecosystem partnership from both the sides has been the success mantra and reducing the risk factors. So what kind of partnership that you would look from an India standpoint of view?
Thanks. Hi, thanks. Can you hear me? Is this okay?
No.
Now?
Now. Sure.
Now? No.
I think it runs automatically. Somebody would be managing.
Okay. Can you hear me now? Maybe not. Okay. I'll just wait.
You
can change.
Come and fix it for him.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
No. Excuse me. You want this? You can use the next one.
I think this is good. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
I had no part to play in this. I can start by that. But like my fellow panelists, first and foremost, it's a pleasure to be here. As Espen said, it's just intriguing to see the energy in the India Energy Week. So we have visitors coming from Europe, our headquarters, and they generally go back super enthusiastic because the atmosphere here is quite electric in many ways. So answering your first question, Kapil, basically, Equinor is a technology-led company, much like our peer group companies. So diving into the unknown, which is the deep reservoir under the sea, thousands and thousands of feet, many oftentimes, where you really don't know what you're getting into, comes with a lot of risk. And with the kind of capital that is spent on those kinds of wells when they're drilled, when those prospects are developed, and to maintain the production at those high capital investment platforms, also entails a lot of risk. So as an industry, like us with many other companies and our company, we generally like to, what I like to say, socialize the risk across our peer groups. And what I mean by socializing the risk is a reservoir engineer that we have may be fantastic, but then a reservoir engineer from another company can bring a different perspective, which then together can bring forward a much more stronger technical perspective towards how to exploit the best value of a reservoir. So historically, us as a company and us as an industry are very used to the concept of partnerships. We believe in the concept of diversity. We sometimes even mix engineers and geologists together, which, trust me, it's not a very popular combination, but that helps us get the best out of the people. Talking about renewables in particular, and this is, I think, where a lot of our peer group companies as well as ourselves have taken a slightly more portfolio type of an approach. Because yes, carbon management is important. Yes, CCS is important. Yes, offshore wind is important. But at the same time, if you look at the return profile that some of these early scale technologies generate, it doesn't necessarily meet what our shareholders expect from a company like us. But at the end of the day, as Vartika ji also pointed out, some of these technologies are in their nascent stages. And it's important to keep the finance perspective, I wouldn't say outside the discussion, but balance that in the sense that what are we getting with the capital that we allocate towards a new energy technology, and what are we contributing towards essentially scaling that up. And there was a session this morning about CCS, taking it from lab scale to astronomical scale or something like that. Unless we invest in those, it's not going to happen. Yeah. And maybe I can give a very concrete example of CCS. So we have been capturing carbons, transporting it and sequestering it since 1997. And this was not because we love CCS, but because that was the cheapest way to store CO2, which we are not allowed to emit, which was producing from our gas field. So fast forward almost 20 years later, we had a lot of customers talking to us about decarbonization. But then the question was, yeah, we can easily capture the CO2 at a site. What do you do after you capture it? Where do you really take it? Of course, when you look at the end-to-end value chain, the cost of capture, transportation, and sequestration is quite high because it's generation one project. And then the question is, who's going to pay for it? So we went to the government to ask for subsidy. And the government said, well, that's fantastic. It's a great idea. How can you develop a business around it? And that's when we started socializing again that element of risk together with our peer group. So we approached our peers, and Total and Shell came together, and then the concept of Northern Lights was formed. So in a sense, I would say when you are pioneering new technologies, which are the first of its kind, which need to be implemented several times to bring the cost curve down, socializing the risk across industry to develop that confidence in a business model is quite important, because engineers can do wonderful things, but unless the money makes sense, nobody's going to invest in it.
That's a beautiful example and illustration that you brought in from peer collaboration. No, but I still go back to you in terms of one of the things that you started off with saying that, upstream is itself a risky business and capital allocation comes with its own set of risk. Now, clean energy is somewhat reached its growth maturity stage with success in terms of technology readiness, commercial readiness. Do you still think that underwriting these technologies would be a challenge from being a bankable investment opportunity and your portfolio diversification? Because there is some amount of, I think, either from a policy standpoint of view or from an, government perception, leadership perception to take a pause and focus on the shareholders first. So just wanted to understand your perspective that, there has been some amount of perception-based decisions that has been taken.
It's a great question, Kapil, right? And sometimes I feel a bit privileged that I'm sitting in an energy company and not in a regulator seat, because with the way I would say the technology has matured, but more than that, the wave of energy transition and decarbonization as a theme has matured in the last 5 to 7 years. it's quite unseen before, right? In the last 5 years, you talk to my 15-year-old son and he's talking about decarbonization and CCS, and not because I work at home, but because they talk these things at school. So all of a sudden there's an intrinsic expectation that yes, we need to do something, right? So what really is happening is the regulators are trying to look at different sets of technologies, be it green hydrogen, be it blue hydrogen, be it renewables, and they're also trying to hedge their bets a little bit. But in reality, the return expectations are different in different countries, and the maturity of these technologies, and even to add the need of these technologies, is different in different countries. And I can give you a fantastic example. We actually opened up our India office for offshore wind business in India back in 2019. And we were super excited that yes, India was the first country in some ways outside of European landscape trying to take the first leap. But when we came here, we saw the onshore renewables making so much more commercial sense because it had already come down the cost curve. The power was being delivered at, about $30, $40 a megawatt hour then, and now in fact $20 a megawatt hour. Why would we look at $120 per megawatt hour offshore wind project here, right? So we have to take a, I would say, pro-technology but country agnostic and what fits the curve best kind of a view. And that's what we truly believe in.
Oh, lovely. So you mentioned from the perspective of offshore wind to onshore wind from a commercial perspective. So going back to you, Vartika, in terms of looking at cross-sectorial collaboration, regulation plays a critical role. As example given on offshore, there are a lot of ministries, a lot of regulators that you need to get approvals, like fisheries, marine, social, environmental aspect to get from an idea to an execution level. So what regulatory reform would most improve this kind of speed in this clean energy sector across, say, green hydrogen, and with your experience that you're now diversified into from, as you were mentioning earlier, from 97% to 60% from oil and gas to other sectors, which is in different countries also. So how do you see this reforms playing a critical role towards making it at speed, at scale, through that coordination that we have some examples coming from Equinor?
Sure. So I would say that in the world that we are in today, every country, like India, has their own INDC targets. We have built about 300 gigawatt of renewable capacity. So every country is looking in their own way to kind of be in a commitment towards clean energy. So what's most important before we go on to the regulatory is the consistency of approach of a nation towards their commitment to bringing into the energy space elements like green hydrogen, PSPs, or you look at biofuels, or you look at any other energy which is even nuclear, for example, which kind of blends in the decarbonization aspect. And as my colleagues mentioned, and as is the case, all this, some of it needs hand-holding, some of it needs some other talent, some of it needs engineering capability, some of it needs supply chain. So there are many elements and diverse elements in bringing each of these segments onto the table. But as I mentioned, I'll go back to the point again, it is the consistency of a national approach towards adoption of this for investors to actually make decisions to put in their money. As we know, like the cost curve of so many, like the solar has, transformed the, the supply chain itself has brought down the cost of solar. Likewise, when we look at second generation ethanol, the first one that we built as a company for, AEBPL, the bamboo-based bioethanol plant is the first of its kind. We're doing the first SAF project on UCO for one of our clients in India, wherein technology is there. And as we discover the prices, we will find that we need a framework of regulation in terms of the price point that the product has to fetch, such that the investor and the stakeholder interest is safeguarded. And as a nation, India is committed, and that's why we have 20% blending of ethanol and gasoline. And we, in times to come, have almost 60% more ethanol capacity to produce than we need for 20% blending in gasoline. So we are looking at alternate routes for conversion of that ethanol with the fuel and food story to kind of make SAF or any other, value chain to convert that. So this consistency is extremely important, particularly in the scenario that we are. You talked of IRA, you talked of CBAM. We as a nation and the globe is interdependent. As much as it is fluid, still the interdependence needs to be addressed by all of us. The shift in the US, for example, shifting away from the renewables completely to fossil-based economy has probably hurt a lot of investments which have happened in the clean energy space. And in comparison, as a nation, we are committed to bridging all these gaps. And therefore, all the segments to make it happen, whether we talk of the power sector with the storage for around-the-clock renewables, we talk of other elements giving renewable power, we talk of transmission, we talk of pricing, we talk of supporting the sector in terms of VGF or filling the gap in terms of price, the viability gap funding. These are all ecosystems in place. And the best part is, as a nation, the leadership, our Honorable Prime Minister is accepting and ready to make these changes and moderations in regulatory framework. A lot has been done, but a lot needs to be done. Particularly, let's say for SAF, to certify that SAF is actually fit for the aircrafts is a work in progress. Standards for hydrogen in terms of the development of the complete ecosystem is work in progress. But the good part, as I mentioned, is that it is in synchrony, and it is work in good progress. And therefore, it's a sector wherein, as a company, we will be there, and as a nation, definitely, we are bound to grow.
Oh, this is lovely. So the intention, the consistency, the commitment is all there. But what we need is kind of a framework regulation that standardize things across. So Espen, you've been, bringing all the different government agencies, countries, leaders together, and recently that happened in Davos. So taking the clue from what Vatika mentioned, that we need certain elements of global frameworks to come together. Any point of view from your side that how you can make it, not just you per se, but the forum and us like consultants who work with industry majors and the government side of the things together can bring some of these reforms at a agile, accelerated, and most adopted manner to have this clean energy being fast-tracked and underwritten without any, risk factors that we just discussed about.
Yeah, we definitely need to speed up on the energy transition and fire on all engines. And by that, I mean also leveraging the power of policy, finance, some of the bigger energy companies, customers, etc., and bring them together to move faster. And also then leverage also the energy security needs, not only the sustainability. And that's an opportunity. But then the question becomes how, and that's also where organizations like the World Economic Forum can play a role. We're not an implementer, we're a platform and a catalyst, but we help connect stakeholders on some of these topics. Just to give you a few examples, one is on hard-to-abate sectors that we know that they're hard to abate for a reason. More technologies are needed. Some of these technologies, like CCS, for instance, are costly. Hydrogen is another one. So we have something called the First Movers Coalition, gathering more than 100 companies, making buyers' commitments to some of these clean technologies to send a demand signal to the suppliers and the innovators. And that's where interests align. A second is perhaps on the industrial clusters. These are economic zones, a lot of companies co-located. Very often they don't cooperate, but these are really points of leverage and also where you can find win-wins within the cluster between the technology providers, sectors that use energy, those who supply, etc. And there we have a network of 40 clusters globally that's A, working locally on their own projects, and B, collaborating and sharing best practice globally. We have 6 of them in India, and they're really lighthouses for showing the way of what's possible. That can also show the way for others. And the third is on this issue of the clean fuels. So the problem here is that in some cases, biofuels in Brazil, for instance, or some other cases, it's in the money and it makes sense. But we have to make more of these fuels come into money, in more of the demand sectors faster. And that really requires cross-sector partnerships, the financiers, and we need also the policymakers to set the direction and help nudge things in a smart way that's not too expensive on the taxpayers, but still can help the industry. And things like mandates, blending mandates have been used here for biofuels, for instance, in India. It's one example. The auctions on the fertilizers that helped green hydrogen come down the cost curve. It matters, but we need to move faster. And to your point on CCS, I was also started my career in the Norwegian government back in 2001, and one government had to leave their office because they didn't reach their CCS ambition 25 years ago, and now it's still not taken off, which really shows the scale of the challenge in some of these big tech areas. So how can we move faster together?
So you brought a very important point on the industrial clusters and, World Economic Forum playing a role towards catalyzing it. A lot of my clients keep asking me that, if we want to do it scale and we are running out of time, one of the things that is needed is, can we get some of these technologies in terms of partnership or in a kind of open source? You mentioned about industrial clusters, you mentioned about some of these learnings that have been there. While we see that there are papers, but is there a way where we can bring the knowledge asymmetry to knowledge symmetry for all the countries in a level playing grounds? Obviously, there would be synchronizations required, which Vartika mentioned, but something that can bring level playing grounds for everyone.
So a hard question. I think a lot of the knowledge is out there if one puts the pieces together, and then you have partnerships, because one company cannot go it alone. So you really need to bring these innovations together with a business model that really makes sense and it becomes bankable. And if it's not really bankable, the question becomes, how can you make it bankable? There are a few ways to do that. One is to innovate further, to get the cost down, the R&D track. A second it could be to bring in new partners that might have the missing piece that can make your bankable. A third could be to go to the regulator to say, I have an interesting value proposition here for the country, can create some jobs. What I need from you is X, Y, and Z. And the last, I think, is these corporations that go beyond individual sectors, companies, etc., for a greater good. And I think it's that type of journey we're on for things like CCS, for things like hydrogen, some of these bigger things that are very much needed in the energy system we haven't been able to solve yet. And I think India can be at the leading edge of many of these areas, given the scale here.
So going back again, we asked from an inbound perspective, but there is a lot that you have learned from India. So from an outbound perspective, the whole SECI tenders, which brought price discovery, the green hydrogen that we talked about, or some of the biofuels success, that is there an outbound that we can work together to take it to the world? The global south teaching the global north now.
Yeah, indeed, and that's a great opportunity. I think a lot of innovation has gone on here in this country, and the ecosystem is so vibrant. The government is setting a very clear direction of travel. The 500 gigawatt target, for instance, is just one example. And the scale here of the market is huge, and the growth is also huge, both in terms of population and demand. This gives leverage. And I think now is the time where also partners abroad, I mentioned Europe and Canada, but also others, are now looking to diversify those partnerships. And back in the days, it used to be maybe the Europeans, the Americans coming here with the technologies. Now I think the time has come that the likes of China and India have an edge. But I think the trick would be not to just try to sell those technologies back into the European market, but just to create those partnerships that are really win-win, because all countries are looking now for competitive edge and lowering emissions and security. So think about those win-wins.
Lovely. No, perfect. And just to bring that whole perspective back to you, because I was just waiting for this clue from Espen, because you mentioned around the lovely partnership that you have done in, Northern Lights with Total, Shell, along with Equinor. What can be replicated the same way in India? Because we are part of one of the engagement that's coming through and would be announced in the coming budget is the CCU mission, national CCU mission after the green hydrogen success. And there is already, in the public domain that 39,000 crores would be invested in this thing. So government, again, consistency, commitment, and desire is there to make sure. What do you think would be the success story for that to happen, what you have done globally to India?
Sure. Thanks, Kapil. But maybe before I answer your question to me, I want to answer the question or maybe add something to the question you asked to Espen about Global South and North. I think the one story which is, and maybe I've talked about this again and again because I just feel very proud about it as an Indian to share this story. I think the one story which is not very often talked about or even understood to that scale is the massive success of the Pradhan Mantri Ujjwala and Ujala schemes. I think when I start talking to even some of my industry peers, they know a little bit about it here and there, but they really don't know the scale at which it has transformed not just human lives with improving energy access, but also reduced emissions. So what Ujala was basically replacing traditional light bulbs with LEDs, and that just reduced energy consumption and brought energy efficiency to the scale like never before seen.
Yep.
And what Ujjwala did, we all know, which is increasing LPG access from 64 to 99%. And really what that has done, which is touching upon 7 sustainable development goals, I don't think there is any other country in the world that has even thought about such reforms, let alone implementing them with the level of success that India has managed to achieve. So instead of thinking about reducing or sequestering carbon at $200 a ton, I think replacing wood with LPG at almost $0 a ton is a much better investment in reform that India has done successfully. So I think we should all really be proud about that. Answering the question that you asked me, I think the most important thing that really helped us succeed in the Northern Lights projects is collaboration and transparency. It's very important for us, not just us, but our peers in that project to come to India and any other place we go to basically share the learnings, but also share the obvious mistakes, right? Because there's so much money and time wasted in learning that can be fast tracked by starting to collaborate. So we're already starting to have proactive dialogues with the ministry, with Niti Aayog, with DGH, with ENP companies in India. We have brought them over to the Northern Lights location almost 1 or 2 trips a year. And the theme is really to bring ahead that knowledge and fast track that learning that we had, not just from a technology perspective, but also from a regulatory perspective, also from the financial perspective. And how do you really create a business out of it? It's easier said than done, but it's the first step that we've already taken.
Thank you. So I think we are on top of the hour and will not take much of others people's time. Just one thing that, just in one word, that we can look for to accelerate or fast track and underwrite the clean energy focus with the flip-flop that we see at the global level, but at the India level, focusing purely on India. One thing that will make it at an agile, fast speed to make sure it happens, because we all know and we have discussed, technically it's feasible, cost curves are come down, commercial viabilities is there. So one thing that will make it to reach the scale that we are looking at. One call for action from your side,
Are you?
Yeah, Vatika, you can start
I
with.
can start. All right. So I think the one thing that is necessary is the belief that innovation is the very DNA of human intelligence, And this is the innovation is going to transform every dimension of whether it's technology or anything. And the second thing I would add one more is the belief of the leadership, at institutions or organizations, that this is going to be the success story in times to come.
Lovely. The belief has been from your side. One call for action, especially for India, as you observed from last 3 days.
I think in life it's always good to have a compass and a North Star. And I think India knows its compass and North Star. It's about development, it's about its longer term transition goals. And from that, I think it comes down to innovation and partnerships. Continue that innovation journey, the entrepreneurial journey, make those partnerships within India, and then go to the world and partner with the world. And I didn't mention the other global South countries, if we can call them that. I think it's a huge opportunity, and people are looking to India to understand how you're transitioning and how we can partner also with Indian companies and stakeholders.
Lovely. Dr. Deshkan?
I think Vartika and Espen have said everything I had to say. But I think the one message, if anything, I can say is the beauty about India is how we leapfrog things here very quickly. We go from Gen 1 to Gen 4 usually, right? I mean, we went from 2G to 4G very quickly and now to 5G very quickly. So I think that only happened because of a certain level of speed and commitment and nimbleness in the policy making. So I think if India can just maintain in some ways its nimble-footedness around policy making to see where the economics and the technology makes the most sense from a wider acceptance and implementation point of view, that is clearly the recipe to succeed.
Thank you. And I think same goes for me, just not to moderate and ask question. The one thing that I have observed from an India standpoint of view is frugality is not the necessity because of which you can't succeed. But the important thing is awareness. A lot of the times I have seen so much startups that India has, and that ecosystem, if given a chance and opportunity, India could be the next superpower, and we're looking at $30 trillion economy, and that's going to happen in a very short time. With that note, thank you everyone, and really appreciate the whole panel to provide a diverse perspective on an important topic of fast tracking and collaborating alliances in the cross-sectorial function for developing the clean energy. With that note, thank you everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.